Hogwarts, forbidden son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, The Emperor of the Lighthouse Country. Where are we? Nelson stood firm, grabbed a pillar beside him, and squinted his eyes due to the strong light. He looked around and found that he was standing in the middle of a magnificent suspension bridge, with Lorianne hugging Dinkus standing beside White. The two leaned on the handrail of the bridge and looked at the quiet water sparkling in the sun. This bridge is extremely long, and the nearly 3-kilometer steel behemoth traverses both sides of the strait. It is an extremely shocking building in this era. It was noon. There were not many pedestrians and vehicles on the bridge, and the place where the three of them appeared was considered a dead corner, and few pedestrians passed by, let alone saw them. San Francisco. White turned his head, glanced at Nelson, and said, "You are so slow. Are you too fat? Even the portkey can't move you." Maybe it's because there are too many things on him. Nelson shrugged and walked to the two of them. The three stood side by side. He looked at the busy cities on both sides of the river and said, "It's so far away. It's still daytime here, isn't it?" White thought for a while, took out a watch from his pocket, threw it into Nelson's arms, and said, "It's the right time. Our day is coming to an end. Their sun is still in its prime, and we are wait here for a while." Nelson lowered his head and saw that the watch White threw to him had 4 hands, the thinnest and longest one of which was firmly pointing to the scale with United States written on the side of the dial, and the time was displayed as 1:30 noon. He nodded, handed the watch back to White, and asked, "So this bridge is the Golden Gate Bridge, isn't it?" "It's not a dead book." White still leaned on the railing and said clearly, "That's right. The Golden Gate Strait is under our feet. Look here." She turned and pointed to the upright that Nelson had been holding on to. Nelson followed her finger, and it turned out that the so-called upright was a tall pier that crossed the bridge deck. On it was a polished copper plate, which was firmly driven and with golden screws. Inscribed in solemn font on it, "Travelers, please stop and thank the Emperor of America and Protector of Mexico, Norton I, reigned 1859 to 1880. He had the foresight to conceive and order the bridge over San Francisco Bay." "Is this the Emperor of the United States?" asked Nelson. "I never heard of it before." "It's normal if you haven't heard of it." White turned around, walked into the copper plate, and said, "His emperor is self-proclaimed, and American Muggles don't recognize it." "Is he a wizard?" "Yes, and no." White shook his head and said in a strange tone, "He is a squib and my distant uncle." "Why did he proclaim himself Emperor of the Muggles?" Nelson asked curiously. "It's interesting to say that. I thought that the discrimination among wizards was already very serious. Wizards discriminated against Muggles and magical animals. Pure-blood wizards discriminated against Muggle-born wizards, and powerful wizards discriminated against poor wizards. But I didn't expect Muggles to discriminate. The discrimination in Melon is even more exaggerated, especially in this country, where almost all the citizens come from all over the world, and no one is a local, but they still engage in discrimination. They don't look at background, knowledge, or talent, but just relying on the sorting of skin color and ethnicity can form a complete discrimination chain. The top layer seems to be white people in Western Europe, and the bottom layer is all kinds of people of color, blacks, and yellows. This is neither magic nor no. What? Oh, science, and no science. I see. Nelson nodded thoughtfully, looking into the distance. And their divisions are not strict. We all know that white people in Europe are divided into many races. Our Muggle allies are familiar with this matter, but this country is divided only by color. White saw Nelson, who looked far in the direction, frowned and asked, "By the way, what are you looking for?" "I'm listening." "I'm looking for lighthouses. I thought there should be lighthouses everywhere in the country of lighthouses." Nelson indicated that he didn't have half-hearted intentions, and he retracted his toes and replied, "When I met Barry on the cruise ship, he had a lighthouse. The patient is an Italian who came to the United States to travel. Because he was too tanned, he was caught by the farmer as a black slave, and he was tortured into a lunatic." "The lighthouse country? Haha, why do you call it the lighthouse country?" White covered his mouth and smiled. He was amused by Nelson's unique address and replied while laughing, "America, oh no, the east and west sides of the lighthouse country, it faces the ocean, so the sea transportation is very developed, and there are indeed many lighthouses, but they are not lit during the day." "I see." Nelson then pretended to be listening attentively, motioning for White to continue. "My uncle's name is Joshua Norton." After being interrupted by Nelson, White's tone became less serious, and she spoke slowly. "By the way, I also know a man named Norton," Lorian interjected. At some point, she walked up to the two of them and listened to the story that happened in the last century. "He is a pharmacist. Many squibs choose to learn potions because they don't have the talent to cast spells and finally become a basic potion master. Maybe my uncle also has some skills in this area." White replied casually and continued, My uncle's family has settled in England for a long time and lived near Diagon Alley. At that time, it was considered a well-known pure-blood family, but my uncle, as a rare squib in a pure-blood family, he was so discriminated against from birth that at the age of 2 his parents moved his family to South Africa for his mental health. An owl flew from the sea, getting closer and closer, until it was close to White. She grabbed the owl, took the newspaper from its feet, stuffed some money into the cloth pouch on its feet, opened it, took a look, and continued said, "In the middle of the last century, my uncle returned to the United States from South Africa. Here, he saw all kinds of distortions in this new country. Even in the wizarding circle of South Africa, he was ridiculed and stared at. He is the person who can empathize with discrimination the most. Seeing that the black slaves, Chinese laborers and original aborigines here are living worse than the house elves in the hands of Europeans, he is determined to change all this." "A restoration?" Nelson asked in confusion. "Shouldn't he go backwards? How can he reverse the course of history?" "It's not a restoration," White said with a blank look at him. He protested in a Muggle way and declared himself the Emperor of the United States in the newspaper. "Don't laugh. I laughed when I saw this at first, but it's more interesting. Yes, the local Muggles seem to be happy to see such a novel emperor appear on their land. This country was a federal country from the beginning," Nelson thought, and the content finally returned to his familiar content, commenting, "They have never experienced a feudal society, so the emperor is just a novelty for them. Fun stuff worth spending on." "I think so too," White nodded. "My uncle found the most meaningful career in life, to fight for greater rights and more equal status for the group of Muggles under his rule, and he did some achievements, such as this bridge under your feet, were originally proposed by him, but according to himself, his proudest achievement is running between Muggles and wizards as a squib, making the Muggles of America. The status is much higher than most countries and regions in the world. But I think what he does is boring. Muggles don't have wants anyway, don't know what he did, let alone remember him good. He is such an interesting and noble man." Nelson took off his soft felt hat and held it to his chest and said seriously, "There are really few such people, and I think his last job is the most important. The great ones can contribute silently where others don't notice, which is more worthy of our study. You always have a strange sympathy for Muggles, but it's no wonder. You are still young, and you have seen too few things." White took out his watch from his pocket to check the time, and said softly, "Old-fashioned. Everyone has some idealized things in their heads when they are young. You're not old yet." Lorian lifted Dinkus in front of White, and the puppy licked her face to drool. "Haha, compared to Nelson, I'm very old." White's cheeks were flushed. She talked about him from left to right, then picked up her watch and said, "It's time for him to come." "Who?" Nelson took out the envelope on his body and asked, "Is this the person who signed it? The current Emperor of the United States?" "That's right." White nodded and said, "Norton II. He is my uncle's son. The difference is that he is a very powerful wizard." After finishing speaking, she raised her watch and stared at the pointer on it. At the moment, when the pointer pointed to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a tall and thin man wearing a top hat appeared in front of the three of them. Norton II was an unsmiling and serious man. He quickly glanced around, first nodded slightly to White, and then looked carefully at Lorian and Nelson. He was wearing a navy blue straight uniform, which looked bright in the sun, forming an interesting contrast with his serious face. There were glittering gold-plated epaulets on the shoulders of the uniform, and several delicate epaulets of different materials hung on the chest. badge, which seems to have been issued to him by the United States Ministry of Magic. In his left hand, he held a scepter that seemed to be made of metal. The body of the scepter was engraved with entangling patterns, and there was a small 5-pointed star on the head of the scepter. The original color can be seen too much, and there is a black long-handled umbrella under the armpit. This umbrella is very worn out, but it is still clean. It can be seen that its owner usually does not use it to cover the rain. On the contrary, I love it very much. Norton II has a thin figure, and the blue trousers hang on his legs, which looks empty. He wears a polished black leather boot on his left foot. He is more like a staunch tin soldier than an emperor who inherited his father's career. Finding that it was impolite to stare at other people's incomplete places like this, Nelson quickly raised his head, looked at Norton II's face, nodded with a smile, and said hello, and then he was able to carefully look at his face. But Nelson didn't see clearly, or he didn't remember his appearance clearly. The extremely carefully groomed mustache on his upper lip almost occupied Nelson's entire impression of him, which left only one sentence in his mind: a serious tin soldier with a mustache. White. Norton II's eyes stayed on Nelson's face for a while, then he suddenly turned to White and said, "Your matter." His voice didn't sound like clanging clockwork as Nelson had imagined, but was gentle and youthful. "Uncle Norton," White said, stopping his next words, "it's almost settled. Very soon." "That's good." Norton II nodded, took out a piece of paper and looked down, without saying a word. Nelson was curious about what he was looking at when he suddenly saw Norton II close the page and hand it to himself. After taking a look, he realized that the page turned out to be the letter of introduction he had just held in his hand. "It's me." Norton II nodded, and a flash appeared in front of the copper plate next to Nelson. Only then did Nelson realize that this wizard with only one leg didn't seem to walk normally. The way to operate a master, Nelson thought. "Please come in." Norton II picked up the scepter and lightly touched his father's name on the copper plate with the 5-pointed star on the head of the scepter. Nelson saw the tall bridge pier suddenly move in his direction, and when he was about to hit the pier, he found himself in a simple office, which reminded Nelson of Mrs. Cole's office. "Welcome to America," the first half of Norton II's words sounded beside Nelson. In the next second, he was already sitting behind his desk. The couch appeared behind the three of them. "Please sit down. I'm Norton II, and my title is Emperor of the United States." He seemed to resist this title, perhaps because it was a bit difficult to say. After all, Emperor as a title itself is a very strange thing, but every time he introduced himself, but had to say, he finished the sentence in a fast-forward speed, cleared his throat, and said, "I'm currently serving as the director of the Department of International Affairs at the US Department of Magic. I'm personally responsible." He nodded friendlily to Nelson and Lorianne, his perfectly curved mustache flicked, and Nelson and Lorianne also nodded in return. Norton II took off the top hat on his head, put it on the table, and began to explain some travel matters to Nelson and Lorianne, such as the entrance to the Ministry of Magic, how to contact the Ministry of Magic, and some things to pay attention to. "Since your procedures have already been handled by Miss White," he said, pointing at White, "the two of you don't need to waste too much time on the procedures of the Ministry of Magic. Since your destination is Alvermorny, so are you going to take a tour first, or shall I send you to Alvermorny first?" "Let's go there first." Nelson and Lorianne looked at each other and said, "Let's put our luggage down first." "Okay, please follow me." Nelson raised his head and found that Norton II was already standing by the fireplace in the office and was using flue powder in it. Norton did exist in history, but the description in this article does not completely conform to the historical facts, and some modifications have been made for the magical world. Chapter 127 Alvermorny. Come with me. Remember to call Alvermorny. In the past, after sorting Mr. Wertling, the two of you can still make it to lunchtime. Norton II stood by the fireplace with green flames, and there was a faint sound of clanging on the other side. Sounded like the sound of a knife and fork hitting a dinner plate. He stretched out his right hand holding the scepter to make a gesture of "please come in," looked at White, and said, "White, but you are still." "I understand, Uncle Norton. I'm relieved to deliver them to you." White nodded, picked up his wand, and disappeared into the office. Nelson pulled the suitcase, took a deep breath, and walked towards the fireplace as nervously as he had boarded the Hogwarts Express for the first time via King's Cross platform 9 3/4. Wait, Nelson. Lorraine grabbed his arm and asked in a low voice, "Are you going to walk into this fire?" "That's right. The other side should be the Alvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Nelson patiently explained. "Flue powder can activate the fireplace connected to the Flue network. Be sure to call the correct name before entering." Unlike Hogwarts, although Alvermorny also set up a large number of hiding places and spells to protect the school, it still left a place in the school hall to set up a fireplace dedicated to receiving visitors, making Alvermorny, compared with other magic academies in the world, Neil communicates more frequently and effectively with the outside world. This young school, which was founded in the first half of the 17th century, and has a history that is not even as long as some schools. Through frequent exchanges and unique teaching, it became one of the most prestigious wizarding schools in the world, and of course, for the students of Alvermorny, the best wizarding school in the world. Alvermorny. Nelson walked to the fireplace and whispered the name of the school. When the flames in the fireplace turned green, he pulled the box and stepped in. "Welcome to Alvermorny, Mr. Wordling." Nelson raised his head, and Norton II was standing in front of him, supporting himself, who was a little uncomfortable. After cleaning up the soot, he turned sideways and motioned for Nelson to welcome Lorianne, who came out later, while he greeted the teachers who came out relaxedly. Soon, a figure in a dress appeared in the fireplace. Nelson stepped forward, took Lorianne's hand, and covered the girl's head with the other hand, helping her out of the fireplace. "Clean it up." Nelson took out his wand and helped Lorianne dust off her body in a similar manner. "Thank you." Lorianne thanked with a smile, and then began to look around at the grand hall they were in. This building is not much different from the Great Hall of Hogwarts, with rough and stream of consciousness brushwork on the towering stone walls depicting the story of the establishment of this magic school. It looks like a child's graffiti, giving people a natural and clumsy look. The dome of the hall is also unique. Four weathers with distinct personalities are intertwined. Each weather is painted with a magical animal, namely the long-horned water snake crawling in the dense fog, the thunderbird calling the wind and rain in the thunderstorm, and the standing under the scorching sun. The leopard cat roaring on the hills of the wasteland, and the goblin healing the trees in the wet jungle. These four magical animals also correspond to the four colleges of Alvermorny, and four long tables are placed directly below the four weathers. The four long tables were full of students. The blue school robe was dotted with rose-red lace, and the neckline was tied with a golden complex knot. "Your Majesty Norton." When the teachers approached, the leading old man blinked mischievously and took the lead to kneel down to Norton II. Norton II hurried to help him, but when his hand reached out, the teachers had already saluted and got up. Nelson noticed that Norton II hadn't moved his position since standing there, and it seemed that Alvermorny was also covered with magic that prohibited apparition, so that Norton II could not move freely. Why bother with these red tapes? Norton II stood there dumbfounded. "You are our emperor." The old man walked forward with a smile, hugged Norton II, and quickly turned his eyes to the two standing behind Norton. "These two are the students and job-seeking janitors I mentioned when I wrote to you earlier." Norton II turned sideways and introduced to the old man Nelson Wertling and Lorianne Cornello. After all, he whispered something to the old man. The old man waved his hand to let the teachers behind him leave first, and then looked thoughtfully in the direction of Nelson and Lorianne, but he didn't know who he was looking at. Norton II waved his hand to bring Nelson and Lorianne closer, and pulled the old man to introduce them. "This is the current principal of Alvermorny, Professor Scrit of 12 Trees." Professor. Nelson and Lorianne greeted each other. Nelson was a little curious. Words like city, mansion and secret were rarely used by people to name them. "Hello." Professor 12 Trees greeted the two of them with a smile, just like an elderly neighbor. His grey half-length hair and beard have not been carefully taken care of. He has a red, round, he has a bulbous nose, and his small black eyes sparkle with childlike cunning and innocence. He wears a blue and red wizard robe trimmed with gold, which looks like a cassock. There seems to be a huge power hidden in his tanned palms, but through the cuffs on his wrists, it can be seen that his skin is actually very fair. This old man must have often done some outdoor homework when he was young. He pulled Nelson over, took Laureen and handed her into Nelson's hands, and said easily, without the restraint of meeting for the first time, "Don't be grateful to His Majesty the Emperor. He sent me the application form, but I signed it agreed. Skritov." Norton II smiled dryly, and spread his hands. "Go back." Professor 12trees snapped his fingers and said proudly, "Don't worry if you leave them to me. Our school is no worse than their Hogwarts. I have lifted the ban on apparition. Go get busy." Norton II nodded, held onto the brim of his top hat, and disappeared in an instant. Since the fireplace for visitors is located in the corner of the hall, only a few students noticed the arrival of Nelson and his party. The direction of the visitors' fireplace. "Come with me." Professor 12trees clapped his hands, and Nelson and Lorianne followed him through the gate of the auditorium, and walked forward along a corridor, paved with stone bricks. "The two of you can dine in the staff cafeteria later," said Professor 12trees, snapping his fingers, and a short-haired wizard in a dark blue robe suddenly appeared beside him. He looked at Lorianne and asked, "Miss Cornaro, would you mind living in the cottage next to the greenhouse? There is everything there, the conditions are not worse than other rooms, and it is closer to various places." "Yes." Lorianne nodded. "Okay, Mr. Wertning, are you two going to live together? The HUD has been vacant, and there are 4 rooms in it, which is enough for 2 people. Our dormitory is just full." Nelson asked Lorianne for advice, and she said to Professor 12trees, "Yes, it's also convenient for me to take care of him." "Okay." Professor 12trees said to the wizard beside him, "Nedenda, can you help me take Miss Cornello to her future residence?" Nedenda turned around, and Nelson realized that she turned out to be a witch with a cropped head. Her voice was a bit hoarse, and matched with her deep lined face, she had a strange charm. She asked Nelson, "Will Ertling, do you need me to help you with your luggage?" "Oh, yes." Nelson was flattered and handed over the suitcase, thanking him. "Thank you, Ms. Nedenda. I'm the school administrator of Alvermorny, and that's what I should do." Nedenda pursed his thin lips, and said, "If you must have a title, please call me Mr. Nedenda." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Nedenda." Nedenda took Nelson's suitcase, and disappeared around the corner of the corridor with Lorianne. Watching the two leave, Professor 12trees led Nelson to the depths of the corridor, turned his head and asked, "Are you from Hogwarts, Mr. Wertling?" "I studied at Hogwarts for a while," said Nelson. "You called me. What college do you belong to?" "I remember that Hogwarts has a sorting ceremony." He thought back, and asked curiously, "Can you tell me the content of your sorting ceremony?" "Sorry, Professor 12trees, the Hogwarts sorting ceremony can only be experienced by freshmen." Nelson continued, remembering the Hogwarts tradition. "But Hogwarts does have a sorting ceremony. It will according to certain talents. Students are divided into 4 houses: Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, and I studied in Slytherin before." "Oh." Professor 12trees understood. "So you are a Slytherin?" "That's right." Nelson nodded. "But before I was sorted into Slytherin, I thought I was a Muggle-born wizard." "There is no difference. Your background does not determine your future." Professor 12trees turned around and said seriously, "This is the consensus of some of our educators. I take it for granted, Professor. Alvermorny also needs 4 colleges. We don't have as famous founders as Hogwarts. Our colleges correspond to 4 unique magical animals in America, and each represents some of the things we hope students can show in education character." Professor 12trees questioned, "Mr. Wiltoning, do you know which 4 magical animals they are?" "Horned water snakes, thunderbirds, ocelots, and goblins." Nelson replied, "I've read some books on the history of magic, among them other stories about the 4 founders of Alvermorny choosing 4 magical animals as symbols of their academy." "Good guy, you are actually interested in the history of magic." Professor 12trees was a little surprised, as if it was normal for wizards not to pay attention to the history of magic. He said, "Since you know, then I won't say too much. How long do you want to study here? We still need to sort you. Our Alvermorny branch is not as explicit as Hogwarts. In short, there is no distinction between good and bad. I understand, Professor." "That's good." Professor 12trees nodded. "Nelson, your cleansing spell is good. How is your magic mastered? I suggest you explain it in detail, so that I can customize your Alvermorny study plan." Okay, Professor. Nelson recalled and said, I studied 7 courses at Hogwarts: potions, herbalism, charms, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, divination, and history of magic. My best subject is history of magic, followed by transfiguration and charms. Defense against the dark arts and divination are mediocre, and potions and herbalism are poor. Where is the headquarters of the Goblin Rebellion? Professor 12trees asked casually. A tavern in Hogsmeade. Nelson replied. Seeing that Professor 12trees hadn't responded for a long time, he turned his head and asked, is that right, Professor? Turning his head, he saw that Professor 12trees was flipping through a tome that he didn't know where he came from. Seeing Nelson looking at him, Professor 12trees said, I don't really know, let me check. Oh, really? That's good. Nelson, you said you are good at transfiguration and charms. Is it convenient to show it? Professor 12trees pointed to the front of the corridor. We have to walk. There is still a while. Okay. Nelson put his hand into his pocket, stirred it inside, and made a loud clanging noise. Professor 12trees couldn't help raising his brows when he heard the strange noise, and his thick round eyebrows almost flew away. Went to heaven. Good idea. Professor 12trees vaguely guessed what Nelson might have in his pocket, and couldn't help admiring his clear thinking. Nelson took out a small metal ball, pulled out his wand from the inside of his coat, and used the levitation spell to control the ball to fly in front of him. As he walked forward, he waved his wand and muttered words. The small metal ball in the air quickly became bigger and twisted, and turned into a cool little silver minecart. Professor, get in the car. Nelson stepped onto the small minecar without tracks, and Professor 12trees followed behind, and looked at his back. Seeing the principal get into the car, Nelson pointed behind with his wand, and the car quickly ran to the front of the corridor. Professor 12trees tapped on the armrest of the trolley with his wand, snapped off a piece, held it in his hand, looked at it carefully, and nodded from time to time. Did Albus Dumbledore teach you your transfiguration? Professor 12trees patted Nelson's shoulder appreciatively and said, very good. If you only look at transfiguration, I can give it to you directly. You have issued your diploma. Thank you. You are great, Nelson. Professor 12trees patted harder. You will be the pride of Alvermorny. By the way, you can slow down. We are almost there. To clarify, the official wizarding organization in the United States is not actually called the Ministry of Magic, but the Magic Congress of America, but the functions are actually the same. I think the naming of the Ministry of Magic in various countries is actually determined according to the political system of the Muggles. Since I can't find the names of the state agencies in some countries at that time, for the convenience of writing in the future, they are collectively referred to as the Ministry of Magic here. Regarding the 12trees, I didn't find any relevant information about Alvermorny during World War II, so the content here may be more original. If you know the book, friends, welcome and thank you for your assistance in errata. Chapter 128, Longhorned Water Snake. We have arrived. A light appeared at the end of the corridor, and a few seconds later, Nelson steered the small minecart to a slow stop at the end. It was a small arched glass door, which was a little ordinary compared to the deep and long corridor. Nelson followed Professor 12trees and got out of the car. With a wave of his hand, the trolley car turned back into a silver ball and flew back to his hand. Professor 12trees turned his head to look at him, held the glass door, and said, "This is the hall of our branch." Nelson took a closer look. The arch was about 3 meters high and was divided into upper and lower parts from the center. The upper half was made of transparent glass. The silver wire plate sets out the complicated roots of the world tree. In his eyes, surrounded by trunks and roots, the 10 crowns of the world tree seem to be stretching out their branches and leaves to connect with each other. The roots penetrate deeper and deeper, and the silver patterns even leave the door frame and run along the ground toward Nelson's feet. Crawling, several worlds represented by the canopy even began to evolve and communicate with each other. Nelson was stunned. He shook his head and blinked his eyes. The glass door in front of him changed back to its ordinary appearance, and all the abnormal movements disappeared. It seemed that everything he saw just now was an illusion. Haha, Professor 12trees caressed the arch and said proudly, "Although the material is only ordinary glass and mithril, its historical and artistic attainments are very high. This door and the opposite window are a pair. Almost the oldest artwork in our school. Artwork? Nelson asked softly. That's right, although it has a long history. We once thought it had some kind of ancient magic, Professor 12trees introduced, but no, this door and its matching windows belong to the founder of our school, brought from home in Ireland by Professor Thorser, who is said to be of Salazar Slytherin descent. Descendants of Slytherin? Nelson thought that the descendants of Slytherin were only one branch of the Hangleton Gaunt family, but he didn't expect to find Tom's relatives in this place across the ocean. That's right, Professor 12trees nodded. Her aunt is the famous witch Gormley Gaunt. So I think it's actually a good choice for you to come to Alvermorny. After all, everyone in Salazar has something about Slytherin. Slytherin's relics turned out to be ordinary doors and windows. Nelson wrote down the name of Gormley Gaunt. We also don't think it should be. Alvermorny's previous professor of the history of magic made a statement, but unfortunately it has not been verified. Professor 12trees pressed his hand on the trunk of the world tree. It is said that wizards who master Slytherin magic can see some mysteries of magic from the pattern on this door, but it's a pity that Salazar Slytherin's magic has long been lost. That's a pity. It's a pity. I'm also very curious about what his magic looks like. Excuse me, Nelson. Professor 12trees motioned Nelson to take a step back and said, I'm going to open the door. Nelson took a step back and stood behind Professor 12trees on the right, watching him chanting. Alvermorny, young and great Alvermorny, I have brought a boy as young as you to seek the knowledge of the Stonehouse all-knowing horned serpent. Have mercy on the wisdom of the ignorant, daring and free Thunderbird. Please protect the souls of the cowardly, brave and glorious cats and leopards. Please strengthen the body of the weak, merciful goblin. Look into the heart of the indifferent. Share your character and talent with these sun-like children. Please find a place for them at the top of Mount Greylock. We appreciate your generosity. You must be happy for them too. Professor 12trees glanced back at Nelson and said to the arch, excuse me, this time there is only one young man who came halfway. His name is Nelson Williams Wertling. Please arrange the college for him to attend. As soon as the words fell, Professor 12trees pressed the cane on the trunk with a little force, and the whole world tree emitted a dazzling but warm white light, and the arch slowly separated from the middle of the trunk to the left and right. This magic was added by us. Come in, they recognize you. You don't need to be sorted with freshmen next year. Professor 12trees walked in front, hugged Nelson's shoulders, and whispered to him with his head down. I have to explain to you that you must respect the four of them, but you don't have to be too afraid. Just be yourself. The four of them? Nelson wondered, but before he finished speaking, Professor 12trees pushed him hard from behind, and Nelson passed through the glass door, rushing forward uncontrollably. He saw that he was in a hall that looked like a coliseum. There were 4 huge statues on all sides of the stands. He stepped on dozens of stairs on the ground below the stands. Above his head was the top of a dome that could not be seen at a glance. A thick white mist filled the air, making the surrounding statues somewhat unreal. Nelson flails his arms and falls from the top of the stands. This old principle, you're quite strong. This was the only sentence Nelson thought of when he landed in the stands. He blinked and found that he was standing in the center of the bottom platform, with a complex golden pattern under his feet. Nelson carefully identified it and recognized its true face, a golden Gordian knot, a complicated knot that was said to untie the person who could become the king of Asia, but was finally cut off by Alexander the Great's sword. Human character and traits are the same as complex knots. A cold female voice sounded in Nelson's ear. Many wizards may not know what kind of person they are until they die. We are not curious about who you are, kid. It was a somewhat vague male voice, which seemed to have a sharp meaning from a long distance away, but we will decide, based on your deepest characteristics. Where will you study? You seem to have taken similar tests. That's nothing. People are always changing. The 4 of us represent 4 different qualities, and your thoughts will activate the corresponding stone statues. Nelson had no time to answer. Another male voice came from his ear. The taoist voice sounded full of vitality, and Nelson even felt that he was not very old. Even if you are a complex enough person, there will be more than one statue activated for you. It's your turn to make a decision at that time, but don't worry, I think you must have your own answer when you walk in here. The last sentence sounds like a gentle and generous man, he encouraged. Go ahead, I hope you get what you want in Alvermorny. Nelson took a step forward. Although he had already been sorted at Hogwarts, he still had some longing in his heart because a sorting hat may have been on his head for less than 3 seconds. As a pretentious person, I still have some expectations for the drama of genius monks being scrambled by major academies. Soon, the white fog in front of him dissipated, revealing a straight passage. Nelson stood there and waited for a while, but found that there was still no other passage open for him, and shook his head in disappointment. You seem disappointed, the cold female voice who spoke first asked. No. Nelson hurried forward. I'm just confused about the future. You don't even know what the statue in front of you is. Then why are you disappointed? The female voice ignored Nelson's sophistry and continued. Then you must be disappointed because you don't have enough statues to choose from. You are such an insatiable people. Ma'am, I don't. Nelson continued to argue. Not only greedy, but also pretentious. Nelson didn't speak, but just quickened his pace and walked forward. He was afraid that people would not want him, so he dropped out of school as soon as he came, which would be a loss for adults. However, people who are greedy and pretentious are just right for us. The cold female voice changed the subject and said, we advocate knowledge and wisdom, and what the greedy people desire most is wisdom beyond ordinary people. Do smart people think they are as mediocre as ordinary people? Nelson walked to the edge of the field and saw a thick base carved out of bluestone that was as high as 3 people. He looked up, and the white mist around him dissipated. A long-horned water snake clinging to the branch of the world tree was looking up. In the distance, the crystal embedded in the forehead emits a faint white light, which is as cold as the woman's voice. Following the eyes of the long-horned water snake, there is an arched window depicting the world tree pattern, and the sunlight from the top of the mountain is shining through the window. Sprinkled in, passing through the colored painting on the glass, a huge tree was drawn on the ground with light and shadow. Horned water snake, representing the wisdom of witches and wizards. I'm not a smart person. Nelson smiled dryly, seeing an arched door opened in the center of the stone base. He saluted the wizard to the statue and walked into the door. The corridor inside the arch is exactly the same as when he came here. Nelson took out the ball and turned it into a trolley car again. He stood on it and drove forward boredly. Soon, Nelson came to a 5-fork intersection. He walked along the intersection guided by the street signs. Walked to the widest corridor in the center. Where is it assigned? After a while, Nelson saw Professor 12trees standing in front of him waiting for him. He put away the small minecart and walked towards the principal. Horned water snake. Good college. Professor 12trees patted Nelson on the shoulder and said, when you said you were good at the history of magic, I thought you were going there. After all, those who can calm down and study history must like reading, and the horned water snake prefers people who like to read. Ravenclaw? Nelson felt a lot better in his heart, and he felt more and more that there should be something wrong with Hogwarts' sorting hat. You mean the Ravenclaw of Hogwarts? Professor 12trees thought for a moment and said, it's kind of similar, but not exactly the same. The trays we value are different from Hogwarts. Longhorn's Hydra is supposed to be a house between Ravenclaw and Slytherin. I see. Actually, you don't need to care about the college. After all, the learning content is the same. I heard that Hogwarts colleges have deep prejudices. Fortunately, even Slytherin and Gryffindor are very close. Nelson shook his head and said, I don't know much about other schools. Principal 12trees, can you tell me more about our school and college? Ha ha ha, good boy. Professor 12trees smiled and blew his beard and patted Nelson on the shoulder vigorously. He liked Nelson's slightly cunning reaction, but he appreciated Nelson's attitude of treating the principal as an equal, different from the country where Alvermorny is located, as a magic school located in an immigrant country with muggles participating in the construction. Equality has always been the theme of Alvermorny. But what he doesn't know is that although he looks young, Nelson is a person who has seen big storms. From the Dark Lord to the little beggar, Nelson has come into contact with all kinds of people in the world. Do you know Serafina Piccolo? I know that the Secretary of the United States Department of Magic played a major role in the incident of magical animals getting out of control. Nelson said as if reciting a text. That's right, although I think her most outstanding achievement is actually allowing wizards to drink alcohol. Professor 12 Trees shrugged and led Nelson out of the corridor, saying, when she was sorted, I was still an alchemy teacher. At that time, all 4 statues chose her, and in the end, she chose the horned water serpent. So she graduated here too. Nelson nodded. That's right, such a talented witch chose to choose your academy. Professor 12 Trees recalled, of course, I don't want you to be blindly arrogant. I understand, I won't. Nelson followed him, walked to another arched stone door, and watched Professor 12 Trees take out the key from his pocket. Very good, said Professor 12 Trees as he opened the door. Longhorn Water Snake Academy was established by the founder of Isle Vermorny, Principal Aesop's. She is a wise witch. At the beginning of her establishment, she appreciates those who value knowledge. Compared with the other 3 academies, the Horned Water Serpent will allow you to have access to more advanced spellcasting skills such as silent casting, wandless casting, delayed casting, etc. But the corresponding, it may be more difficult for you to access the special content of the other 3 colleges. That's awesome. Principal. Nelson was a little excited when he heard the 3 small fires of the horned water snake. Of course it's great. Professor 12 Trees pushed open the door, pointing to the room that looked like a library, and said, this is where the students of Isle Vermorny got their magic wands, and wizards in this land of America didn't use magic wands before. Yes, until the Aesops came here, so almost all the wands of American wizards are obtained in Isle Vermorny. You should have your own wand, right? Do you need another one? No need, Professor. Nelson took out the cold fir wand and shook it lightly. Thank you, I have my own wand. Wait, this wand doesn't seem to be yours. I wish you all a happy new year. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Attacking the Ministry of Magic. This is indeed not my own wand. Nelson raised his eyebrows. You can even tell that. Can you show me? Professor 12 Trees held out his hand to Nelson. Here you are. Nelson put his left hand in his pocket and handed the wand in his right hand to Professor 12 Trees. This is a wand inherited from one of my former classmates. Let me see. Hey, Nelson, pay attention to the maintenance of the wand. Professor 12 Trees carefully brought the wand close to his eyes, then took it away in disgust, wiped it with the magic spell, and continued. Forward, 10 1/3 inches, very hard, hard to bend, suitable for polymorphing. The core of the staff is, well, the heartstring of the dragon, the 3rd child of the Ollivander family. It should be their product. That's right. Nelson nodded. This is indeed Ollivander's work. This hemming is a bit wild. It's not like Garrick's technique, it's more like his father's, but it's different. Professor 12 Trees held the wand in his hand and made it float slowly while spinning. After careful observation, he commented, this should be the work of his great-grandfather or grandfather. This rough and efficient wand making technique is most suitable for the large demand for wands in the wizarding world during the Goblin Rebellion in the th century. A mass-produced wand? Nelson asked, but I don't think it's any worse than the new wand I bought in Diagon Alley. It's not as rough as the usual mass-produced products. No. Professor 12 Trees shook his head and corrected, although mass-produced things are not necessarily shoddy, but mass-produced wands must be shoddy. To use a new Muggle term in recent years, it means poor quality control. But when there are enough products with poor quality control, there will definitely be high quality products. This one seems to be in good condition, and it should have been passed down as a fine product for a long time. Professor 12 Trees handed the wand back to Nelson, talking eloquently. Don't you wonder why there are so few ancient wands? Except those a fabled wand, maybe the only one you've ever seen. That's right. Nelson nodded. I really rarely see this kind of wand that has been passed down for 100 years or more. That's because everything else has been damaged. Professor 12 Trees said, and the reason why you think it works well is because the dragon heartstring has a characteristic. It is easy to succumb to a powerful user, especially at the beginning the owner is long gone. On the other hand, wands made of fir wood are one of the most suitable wands for transfiguration, and it just fits your strengths. Did you buy a wand yourself in the first place? What kind of material is it? It's this one, Professor. Nelson took out his left hand in his pocket and pulled out a clean and slender black wand. Oh, let me see. Professor 12 Trees narrowed his eyes and grabbed Nelson's wand in the air. This wand that Nelson hadn't used for a long time struggled vigorously under his grasp. Black walnut? Seeing that the wand was resisting him, Professor 12 Trees loosened his grip and let the wand fall back into Nelson's hand. He shook his head with a look of nostalgia in his eyes and said, "The wand of black walnut is very in particular. I suggest you use your wand more often." "Why? Didn't Garrick tell you?" said Professor 12 Trees. "In his theory, black walnut is one of the wood's most valued and understood by the owner. Why don't you use your wand? You know that it must be the best for you." "Professor, I seldom use this wand," Nelson explained, "because I'm away all year round. It's inevitable that I will cast magic, and I'm afraid of disturbing traces." "Zogsi?" Professor 12 Trees was stunned, and then he took out his wand and waved it casually and said, "I didn't expect this. After all, when I was studying, there was no such thing as Zogsi. You don't have to worry about it now." "Really? Thank you." Nelson held up his wand and asked curiously, "Professor, you know so much about wands. Can you make them?" "Yes." Professor 12 Trees led Nelson through the rows of shelves, leading him to admire every wand placed here. "Before Alvermorny came to this continent, here the wizards in China do not use wands. For a long time, even now, the wands in the United States come from Alvermorny. Every new student will get a wand that belongs to him after the sorting ceremony, but after they graduate previously, wands were not allowed to be taken out of Alvermorny. These wands were made by the headmaster of Alvermorny, and before becoming a headmaster, one had to be a good wand maker. Is there any difference between these wands?" Nelson followed behind Professor 12 Trees. The old man's movements were a little vigorous, and Nelson also had a little difficulty following. "Of course," Professor 12 Trees said, shaking his head. "Every wandmaker has his own habits, and the countries they live in have different products, which also makes them different in the choice of materials. The impact is in all aspects, so that there will be a lot of difference after being passed down from generation to generation. Just like the Ollivander, you know, their family only uses 3 kinds of stick cores: phoenix tail feathers, unicorn hair and dragon heartstrings," Nelson said. "That's right. According to Garrick, these 3 kinds of cores are the most suitable and typical 3 kinds of cores that their family has tried to find for generations." Professor 12 Trees shrugged, "But I think he is still not enough bold. Alvermorny's wand is willing to try any magical animal material and any wood, and we believe that even a rare wand can wait for its destined owner. Like this one." Professor 12 Trees casually picked up a dusty wand on the shelf near the exit, gently brushed off the dust, and said, "The whiskers of the cat and the watermelon vine. What do you think? Would you like a wand?" "That sounds cute." Nelson tried to recall what the cat Lizzie looked like. "It's quite weak, isn't it?" Professor 12 Trees raised the crooked wand that seemed to be broken from the bushes by the roadside and said softly to the door, "The fluorescent light is shining." A beam of bright and even dazzling light was released from the tip of the staff, instantly turning the world in Nelson's eyes into whiteness. He covered his eyes and heard Professor 12 Trees say, "This is the enhancement of the counter-illumination spell I've seen. Biggest wand, isn't it?" "Yes, Professor." Nelson couldn't see anything and was dragged forward by Professor 12 Trees, staggering to meet him. "It's really bright." "Right, wands, like people, have their own strengths." Professor 12 Trees covered Nelson's eyes with his hands. Soon, a cool feeling spread from his eyes. Nelson blinked, and everything in front of him it's clearer. He looked around and found that he was in a confined space of 2 meters square. The trembling walls told him that this space was moving at a high speed. "Professor, what is this?" Nelson thought of the healing magic that Zweig had used and somehow felt a little familiar and asked, "Healing magic?" "That's right." Professor 12 Trees nodded. "I graduated from Goblin Academy, and the teaching there is more inclined to some of our unique healing magic. Communication. This special witch doctor magic was introduced to Alvermorny. Under the organization of James Stewart, the founder of Goblin Academy, a group of young and outstanding wizards and wizards spent more than 10 years turning them into wizards. The magic used. Awesome. There's something even worse. Professor Stewart is a no-mage. No-mage. No-mage is what muggles are called in America. No, Professor, I'm just curious as to why no-mage became the founder of a college in Alvermorny. He is the lover of Principal Aesop, and he is also the person in this school who most advocates teaching European magic to local wizards. Professor 12 Trees looked admiringly. He is the person I respect the most. It is indeed worthy of respect, but Professor, the law of secrecy. What kind of secrecy law was there at that time? Hearing the word secrecy law, the corner of Professor 12 Trees' mouth twitched, as if recalling some bad memories. Hello, I'm Tom Riddle who applied for the transnational fireplace earlier. British Ministry of Magic, Department of International Affairs Reception Hall. Tom, who had just got off the train, was standing in front of the counter with Nelson's school bag on his back to register. Mr. Riddle, just to confirm, are you going to use the Flu network to go from the fireplace of the International Affairs Department of the British Ministry of Magic in London to the fireplace of the International Affairs Department of the French Ministry of Magic in Paris at 5 o'clock this morning? Yes. Okay, the clerk asked, while manipulating a quill pen to write vigorously on a thick book. Do you want to make some adjustments to the itinerary? Can you set the time to? Asked Tom, taking a glance from his hand. 4:15. No, sir. Due to the tense situation, our Flu network can only be activated on the hour. Tom frowned and asked, can that set the end of the journey in a hidden place? No, sir. Due to the tense situation, we only connect to the Ministry of Magic network in France. Can I not use the fireplace? Tom laughed angrily and asked jokingly, can you send me to France on a flying carpet? No, sir. Our only means of transportation is the Flu network. Then why do you ask me? Tom held his forehead and walked to the sofa at the entrance of the reception hall, preparing to sit on it for a while. He found that there were suddenly more people in the Ministry of Magic outside the door, not at all like 5 in the morning. London at AM is not like the Ministry of Magic at AM. Since this can't be changed, then it can't be changed. Why do you ask me if I want to adjust the itinerary? This is a service rule, sir. The clerk showed 8 teeth and showed a stiff smile in order to let you experience a homely service attitude. Yes, I used to live in an orphanage, Tom said while sitting on a chair, holding his school bag in front of him, and picked up the newspaper beside him. If it's called being at home, I really feel it. Thank you, sir, and I hope you can give me 10 points for my service. The clerk continued to show off his 8 white teeth. Tom laughed and ignored him. The clerk seemed to have misunderstood what an 8-tooth smile looked like. He showed 2 rows of 4 teeth on the top and bottom, which looked weird. What? After a while, Tom screamed, waking up the other people waiting in the reception hall. Boy, what are you calling? The old lady got up angrily and spat out her dentures. France is at war. Tom didn't care about her rudeness, but patiently explained to her. So what if the war starts? The old lady put back her dentures and said disdainfully with a cane on her hands, I've lived for more than 100 years. France started wars with other people every few days, and it usually ended very quickly. France is not at war with others. Another middle-aged wizard who picked up the newspaper frowned and said solemnly, we are at war with Ermengarde in France, and the person who did it was the headmaster of Hogwarts. Professor Armando Dupert. Where? The old lady fell silent, and another witch who just woke up asked, where did they start the war? It was in the hiding place at the beginning, but now Principal Dupert's people have already invaded Ermengarde. The middle-aged wizard's hair was visible to the naked eye, and his tone was a little restless. He trembled and said, the Auras in Paris have put the city under martial law, the newspaper said, and Ermengarde claimed, this act of undeclared war is a shameful sneak attack, and they will retaliate in the most brutal way. And 3 hours ago the Ministry of Magic issued a statement. The most elite Aura team has been dispatched to the aid of Professor Dupert. It seems that a war is really going to happen. Good fight. The witch who asked the question was even a little excited. I can't stand the secrecy law anymore. I hope the Dark Lord can kick these officials' ass hard. What the hell? What do you know? The wizard reading the newspaper sneered. Besides, the Dark Lord hasn't shown up yet. No one spoke, and everyone was thinking about their own affairs. On the rows of benches in the reception hall, centered on two wizards, the wizards waiting to use the flu network formed two distinct camps. Tom quietly left the reception hall, found the owl shared by the Ministry of Magic, and quickly sent a note. Half an hour later, Tom got into the big fireplace calling the name of the International Affairs Department of the French Ministry of Magic. The moment he left, the street outside the Ministry of Magic building was filled with wizards in black robes. They surrounded the building from the sky to the ground. A tall bald-headed wizard led a special team to push through the crowd and stood at the foot of the Ministry of Magic building. He took out his wand and tapped his throat lightly, followed by a deafening sound. Lord Grindelwald never breaks his word. Chapter 130 Continue the attack on the Ministry of Magic. Hi, may I help you? The black-haired witch with high cheekbones sat behind the front desk of the French Ministry of Magic and International Affairs Department. Seeing Tom emerge from the fireplace, she adjusted her glasses and took out the registration form to fill out. Different from the previous scene, where there was an endless stream of visitors, at this moment there was no one else in this hall, except Tom and her, and it looked extremely deserted. Outside the closed door, there were bursts of dull explosions one after another. "Ma'am, I'm from England and here's my visa." Tom took out his identification from the British Ministry of Magic and put it on the table. "It's a coincidence that you came here. In another quarter of an hour, we will be under martial law. Let me see." Tom Riddle. The witch put down her pen, held her eyes, and pulled it to her nose, and looked down. Looking at Tom's face, he said, "I remember you, sir. The last time you used the international flu network here to return to London, it was because of the riots at the Dumbledore trial, didn't you?" "Yes." Tom nodded. "You have a good memory. I have to say." The witch put the glasses back where they should be, picked up a quill and quickly wrote on the registration form, "We don't recommend that little wizards like you come to France at this time." And you wrote this sentence on the itinerary. "From the Ministry of Magic to go directly to the hiding place by the fireplace. This application cannot be approved, and all traffic in the hiding place has been blocked, including Muggle transportation." Huh. Tom frowned. "But I've really got some serious business to do in Paris. So I suggest you take the flu network back to London first, and come back later, when the situation has stabilized." The witch looked at the fireplace beside her, and rolled her eyes. "Well, you Brits are very fast. The flu gateway is gone. You can't go back." "I'm not planning to go back either," said Tom, biting his lip. "Is it really important?" asked the witch, putting down her pen and pushing a newspaper in front of Tom. "Is it more important than fighting?" No. Tom nodded earnestly. "I've read the report, but I have a reason to go. The hiding place is dead. Are you going to do business there?" The witch spread her hands, expressing her helplessness, and said, "Even if you find someone who does the smuggling business, you can't help you go there." "I'm not going to the hiding place." Tom saw a glimmer of hope, put his hand on the table and explained, "I'm just going there for a transit, looking for a place to live for a few days. The place I'm going to is Paris. Paris of melons." Boom. The ceiling of the office hall shook violently, and the crystal chandelier above the witch's head shook violently. She covered her head with her hands, cast an armor spell on top of Tom's head, and asked nervously, while leaning on the rickety table, "Paris where?" "Paris journal. Let me see. Where is the map?" The witch crawled under the table. Even though the crystal chandelier had already started to drop the crystals, she still searched leisurely. After a while, she crawled out from under the table, pointing to a wooden door next to it. He said happily, "I found it. There is an amnestic office next to the Paris Daily News. You can enter through the fireplace in that office. Hurry up." "Oh, yes." Tom responded, carrying the suitcase, and ran to the office she was pointing to, and asked back, "Did you?" "I'm fine." "You run. The Dark Lord is coming." The witch held her wand nervously, as if recalling some spell. She looked at Tom, and said, "The flu powder is in the jar above the fireplace. Remember to call Amnestic's office in Paris, and don't get it wrong. By the way, do you have Muggle money?" "I have." Tom opened the door, and trotted toward the fireplace. "Thank you, ma'am." The door closed behind him. Tom lamented the enthusiasm of the witch. He wanted to help her through the difficult time, but at this moment, he only wanted to find Tom Riddle, who was missing in the newspaper, so he really didn't have the energy to go think about other things. I hope she doesn't think I'm a bad character. Tom pouted, took the can of green powder from the fireplace, sprinkled it into the fireplace, and shouted, "The amnestic office is based in Paris." Then he straightened his collar and stepped in. Opposite the fireplace is a messy shop. On the shelves in the shop are some odds and ends of daily necessities, towels, soaps, wash basins and so on. Most of them are dumped aside at the moment. It was hot, but there was no one in the store. The door was open, and it could be seen that the people in the store were walking in a hurry. Tom looked around, found a tourist map of Paris on the shelf by the door, thought for a moment, returned to the fireplace, counted a few coins from his wallet, and put them on the fireplace, turned and left the shop. It should be dawn now. Paris is on the east side of London. Tom looked at the dim light on the street, squinted his eyes, and looked up at the sky. After a while, he said, "WTF. Over Paris, there are enough black veils to fill the entire sky. They hover over every street, intertwine with each other at street corners, and slowly spread to the top of the building. It is hard to tell if the flowing black veils are one by one or one by one. As a whole, I just felt that it covered the sky like a black cold fire, and also like a mythical black dragon." Tom couldn't even imagine how the muggles who went out in the morning would feel when they saw this scene, but he in fact, don't worry, they have already experienced such a spectacle more than 10 years ago. Holding the map, he was looking for the direction of the Paris daily newspaper while paying attention to the surrounding situation. Although the street is not in the center of Paris, he is the only pedestrian on the street at this moment. Tom understands that the black veil in the sky is not only it is used to express Grindelwald's aesthetics, and it also has the ability to expel muggles. The newspaper office was still 2 blocks away from where Tom was. He walked carefully through the quiet and dark street, adhering to the principle of "no one offends me, I will not offend others," treating himself as an ordinary passerby, ignoring the far and near explosions coming from my ears. I approached my target. Tom noticed a black-robed wizard standing on the top of the tallest building on the opposite street, looking in his direction. He quickly dodged and hid in a side alley, using the skills he had honed in the orphanage all those years ago. His street skills disappeared from the vision of the black-robed wizard in an instant. The wizard on the top of the building rubbed his eyes, and he found that something seemed to flash past his eyes just now. Am I blind? No. A tall figure appeared behind him, and the wizard immediately collapsed silently. The assailant caught the unconscious wizard, gently put him on the ground, stretched out his hand, and lifted the hood that covered his face, looked carefully, and hummed softly. TSK. The assailant stood up straight and stretched her limbs. Even the large wizard robe could not cover her curvy figure. She poked her head out from the fence on the top of the tall building, revealing a free and dirty braid. This name the attacker was Jacunda, Professor Sykes' sister, whom Nelson had met once at school. She grabbed the bangs that were hanging down her forehead and casually pulled them back behind her head. The wizard kicked hard on the buttocks and said with disgust, "Why are you a little guy? I thought I caught the leader." A gust of cold wind blew, and Jacunda shrank his head and tightened his clothes. "What smell? Why is it familiar?" She wrinkled her nose, sniffed the smell in the air, turned her head, and kicked the black-robed wizard lying on the ground. "What is this smell? Why don't you speak?" The comatose wizard is unable to tell her the answer to the question. "Little boy, what are you looking at?" She turned her head to the direction the black-robed wizard was looking at just now. There was a dark alley there. Jacunda looked at the flashing white light at the entrance of the alley and smiled narrowly. Laughing, she climbed onto the railing and jumped towards the alley opposite. In midair, she turned over like a synchronized dive and suddenly shrunk in the middle of the fall, turning into a dexterous bird. Flapping her wings, the speed flew to the alley where Tom was hiding. "Little guy, I got you." The moment the bird flew to the entrance of the alley, Jacunda stood on the ground, and she casually opened a trash can piled up by the wall, and asked with her head, "Are you surprised?" An empty trash can. Can't tell her the answer to this question. "Okay, then you must be here." She instantly appeared in front of a broken wooden box in the distance and kicked the wooden box away. "Well, it seems that you are not here, so where are you?" Jacunda sniffed the surrounding smell again. "Oh, melon socks. This place smells really bad. But I know the smell. What is it? I've been looking for it for so long, but I didn't expect you to be here." At the same time, Tom was standing under the building of the Paris Daily News wearing a simple invisibility cloak. This invisibility cloak was bought from Nocturne Alley, but it was only a semi-finished product. The fabric of the invisibility cloak. It was a complete hide of an invisible beast, but this invisible beast seemed to have been slaughtered at a young age. This invisibility cloak was only big enough to hold a young student, and its maker obviously had a hard time during the production process. I found a problem, and did not continue to make it. This semi-finished product has been passed down in the hands of various wizards for a long time. Judging from the production date, its invisibility effect will expire in 1 year, so it finally arrived at Tom at a cheap price. And why didn't the door open? Tom patted his head. "Oh, I'm such an idiot. Muggles can't even go out, so how can they come to work? Unless they didn't come home last night, but it's not like what people can do." Fortunately, the mailing address left on the missing persons notice was that the luxurious hotel was not far from the newspaper office. Tom turned his head and looked around, but no one followed him. He hid in the shadow of the newspaper office building and changed into a black coat of a popular French style, stuffed the suitcase into the school bag behind his back with a strange movement, and walked towards the hotel with the bag on his back. Downstairs of the British Ministry of Magic building, the black-robed wizards surrounding the building withdrew for a distance, leaving only Zweig and his special team standing at the door. One of his subordinates was holding a strangely shaped T-shaped iron ruler, and he didn't know what he was measuring. Hector Farley, the British Minister for Magic, stood opposite Zweig, with a big smile on his face, about to come up to shake hands. Zweig looked at Fuel's chrysanthemum-like face, and immediately remembered a special delicacy that Nelson once promoted in the restaurant under the Black Tower where Nelson lived, a large bowl of hot fat. In an instant, a greasy nausea rushed into his throat. Zweig bent down and retched with the vomit. "Mr. Zweig, long time no see. How are you doing recently?" The Minister of Welfare still walked towards Zweig with a bright smile, as if he didn't see Zweig making such a disrespectful gesture. "Minister of Welfare." Zweig straightened up and greeted him coldly. "I knew you were peace-loving. That's why you let the people under you back so far." The Minister of Welfare took a step forward in relief and wanted to pat Zweig on the shoulder, but he dodged it. The Minister of Welfare, his hand froze in place, then fell down without a trace and slapped his thigh fiercely. "I knew it. You misunderstood, Minister of Welfare." Zweig turned his head, not looking at Farley's face, and said, "They backed away, just wanting to make room for our next magic. I suggest you go back and evacuate the crowd now. I just want to demolish your buildings, and I don't want to add unnecessary killings." "Shut up." A window on the 3rd floor of the Ministry of Magic building opened, and a young man with a brown hair and a round face stuck his head out and stared at Zweig and cursed, "A mere criminal, shut up. Nobby, who do you think you are?" The Minister of Welfare turned around, pointed at the wizard and yelled, then turned his head and rubbed his hands and smiled at Zweig. "This kid is a clerk of the Department of Law Enforcement. Just like the old foolish headmaster of their school, unable to recognize the situation." Zweig ignored him, waved his hand back, and signaled his subordinates to start casting spells. This team is the professional team that helped Lorien move. No wonder they have a unique temperament. This team may be mediocre in combat, but it is indeed the most professional in the wizarding world in terms of architecture. The Minister of Welfare pushed towards Zweig slickly, but Zweig avoided him deftly. "Mr. Zweig, why don't you go back and discuss it with Lord Grindelwald? After all, it is only the old mandipat's personal behavior." "Enough." The door of the Ministry of Magic opened from the inside, and the young Nobby Rich walked out with the help of Judge Shafik, who was staggering. He confronted the black-robed wizards surrounding the building. "Shafik, you old bastard, shut up. Hector, it's disgusting to run into you. As soon as I got back." Judge Shafik waved his hand impatiently and said, "More than 2/3 of the Ministry of Magic officials have launched a lawsuit against you. After impeachment, you are no longer a minister. Go about your business." Okay. Needless to say, the impeachment was initiated by your father-in-law. Chapter 131 New Minister. How is it possible? The Minister of Welfare could no longer maintain the smile on his face. His eyes widened in horror. He drew out his wand and pointed it at Judge Shafik's chest. His eyes were bloodshot, and he gnashed his teeth. You lied to me. Old man, you lied to me, right? Putchy's wig covered his mouth and laughed. Seeing that the British wizards on the opposite side turned their heads to look at him, he waved his hands and said with a smile, "Sorry, you guys continue." He waved his hand to stop his men from breaking ground around the Ministry of Magic building, raised his hand and took a step back and said sincerely, "You guys settle this matter first. Our holy spirit of Nermengard gangsters are all about martial arts, and they will never sneak attack. I just think it's funny. Hector Farley is no different from a squib in my impression. I have never seen a minister use a magic wand. I didn't expect to see it for the first time. I saw your wand and pointed it at Judge Shafik's head." "Shut up." The Minister of Welfare turned his head and gave Zweig a fierce look. Zweig curled his lips, shook his head, and took a few steps back. He then turned back to staring at Judge Shafik. The hand holding the wand trembled violently, and beads of sweat rolled down from the corner of his forehead to his chin, as if to him, getting his official position was worse than being beaten to the door by a saint. Feeling terrified, he pulled the corners of his mouth hard, squeezed out a forced smile, and asked in a trembling voice, "Judge Shafik, you are tired, so stop joking. Go home and rest." Judge Shafik shook his head. Seeing his appearance, the Minister of Welfare trembled his lips and angrily instructed Nobby Rich, "Judge Shafik is getting confused. You should send him home now. Go, don't let him embarrass himself in front of foreign friends." Nobby Rich was motionless. Seeing this, Farley stomped his feet vigorously and shouted, "Are you all dumb? Why are you motionless? Where are the auras? Come and lock them up in Azkaban." Nobby and the Ministry of Magic officials and staff around Judge Shafik didn't seem to hear what he said and continued to do their own things. "Minister, being dumb means being unable to speak, and it should be deaf here." In the crowd, a hoarse male voice choked him. "We lie. You don't want to hang around in the Ministry of Magic anymore, do you?" Farley gripped his wand tightly, kept pointing at Judge Shafik's chest, cursed casually, and approached step by step. "Come on, Farley." Judge Shafik coughed twice, pushed away Nobby who was supporting him, took a step forward, stretched out his right hand and tightly grasped the wand of the Minister of Welfare, and held it under the gaze of Farley's horrified eyes. He poked his wand in his chest, and everyone around him, including the saints, became nervous. No one wanted him to die here. Judge Shafik said mockingly, "Farley, you are worthy of shame. The word now? If I don't come, will the face of the British Ministry of Magic be completely lost by you? Me? You? What are you? Do you know why I haven't retired yet? Isn't it because there are many treasures like you in the Ministry of Magic, and now the wand is here, you cast a spell?" Judge Shafik he suddenly raised his other hand and tightly covered his mouth, with black blood oozing between his fingers. Before returning to the Ministry of Magic, he seemed to have been seriously injured. He gritted his teeth and put that hand on his face, wiping it vigorously, showing a pale old face. He cursed, "Your father-in-law begged others to give you a chance again and again, and you never knew how to grasp it. Now you are reciting curses, death curses, and stun spells. Even if you cast me a bat spell or a tap dance spell will do. Dare you?" There was a fierce look in Farley's eyes, and he was muttering words, and actually started to cast a spell. A type of aura behind Judge Shafik raised their wands nervously, and only he continued without worry, "Farley, go home by yourself, and I will show you face." Farley didn't listen to him. He was already in a mess, and at the end of the incantation of unknown magic, he stopped weakly. "Turning your back to the enemy, is this what the Minister of Magic should do?" Judge Shafik felt a little pain in his heart. "In front of them? Pointing my wand at me? Is this something that a person with a normal mind can do?" "We are not enemies," Zweig interjected. "We are wizards with a clean background, and we haven't done anything since we came here. It's just that there are a little more people." No one paid any attention to him, so he retreated into the crowd resentfully, watching the wonderful drama brought by Judge Shafik and the Minister of Welfare. Phew. These materials were handed over to me by your father-in-law. They list in detail all the bills of bribes you have received in the past 5 years. It seems that you don't want to be decent. Judge Shafik turned around and put a piece of paper in his arms. The stack of papers was handed over to Nobby Rich, and he explained, "Are you from the Department of Legal Enforcement? Bring him to UO. By the way, the Wizengamot has had a serious discussion, and you are the next one of the minister's candidates." "Okay, I'll just wait," Nobby responded, and suddenly realized, pointing to his own face, the surprise on his face was not less than that of the stunned Fury. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Me. You mistake. I only work at the Ministry of Magic, we know, but the others are really useless, or not very clean." Judge Shafik covered his chest, put his hands on Nobby's shoulders, leaned his whole body weight on it, and whispered, "What is your situation? We know better than yourselves. You are the only candidate in the Ministry of Magic, so you are now the acting minister. Is it so sloppy?" Zweig's voice came from the queue of saints. "No way. We have a new prophet who has made a prophecy," said the group of saints, revealing Zweig in the middle. He took out a small maza from nowhere and sat on it with his feet up. Looking at the comedic scene in front of him, he shook his head and said, "He said that every time the British Ministry of Magic encountered an emergency, the then minister was a dead man, and the temporary successor was even more talented. Prophet, I accept your good words." Judge Shafik stepped forward and said with a wry smile, he finally had time to face the enemies who invaded the Ministry of Magic. "Aren't you running away? I will order the arrest next, you guys." "Why?" Zweig stood up from the maza and walked in front of Judge Shafik. Following his movements, the wizards in the professional team quickly dispersed. He clapped his hands and said, "Did we do something? You are a judge. You shouldn't arrest some innocent people without evidence, right? You entered the country illegally. Isn't this a criminal evidence? I will pay the fine to the Department of International Affairs of my country. 5 galleons per person. I know this well." Judge Shafik shook his head helplessly and asked, "Is your name Zweig? I've heard of you." "That's really my honor." Zweig leaned forward. He felt a lot of aura from this frail old man. Seeing that he was handing over an item found from Farley to Nobby, he suggested earnestly, "I suggest you wait a while before letting him succeed." "Is there any difference?" Shafik stopped. "We are going to demolish this building." Zweig nodded. "I saw the performance of this young man upstairs just now, and I admire him very much, so I don't want to leave such a building for him when he first took office." Taint. Stain. Nobby, who was handcuffing the former Minister of Welfare with special handcuffs, turned his head, with a big muddled written on his face. "That's right, Nobby Rich." Zweig clapped his hands, and the wizards who had already lined up neatly on the street, inserted their wands into the ground in unison. A gust of wind blew by, and the building of the Ministry of Magic disappeared. There were no ruins left, and he continued to suggest, infrastructural construction is an eternal topic of the government. The first thing after taking office, I recommend that you choose to rebuild the Ministry of Magic building. As soon as the words fell, Zweig disappeared in place. In a few seconds, there was no saint on the street. Judge Shafik stretched out his hand and grabbed a handful of air. Just as Nobby asked the aura to send Farley away, he turned his head and saw Chief Shafik throwing a small box at him. He hurriedly caught it, but when he was about to ask for an opinion, he found that the judge had already stepped aside, using encouraging words. He looked at himself. "Let's all disperse, go pass the news, and let all the people from the Ministry of Magic gather." Nobby thought for a while, and ordered, "They probably won't come in a short time. The auras are divided into 4 teams, and the first team is going to support Hogwarts. 1 team goes to Diagon Alley, 1 team is on standby at the Ministry of Magic, and the remaining team is on the move. Others, do your own thing. Don't let the Ministry of Magic shut down." Judge Shafik nodded appreciatively. This young wizard is worthy of his favor. In fact, after the public trial of Dumbledore, he was the one who proposed to include Nobby Rich as a candidate for the Minister of Magic in the list. Although the original plan was for him to hone for a few years, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. When the Saints came, he was the only one staying in the Ministry of Magic. "Judge Shafik, are you alright?" Seeing Shafik looking at him, Nobby hurried over to support him. "I'm fine, just a little injury." Judge Shafik whispered. Take me to the Wizengamot. Don't let anyone see it. Nobby nodded and disappeared with the judge. After a while, he returned to the spot alone. The wizards present were already busy with their own things. He stood on the street, scratching his head. He stared at the mess that Fury threw at him in a daze. When everyone looked at him, the young wizard stood up straight enough to be the backbone of anyone. When the people left, his figure immediately collapsed, appearing to be at a loss. Don't scratch your head. Be careful that your hair falls out like mine. When everyone dispersed, a fat man with thinning hair in an ill-fitting suit walked towards Nobby. He warmly hugged Nobby's shoulders, happily grinning softly. Honey, you're promoted now? I'll have to call you Minister Rich from now on. Dorian, don't laugh at me. Nobby lowered his head, saw Zweig's ponytail on the ground, sat up on it, and asked in horror, do you know how to be a minister? How do I know how to be a minister? I'm just an ordinary group leader of accidental magic reversal. I'll give you a promotion when I get back. Nobby patted the man on the shoulder, looked up at the little red hair on top of his head, and said worriedly, Dorian, you're too tired. Look at your hair, it's almost gone. Don't worry, even if I only work for one day, even if it's just a joke, I will give you a promotion and let you go to a more relaxed department. Don't do this kind of thing. Dorian Wheel, I warned. You just took office and broke the law for personal gain. Do you want to be arrested like Farley? It's too difficult. Nobby began to feel sad again. I'm a clerk of the law enforcement department. How could I be selected as a ministerial candidate? Why does this feel like an imperial appointment? This is not an imperial appointment. To tell you the truth, I have a little inside information. You know, we have a lot of family members. The reason why you were noticed by the Wizengamot is not only your usual work performance, but also because of the public trial. When Dumbledore was standing in the stands, you scolded welfare. Dorian said mysteriously. Besides, your level is obvious to all. To tell you the truth, there was a time before the ministry's selection of the most dedicated wizard in your heart, by secret ballot, and I and many others voted for you. I just said, why Farley didn't come to trouble me after that incident. Nobby nodded and said, but there are many directors in the Ministry of Magic. The directors of your department, the directors of our department. No matter how bad it is, there are you like this. The leader of the team would not choose a clerk like me. You don't even think about how old they are. The last war, because too many young wizards participated in the Muggle war in violation of the secrecy law, many people lost their chances to work in the Ministry of Magic. So there is no way, my peers, the people have been broken, and besides those old men, there are only young people, like you, left in the ministry. Dorian explained, and whispered in his ear, I heard that your teacher helped you operate. Professor Slughorn? Haven't seen him for a long time. As a young man under the age of 30, Nobby accepts new things very quickly. He is no longer afraid, and his eyes are shining with excitement. Since he has such an opportunity, no matter how long it takes, he can always show some punches. He touched the small box in his arms and nodded seriously. Understood. Dorian patted him on the shoulder and said with relief, come on, Principal Dippert's actions. The wizarding world probably won't be peaceful, and you will be busy afterwards. I know. Nobby walked to the place where the Ministry of Magic building used to be, and it had turned into a big pit. He nodded and said, I'm going to build the new Ministry of Magic building underground, and put the Wizengamot in the ground. Move here too, so you don't have to worry about muggles or other problems, and you can install more protection. But Dorian, I must give you a promotion, and I need your help. Chapter 130 To the Son and the Father. Is it here? Under the hotel building, Tom, who was pacing back and forth by an inconspicuous wooden door, carefully took out a newspaper clipping from his close-fitting pocket. This newspaper clipping was much thinner than normal newspapers, and there were two deep cross-shaped folds on it. It was divided into 4 pieces by scratches, and the corners were also frayed. It can be seen that the owner of the newspaper clipping often took it out to read. This building occupies a prime location close to the Paris Opera House, just 2 blocks away from the Paris Daily News. Close to the street is a row of bright floor-to-ceiling windows. The first floor of the hotel is a high-end restaurant that only serves French cuisine. The waiters walked among the customers holding their plates. The strange thing was that the restaurant was full of seats, even though it was a weekday morning. Tom clutched the newspaper clipping tightly. Even though he had read the content countless times, Tom opened it again and carefully checked the address on it. Is it upstairs? His heart was beating violently. Tom hadn't felt this kind of tension for a long time. He put his right hand on his chest, breathed in the not so fresh air in Paris in the early morning, calmed down his nervousness, and looked down at himself dressed appropriately. He bent down and took out a handkerchief to polish his leather shoes, fiddled with his bow tie, straightened his coat collar, and brushed his hair against the French windows of the restaurant before striding towards the door. He walked to the door and gently pushed open the door of the restaurant. Before he tried hard, the waiter standing waiting at the door had already opened the door for him. "Good morning, sir." The waiter bowed and saluted. Tom nodded, and a waiter who had been standing in the store hanging on the phone for a long time came to him. The French translation package Tom bought in the hidden place last time was not expired, so he picked up the newspaper clipping and asked, "I want to find this, sir. Can you take me there?" "Okay, sir." The waiter glanced at the address, nodded, took Tom to the glass door on the side of the hotel, and explained, "You are going to the hotel upstairs. Sorry, because of this the building is too old, and the main entrance of the hotel is a bit inconspicuous, and it is difficult for first-time guests to find the entrance. I will take you to the hotel lobby, and the waiter there will receive you later." "Okay, thank you." Tom took off his hat, followed the waiter through the glass door, and walked into the hotel lobby. When he saw the location, he recalled a little, and then remembered where the hotel's gate was, and it was he who passed by several times the small wooden door. He took out a piece of francs with a small face value, and thanked. "I'm sorry for your trouble." The waiter took the tip with a smile on his face, led him to the sofa in the lobby, let him sit down first, and trotted to the front desk to call someone. Tom played with the ashtray on the table boredly, and looked at the inconspicuous but magnificent lobby inside. He saw a huge oil painting on the wall behind the front desk. Even if it was a fake, it was worth a lot of money. A pot-bellied Muggle businessman hurried out of the hotel lobby. He was looking at his watch, while holding a stack of documents and muttering non-stop. It seemed that he had urgent business to deal with, but when he walked to the door, he was about to when he opened the door and went out. He showed a dazed expression, scratched his head and said, I forgot that my slippers in the hotel room were not neatly arranged. I'd better go back and fix them." After finishing speaking, he rolled the documents into a roll, stuffed it into his pocket casually, and walked back to the stairs with a blank face. The Muggle repelling curse? Tom put the ashtray back on the table. He also knew something about this magic, and thought solemnly at this moment, if Paris is cast with a Muggle repelling curse, then it should have become an empty city. Well, it looks like they only cast the spell on the street. How finely manipulated is that? Taking advantage of no one around, Tom sneakily opened the zipper of the backpack, pulled out the box inside, and put it beside him, then stuffed the backpack back into the box. Relaxed, he sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking around while waiting for someone to be called by the waiter. He observed the street scene in Paris through the glass door on the side and the glass curtain wall outside the hotel. Above the Eiffel Tower, the tallest landmark in the city, a black veil enveloped the entire spire like a heavy black mist. The Muggles seemed to have seen nothing. They should eat and drink, and they didn't think about going out at all. "Sir?" Just as Tom was wondering, a crisp voice rang in his ears. Tom blinked, turned around, and saw a round-faced girl in business attire standing beside him. "How do you do, sir? I hear you are looking for Mr. Tom Riddle." "That's right." Tom raised his head, revealing the face that is almost a household name in Paris, and said softly, "I'm Tom Riddle looking for that." He struggled for a while, then said in a smaller voice, "Gellert Grindelwald." "Ah." The girl opened her mouth into an O shape in shock, then hurriedly raised her hand to cover her mouth, and began to digest the news in a daze. "What the hell?" Tom looked at her performance and was shocked. "Am I so famous? Mr. Grindelwald?" The girl regained her composure and said loudly, "I'll take you there right away. Could you please sign me?" "Okay." As soon as Tom stood up, his words were interrupted by the manager behind the counter. A tall, thin man in a purple suit shouted, "Doorman, do your own thing." "Okay, Mr. Gustav." The girl hurriedly turned to the manager, bowed 90 degrees, and replied nervously, "I'll take this gentleman up right away." The manager didn't speak anymore and went back to the counter to do his own business. I mean, give me a room first. I may have to live in Paris for a few days. Tom asked the girl to call a waiter, handed him a wad of money, and handed the suitcase to the waiter, said, help me put the suitcase in the room. Just leave the key in the lobby. I'll come down to pick it up later. A standard room is fine. After giving orders to the waiter, the girl led Tom upstairs along the gorgeous spiral staircase behind the lobby. She asked curiously, Mr. Grindelwald, do you have any new works when you come to Paris this time? The more Tom walked up, the nervousness that had calmed down at the entrance of the hotel resurfaced again. Seeing the girl in front of him, he was thinking of talking to the girl in front of him, but he didn't expect her to speak first, so he replied casually, maybe, still considering. Tom was no longer afraid of boiling water for matters related to the stage name. He shrugged, changed the subject to a lighter topic, and asked, has your manager always been this grumpy? The girl ignored him, which made Tom feel even more embarrassed. She walked in front for a while, only to realize that Tom was talking to herself. She turned her head and replied, no, sir, Mr. Gustav is a very gentle person, but he has encountered some troubles recently. What's bothering you? Tom didn't even know what he was talking about. He just asked unconsciously. The panic in his heart intensified as he got closer to the top floor. Mr. Gustav's elder brother has become a manager in a prestigious hotel, which makes him a little discouraged, the girl said, waving her hands while clenching her fists. But Mr. Gustav is not bad either. Although his brother's hotel is good, but the place is not as prosperous as Paris. That's really great. Tom couldn't hear what the girl was saying. The two of them were not on the same channel at all, and his thinking had diverged to what he would say when we met later. How do you do, Mr. Riddle? No, it's too stiff. Coincidentally, my name is Tom Riddle too. Tom shook his head. No, that sounds like something Alfred or Jonas would say. I'm the Gellert Grindelwald you're looking for. Tom covered his face. Will I be killed by the saints when I walk out of the hotel? Surely? Maybe you are my father? He stretched out his hands and patted his cheeks, which was also rejected. Mr. Grindelwald? The girl noticed that Tom had been dancing and talking to himself, thinking it was an artist's eccentricity, but when Tom's condition seemed to be more serious, she couldn't help it, and pointed to the door of the suite in front of her. Dark wooden door, opened her mouth and asked, what's wrong with you? We are here, it's nothing. Tom came back to his senses, pulled his thoughts back from the universe, and said seriously, thank you for bringing me up. You're welcome, this is what I should do. The girl waved her hand and refused. Sir, I'm an intern doorman, so I cannot accept tips. Not letting the doorman take tips is why your manager is not as good as his brother, Tom asked him, handing him the money, standing at the door, ready to chat with the girl for a while. I've always been curious why you can do doorman. If I remember correctly, all doormen should be men. That's because just as the girl was about to explain, the dark wooden door opened from the inside, and a tall old man with a white beard came out carrying a kettle. He lowered his head, glanced at the two people standing by the door, and walked towards the corridor. Go to the deep water room. That's because I went through the back door, the girl whispered, blushing, but I will prove that women can do these public jobs too, instead of being Mrs. So-and-so at home. I believe you, come on. To be honest, Tom thought the girl was already unqualified as a doorman, and she said too many things she shouldn't have said to customers, but out of politeness, he still encouraged said, I fully support your cause. Does your hotel have any service scoring table? I will give you 5 points in a while. Yes, sir, replied the girl, but out of 10. Tom felt as if something was stuck in his throat, opened his mouth, and was about to say something, when the old man who had come out with the pot earlier stepped back along his steps, stood still in front of Tom, with a hair-raising look staring at Tom's face. He even reached out to poke Tom's face. Stop it. Tom blocked his restless paw, frowning and asked, what do you want? The old man looked left and right, saw the girl behind Tom, and gave her a wink, telling her to leave quickly. At this time, the girl had the qualities of a doorman, and disappeared into the corridor without making a sound. The old man trembled with his empty hands, and asked tentatively, are you here to find the master? Who? Tom hated those riddlers who couldn't understand what he said, especially when he was staring at him. Master Riddle, Tom Riddle. The old man said the name in front of Tom, as if he had exhausted all his strength. He widened his eyes and scanned Tom's face carefully, as if he wanted to find something. Yes, can you stop staring at me? Tom suppressed the unhappiness in his heart, looked straight into the old man's eyes, and asked with open hands, is there any problem? I heard he was looking for that report gel at Grindelwald, so I'm here. What's up? It's nothing. It's nothing. The old man's pale face covered with age spots showed a pathological flush, and the water bottle in his hand, which looked valuable at first glance, was thrown to the ground with a clang, and he wiped his hands on his body awkwardly, holding Tom's hand. Before he could retract it, he held it very hard, as if he was afraid that Tom would run away, and repeated over and over again, it's so similar, so similar. Really too similar. Like what? Tom took some effort to withdraw his hand from the old man's hand. He held the hat with one hand and put the other behind his back and took another step back. I'm sorry, sir, I'm Master Riddle's housekeeper. Realizing his gaffe, the old man bowed to apologize, bent down to open the door for Tom, and said, you'll understand when you go in. Warm up in the living room. Tom nodded. This is also the purpose of his coming here. He took a deep breath, walked towards the suite, and even made a slight circle from the side when passing the butler. Through a long corridor, covered with rich carpets, Tom saw the whole drawing room, and the butler came in after Tom. What came into view was a huge floor-to-ceiling window. The thick velvet curtains were opened, but the gauze curtains were still closed. The morning sun filled the room with warm orange light, and there was a looming black gauze floating outside the window. Tom looked to both sides. One day, a fireplace built into the wall was burning ragingly, and the wood was crackling and exploding, and the whole reception room was filled with a scent of pine. A leather sofa was placed not far from the fireplace, and a person sat on it. Only the grey hair on the top of his head was exposed, and a young manservant stood quietly aside. Opposite this one stood an identical sofa, and Tom walked over to it without a word, while the footman remained where he was like a statue. Tom sat on the sofa, put his right leg on his left knee, tilted his head, and saw that the face of the man on the opposite sofa looked even older than the housekeeper, and the burning fire could not dye his pale face with a trace of red. He was dozing on the sofa in the same position as Tom. As Tom was observing the man, he suddenly opened his eyes, and their eyes met by the fire. Chapter 133 Father and Son. Tom carefully looked at the man in front of him. When he looked at him for the first time, Tom felt a familiar feeling in his heart, as if he was looking at a mirror that could see the future. The man's pale skin was even a little transparent, and he looked sickly, but under his haggard old face, he had the same straight nose bridge, the same thin lips and the same sharp eyebrows as Tom, and all kinds of features on his face. The features are exactly the same as Tom's, but there are some differences. His brow bones are high, and his eye sockets are sunken. The same shock as Tom's flashed in his bloodshot eyes. Have you seen enough? A hoarse voice sounded in the room. Old Tom also looked at Tom, staring at this boy who was almost a replica of himself when he was young. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked away calmly. He didn't want to show timidity in front of this boy who seemed to be his son, so he had to look sideways. Face, hiding his expression in the shadow behind the flames, like a hunter waiting for his prey to enter the net in the snowy field, he asked. Tom didn't say anything. He found that the most comfortable position for him to sit on the sofa was exactly the same as that of the man with the same name. He simply changed his posture, spread his legs, put his arms on his knees, and crossed his hands for support. Chin, body arched, like a leopard ready to go, but also like a poisonous snake with its body coiled up. There was only one sentence between the two of them, but the atmosphere at this moment suddenly became tense. The servant who was waiting at the side felt that the temperature in the room was a little cold, so he shivered. The old butler at the door shouted away. Tom and old Tom looked at each other by the fire. Only the sound of old Tom's heavy breathing and the crackling of the pine wood in the fireplace being baked to bursting were left in the room. After a while, the old housekeeper returned to the room and brought a booklet to old Tom. Old Tom took the booklet and spread it out on his knees. He rested his head on the armrest of the sofa and flipped through the booklet. The sound of paper flipping was obviously loud, but it could not be squeezed into the air of the room at all. Enough is enough. Just when old Tom was about to turn back, after reading halfway through, Tom suddenly spoke and interrupted his movements. Old Tom froze. He raised his head and looked at Tom opposite. He opened his mouth, but only squeezed out a syllable similar to "ah" from his throat. With a complicated smile, he said, "It seems that you are much better than I imagined." Tom continued to rest his chin, nodded, and signaled old Tom to continue. "So, she named you Tom Riddle, didn't she?" asked old Tom, closing the booklet. "My name is my name," Tom said indifferently. His heart was twisted, and he thought inexplicably, if Na and his father meet, it shouldn't be like this scene. "That's right, it's your name." Old Tom nodded and said, "You can call it anything, including that gel at Grindelwald, but now it's also my name, and when I'm 100 years later, it's all yours." Old Tom had a strange expression on his face, sighed, turned sideways and stretched out his trembling right hand to Tom, and said seriously, "My name is Tom Riddle." "I know." As if there was a delay, Tom froze in place for a while, then sat up straight, stretched out his hand and gently shook old Tom's fingertips. "You may not be able to see that you are almost exactly the same as when I was young, so let me explain to you the intention of finding you." Relying on the shadow of his ancestors and years of experience, old Tom is used to making surprises in the mall, but he didn't know how to speak up in this situation. After holding back for a long time, he said something that made people laugh. Fortunately, in the room the three of them have all seen the market, and they didn't laugh out loud, but it made the atmosphere even more awkward. "I know." "Fine, let me tell you." "Wait, you know?" "I know." Old Tom clenched his fist and tapped his forehead and said with a headache, "Do you know what I'm going to do after I find you?" "I don't know." Tom finally said something other than "I know." He shook his head and asked seriously, "What is it?" "It's for." Old Tom seemed to have completely lost his ability to express himself in front of Tom. His well-prepared words had completely lost their usefulness under the three "I know," so he had to say weakly, "The story is a bit long. Can I start from the beginning?" "You please." "Okay, I am the woman who gave birth to you. I don't know if you have any impression, your mother. There are some quarrels, but obviously, you should be my biological son." Old Tom babbled, suddenly scratched his hair and asked, "Do you mind if I smoke a cigarette?" "Please." The butler took a step forward and handed over the open cigar box with a wink. Old Tom shook his head and said, "Smoke." The butler quickly brought him what he wanted. Old Tom lit one, took a deep breath, and coughed violently, but the feeling that his vision was covered by smoke made him feel at ease, and he continued to say, "Go down. To be honest, I only found out that I still have a son alive not long ago. In fact, our family has been paying attention to you for so many years." Through the smoke, old Tom saw you continue to make up a few words written on Tom's expressionless face, so he coughed, changed the subject, and told the story of him and Merope. A few cigarettes passed, and old Tom said earnestly, "Really, I don't expect you to believe I believe." Tom believed it too much. As a wizard who had just heard about the dangers of the love potion in class last week, he had learned a lot from various pureblood genealogy and Nelson. Tom was something his wizard mother could do. He nodded and said, "I see. So you think you are just an innocent victim in this matter, don't you?" A struggling look appeared on old Tom's face. He was silent for a moment, lit a cigarette, and smoked it out, lit another, and finally said, "Yes, boy, I would like to lie to you that we are very close. This is to win your favor, but I can't do it. I have escaped from that devil's lair for more than 10 years, and it has always been my nightmare. I understand that, if that happened to me, I'd run away anyway." Tom has always been an emotionally distant person, except for a few here and there, including his biological mother, whom he has never met, for whom he is grateful the witch brought him into this world, but she doesn't feel like she owes her anything, especially after hearing this story. "I think I should be just a byproduct of her crazy love. Besides, I'm the same as her people." Tom's last words were slurred, and old Tom didn't catch them. But when he heard the previous sentence, he, who had never softened his heart in his life, suddenly couldn't bear it. He felt that he should at least fulfill some of his father's duties, and at least let this child have the right to know the truth. Surprised. What is this? Am I repenting? What did you say? It's nothing. Old Tom flipped open the booklet on his lap, opened one of the pages, called the old housekeeper, and beckoned him to tell Tom. Master, said the old housekeeper, according to what I learned from Mrs. Cole, the administrator of the West City orphanage, Miss Gaunt persisted for 5 months after the master left, before giving birth to you. At that time, she had run out of oil and the lamp was dry, so she found the West City orphanage on that snowy night, and fell on the steps of the door according to Mrs. Cole. She faced the door, but her back, and the back of her head hit the steps, which may be one of the reasons why she died so soon. Tom grinned, half smile, not knowing whether it was because he heard Mrs. Cole's name, or because he heard the story of his mother protecting him. Old Tom was uncomfortable listening, and sucked on the end of his cigarette quickly, making the sparks on it brighter than the fire. So why are you looking for me? Tom asked after digesting the news. On the one hand, I want you to inherit my family business. Returning to the topic, old Tom was obviously much more comfortable. He sighed again and said, after all, I'm dying soon. I don't need it. Tom raised his eyebrows. Muggle wealth hardly excited him, but the news behind him still surprised him. I know that, although you are young now, you have a career. Old Tom was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect his son to be not interested in his family background. His son was ready, and this refusal caught him off guard, so he had to persuade him earnestly, there is no way out for Art. I don't object to younger generations in the family having their own hobbies, but they can only be hobbies after all. You don't understand how rich I am. How rich? Tom raised an eyebrow. Our family has been operating in Europe, especially England, for hundreds of years, and countries all over the world have their own estates. Old Tom said. The street where this hotel is located, the Riddle family can buy it in less than a month. Oh, that's amazing. Tom said flatly with his eyes hanging. The old colony is full of our family's property. Although they are independent, gold is not independent. Old Tom has completely deviated from his original intention. From the moment Tom entered the door, he was very satisfied with the son who fell from the sky. He no longer wanted to deceive a toolman looking for his daughter. Feeling this son with the same name as himself might be able to continue his career and make the family more brilliant, so he worked hard to continue bewitching Tom with what he was best at. Go back home, study for a few years, and you can go straight to the top, or even go higher. Old Tom was bewitched by himself. He even thought he was a few years younger, but Tom was already bored. I was the one who would use magic to change the world with Nah, who rarely played that with a group of muggles. I don't need it, he repeated impatiently. You don't need it? Old Tom could only feel a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat. His family is old money among old money, noble among nobles. Politicians and rich businessmen can't wait to be his son. How can anyone not see it? Superior, raising his voice, he asked, didn't you catch? Do you know what you refused? Just tell me what you want me to do. Tom was a little tired. He didn't want to play with these twists and turns. He has grievances and ulterior motives, and he doesn't have much trust. This is completely different from the scene he imagined that father and son would recognize each other. So Tom relaxed his body, leaned comfortably on the sofa, looked at the fire and asked, there are no gratuitous gifts in the world. Everything has a price. This is what a friend of mine told me. So, what's the price? The room was quiet again, and this time old Tom was panting louder, drowning out the sound of cracking wood. The black veil outside the window became even thicker, which made it impossible for Tom to judge the time by natural light sources. He just lay on the sofa and watched the flames changing shapes every moment. The armrest of the sofa wanted to stand up, but because it was too weak, it fell back on the sofa. The housekeeper hurriedly stepped forward to help, and old Tom waved his hand and held onto the armrest for the second time. His legs struggled to stand up, and he trembled. Walking in front of Tom majestically, his red eyes were a little moist. You win, Tom. Old Tom called Tom's name for the first time. He reached into the inside pocket of his suit, took out an old yellowed photo, handed it to Tom, and said, whether you want it or not I'm willing. Since I have found you, you are my heir. Those things will be yours in the future. I do not. Wait until I finish. Old Tom interrupted Tom's refusal. This was the first time he took the initiative in today's conversation. He stood up straight, like an old and frail old lion. Fighting is far less fierce than those young lions, and even makes them want to move. But before he really abdicates, his roar can still deter all incoming enemies. Tom was even a little frightened. He took the photo and looked down. Seeing the girl on it, he froze for a moment, then slowly raised his eyebrows. As I said, my time is numbered, and it doesn't matter to me what you do with what is left to you. Old Tom said, but there is one thing you must do anyway. Okay. Tom shrank his neck. He was so surprised that he was a little afraid of the old Tom at the moment. This is your sister. Her name is Laura Riddle. Leo Tang raised his head, blinked hard, and his voice was distorted. Birthday is December 1927. 12. How about me and your mother? It doesn't matter anymore. It's a matter of the older generation, but your sister is your closest relative in this world. In 30, she was lost in London. You must find her, not for me, but for yourself. Do you understand? Chapter 134 Bloodline. Lola Riddle. Tom put the photo on the arm of the sofa, tapped it lightly with his index finger, and watched old Tom move back to his sofa and sit down. That's right, that's the name. Seeing that old Tom had lost the strength to speak, the butler replied, standing aside. Look how much the lady in the photo looks like you. It's quite similar. Tom pursed his lips and asked, did she get lost in London? Yes. Abducted by traffickers? We're not sure, the old housekeeper replied, after thinking for a moment, but she was accompanied by more than one maid at that time, so she probably didn't simply get lost. Master? Seeing that Tom was silent, the old butler called out cautiously. I see, said Tom, standing up on the armrest and taking the hat and putting it on his head. I'll keep an eye on it. After that, he turned and walked towards the door. The old butler stepped forward, stopped in front of him, stared at Tom closely, as if he was afraid that he would run away, and asked, Master, won't you go back with us? Isn't it just in Hangleton? Tom quickly walked around the butler and held the doorknob. When I find that Laura Riddle, I will naturally bring her to your house. It's a home, Tom. Old Tom, who was lying on the sofa for a while, said suddenly, your home is also in Hangleton. I have a home. Tom opened the door and said back, don't worry, as long as I find her, I will take her there. Old Tom panted heavily, looked at Tom's back, and said, you can live here. I'm going back. The room is still 2 weeks away. No. Tom walked out of the room and closed the door. I've booked a room downstairs. He really doesn't care about my money. After Tom left, old Tom lay on the sofa and lit another cigarette, the last one in the pack the butler brought. He said impertinently, puffing, the young master may have other pursuits. The butler brought a new pack and comforted him. You don't have to worry about him. Didn't the reports say that? He also has his own career. Do you think I'm worried about him? Old Tom was puffing on his cigarette, sucking hard when he was choking. How could someone like him be starved to death? He's exactly like me. That's what you said, sir. Old Tom put out the cigarette, but on the armrest of the sofa, scorching a hole in the leather, and flung the cigarette butt, still glowing with faint sparks, viciously onto the carpet. The room fell into silence. The fire in the fireplace was completely extinguished, and the crackling of firewood disappeared without a trace. After a long time, until the sound of Tom's footsteps completely disappeared in the corridor, old Tom suddenly raised his head, looked at the butler standing behind him, and asked softly, he said he was the same person as she was. Did you hear that? I heard it, master. The butler nodded, then shook his head again. Master, there is no. Well, the young master said this. He's just like her. Old Tom's cloudy eyes sparkled. No wonder he doesn't like this family. It all makes sense, but why? Why? The old butler didn't know what to say. He just repeated old Tom's question like a joke. Why? He obviously looks so much like me, completely different from his ugly devil mother. The blood of the noble Riddle family flows in his body, and he even has the same name as me. Old Tom was emotional. The faster he spoke, the louder his voice became. He clenched his fists tightly, the protruding blood vessels stood out on the back of his pale hands, and the cigarette in his hand was squeezed into 2 pieces. Old Tom raised his fist and hit the armrest vigorously. Why is he like that devil? Why is he like her? My lord, he is not your only child after all. I know. Old Tom panted heavily. Unlike ordinary muggles, he believed in such supernatural things with special experience. He covered his chest and said, but what should I do? I have thought about countless scenarios, and there are thousands of ways, but, go, get me the medicine. Master, master. Seeing that old Tom was a little out of breath, the butler immediately brought a medicine bottle to feed the master. After a flurry of movements, old Tom lay down on the big bed in the room and fell asleep. The old butler standing by the large window of the reception room, looking out at the cloudless sunny day, he sighed heavily. I'll get the keys. Tom, who walked to the lobby, stood in front of the counter and tapped his knuckles on the table, waking up the girl who was dozing inside. It's not a good habit to sleep during working hours. Hold, sorry. The girl jumped up from the chair and said loudly, Mr. Gustav, I was wrong. I'm not your manager. Tom put his arms on the counter and said helplessly, give me the key. Didn't I book the room just now? Okay. The girl bent down clumsily to find the key from the drawer behind the counter. The doorman's hat knocked over the vase on the table. A round badge called out. Tom put the vase back on the table, picked up the badge, and looked at it carefully. There were 2 crossed golden cross keys carved on the badge on the black background. Sorry, sir. The girl held Tom's room key in both hands, bowed her head deeply and apologized. What's this? Tom asked, taking the key, putting it in his pocket, and holding up the badge. This is the golden key badge, sir, came a weak male voice. The manager of the hotel pushed open the small door behind the lobby and walked out, took the badge from Tom, bowed and thanked. Thank you for helping the doorman avoid some trouble. Goo, Mr. Gustav. The girl buried her head even lower. Gustav tapped the girl's head lightly and asked with a frown, I heard you apologizing to me in the corridor. What's going on? When did you stutter? I didn't. Stuttering again. Gustav's hand was a little heavier. Why are you stuttering again? As the saying goes, the easiest way to stutter is to learn to stutter. Seeing that Gustav also stuttered, Tom's depression in old Tom's room dissipated quickly, and he couldn't help laughing. Seeing he was about to hit the doorman girl again, and Tom hurriedly said, Mr. Gustav, you haven't said what this badge is. Oh, sir. Hearing the guest's question, Gustav straightened his collar, stood straight in front of Tom, and said, this is a hotel management alliance, and only hotels with a certain level of service can join. A symbol of the hotel's status. In addition to that, the person holding the badge can also get help from other alliance members. That's a good idea. Tom nodded approvingly. What did you say? I also think this is a good idea. Although what he said was not the same thing at all. Gustav took over the conversation freely, bowed deeply again, and said, thank you so much. It's been lost for a long time, and we even planned to get a replacement, but you found it. I don't know which unlucky person threw it into the vase. The girl's head was buried even lower. Seeing this, Tom saw the situation clearly and asked with a smile, okay, Mr. Gustav, can someone take me to the room? Gustav stopped extending his hand to the girl's head. He gave the girl a look and said, doorman, quickly take the guests to the room. Okay, Mr. Gustav. The girl who escaped from the claw stopped stammering immediately, and she took Tom and ran upstairs as if escaping. It's not bad. The environment here is much better than Nurmengard. Professor 12 Trees handed Nelson to the janitor and left first. The janitor took Nelson to Lorianne's cottage, although it was not a beautiful house made of rose-colored bricks as Nelson imagined. But the pure wooden 2-story cottage also looks very warm, with a half-story attic on the top floor, and a blackened chimney is emitting smoke. The hut is surrounded by an endless coniferous forest, and Nelson can't see the species of those trees. Directly opposite the hut is a flower garden, covered with a huge hemispherical transparent cover. Under the direct sunlight, there are all kinds of strange flowers in the flower garden. They looked colorful, with some colorful little creatures rarely seen in the UK flying around inside the covers. That's great. Nelson admired the scenery in the flower garden with satisfaction. The gardens in England are full of potato-like goblins. They should learn from it and introduce some flower fairies or something. After appreciating it, Nelson pushed open the door and walked into the wooden house. Lorianne was busy cleaning up the room, and the little alchemists running around the room didn't seem to be helping, but adding to the chaos. Do you need help? Help me carry the pot on the stove to the coffee table. Lorianne wiped the sweat from her forehead and continued to direct the puppets to clean the corners. She directed Nelson, you are hungry. I guess I will go to the restaurant now, it's too late. I've prepared some food. Let's make do with it. Oh, by the way, your room is upstairs. The one in the middle didn't help you send your luggage up. Okay. Nelson walked to the stove, picked up the squeaky kettle, and asked, who is Nedenda? It's the janitor who brought me here. Oh, it turned out to be her. Nelson walked to the coffee table with the kettle in his hand, felt the temperature of the kettle, picked a flower from the flower basket on the table, turned it into a knitted teapot mat, and put the kettle on. After sitting on it, he brought 2 teacups from the kitchen, found an empty space on the sofa and sat down, sighing, I may be old, my memory is getting worse, and I keep forgetting things. That's not old. Lorianne directed the dolls to find a place to rest, went to sit next to Nelson, took off the apron, gave him a blank look, and said, you must be stupid. That's true. Nelson poured out 2 cups of tea, blew with his mouth to cool down, and said, it is said that there was a war, and I don't know what happened. Here, Lorianne pouted towards Nelson, you have a newspaper by your side. Nelson looked down and saw a basket next to his buttocks. He put down his teacup, took out a newspaper, spread it on his lap, and began to read it carefully. After a while, he raised his head, took a sip of the already cold tea, and said, sure enough, we won't be able to go back for a while. I can't go back anymore. Lorianne laughed, and while Nelson was reading the newspaper just now, the table was already full of pastries. By the way, Nelson asked cautiously with jelly stuffed in his mouth, do you have any idea about your going home? Lorianne shook her head desolately and said, I don't have any hope yet. But what? Nelson demanded. Do you really believe that I'm not from this world? Lorianne changed the subject and asked curiously, the Andre guide you are with still thinks that I slipped from some isolated magic island kingdom, the fugitive princess who came out. Can't wait to establish diplomatic relations with my country. I believe. Nelson looked into Lorianne's eyes, nodded earnestly, and said, I can tell at a glance that you are not a local. Magic with such a huge difference cannot be developed in one country, especially Dinkus. Where's Dinkus? It was a little scared and went upstairs to sleep. Well, Nelson went on, I think your magic and the wizard system are almost completely different except for the names, and I believe those names are your own translations, based on the language here. That's right. Lorianne raised her eyebrows. I've always wanted to talk to you about this topic alone, Nelson said, raising his hand and pointing at his temple. It's just that there are always people around you, so it's not very convenient. I'm actually the same as you. Are you the same as me? Lorianne's eyebrows became higher and higher, and the girl's young and full forehead had 4 headlines, and she raised her voice. Could it be that you are also you and I? Nelson thought for a while, and even had the idea of confessing in his heart, but he dismissed it, and said, you and I have the same yearning for the unknown world. If it is true as White said, the flames of war will not spread here within the year, and I think we have at least a calm and sufficient time to study this matter. While talking, Nelson sat upright, raised his arms and said, I saw a century-old idea in a journal, a magic prop that reverses time through magic power, but it has not been realized even today. It is called Time Converter. If we can make a breakthrough in this area, we must be able to achieve our respective goals. I set a time, just 3 years. I'm going to write a letter. Before Lorianne could answer, Nelson got up and went upstairs to leave, and said to Lorianne, I will trouble you by washing the dishes today, and I will definitely do it next time. Chapter 135. What's in the bag? You came? When Tom opened the door of the room and walked in, an uninvited guest had already been waiting for him inside. She sat on the edge of the bed with her back to the door, rubbing her calf with one hand, and looking at her with her chin resting on the other hand outside the window. Tom stared vigilantly at the woman sitting on his bed, turned his head, and slammed the door shut, blocking the doorman following him from the door. flicked his right hand lightly. The wand fell into his hand and then stepped on the carpet slowly and soundlessly. Hide behind the corner where the corridor and the bedroom connect. He pressed against the wall, breathed calmly, revealed one eye, and found that his suitcase had been opened, and Nelson's backpack was thrown open beside the pillow. Tom noticed that the things he pressed under his clothes did not move. It's for that bag. He stretched out his wand, and a small tip emerged from the corner of the wall, pointing at the back of the woman. Nelson, long time no see. The woman on the bed was Jacunda Sykes, who had met Nelson once. After she saw Tom on the roof, she chased him all the way with some special tracking methods. On the bed, he said to himself, "Nelson, do you miss me?" Tom put down his wand. He couldn't make up his mind. This person seems to know now, so who is she? What is she going to do? Tom's eyes narrowed, and thoughts raced through his mind. He still didn't make a sound, still leaning against the wall to observe secretly. He reached into his neckline with his left hand and grabbed something, while his right hand gripping the wand became more stable. "I heard that you left school a long time ago, but I didn't expect that you got mixed up with Grindelwald." Jacunda grabbed the backpack from the pillow, stood up, walked towards Tom, and said, "To be honest, I've been looking for it for a long time, but I didn't expect it to be on you. If it wasn't for your name on the bag, you would have been lying down when the door was just opened." Who are you? Who are you?" Tom raised his wand, pointed at Jacunda's face, and asked coldly, "Me? Why are you holding Nelson Williams' bag? What is your relationship with him?" Jacunda was surprised for a moment when he saw a stranger in front of him, then stretched his hands to his waist and asked back road, "Don't move." Tom threatened Jacunda with a stick in his right hand and put his left hand in his collar, looking a little weird. If it wasn't for this critical moment, Jacunda would have said a few nasty words at least, but she didn't dare to act rashly. Biological instinct told her that the young wizard in front of her was not trying to seduce her with his appearance, but because there was really something in the collar that could cause serious damage to her. Hey, calm down." Jacunda raised his hands sincerely and stepped back, pressing his back against the window. "I'm calm," said Tom, approaching with his wand in hand. "Now, I ask, and you answer, is that alright? Are you a Hogwarts student?" Jacunda blinked and asked suddenly, You just need to answer my question." Tom was a little angry. Calm down. Jacunda said quickly at a speed worthy of the dreadlocks on his head. "I saw the newsboy hat on your head, with the Slytherin logo on the brim. Muggles don't recognize it, but I know you. It looks like you are young, and there is Nelson Williams' bag in the box, so you should be his friend. His friend is my friend, and I know Nelson very well." Jacunda patted his chest, as if wanting to express his sincerity. Tom twitched his eyes and said, "How do you prove it?" "What I said is right. You are indeed a student of Slytherin," Jacunda said happily, without slowing down in the slightest. "You must be Alfred Black, right? I often learn from Ravenclaw. I heard your name from the dean." "My name is Jacunda Sykes. I just graduated from Hogwarts, and we must have a lot in common when it comes to mischief." "Jacunda Sykes?" asked Tom, savoring the name. "What's your relationship with Professor Sykes of Ravenclaw?" "She is my sister, Alfred." "It doesn't look like it, cousin," said Tom, putting down his wand and looking at Jacunda with a frown. "Find a place to sit." "Okay." Jacunda saw Tom put down his wand and lowered his head. He felt that his chance had come. He immediately took out his wand and pointed it at Tom. Seeing him frown again, he smiled triumphantly. "Senior sister will teach you one thing. Don't trust anyone when you go out. In addition, young people frown less and are prone to wrinkles." "You're right." Tom nodded seriously. "So you think it's easy for you to win people's trust?" "What did you say?" "I mean, you'd better find a place to sit down, otherwise the exercise will be too strenuous, and the poison may soon flow to the whole body." "Venom? What venom?" Jacunda had faintly realized that she had fallen, but she didn't think about where she had fallen until she lowered her head and saw two small spots that were bleeding out on her ankles. A green snake tail quickly disappeared under the bed. Jacunda suddenly felt his eyes go dark, staggered a few steps back, and sat down on the chair that Tom summoned with the flying curse. "I think we can have a good chat now, Miss Sykes." Tom walked up to Jacunda, took the bag and wand she was holding, hugged the bag in his arms, and put the wand on the bedside table, moved another chair, sat across the bed across from Jacunda, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Don't worry, this snake is not very poisonous, and it won't do you any harm." Jacunda felt a bit of a toothache. Even though the guy on the other side took her wand, he didn't take his hand out of his neckline, and he couldn't do it like a porcupine. She wanted to describe Tom as a hedgehog, but felt the ankle despite the tingling feeling everywhere. She still replaced the cute hedgehog with a hideous porcupine. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you," Tom said as he unzipped all the zippers and buttons on the bag, carefully checking the inside and the outside with one hand. "I know you, Jacunda Sykes, the first witch in the world to cross the Atlantic Ocean on a broom. My honor, I didn't expect me to be so famous, haha." Jacunda accompanied the smiling face and slowly stretched a hand from the back of the chair to the back pocket of the jeans buttocks. "This is what you asked Nelson to tell me. He also told me that the place where you landed after crossing the Atlantic happened to be the scene of Grindelwald's rally." Tom stopped checking his backpack, raised his head, and seriously suggested, "I suggest you stop your movements, or you will be knocked over by snake poison later, and I can't save you. And if you are in this state and have to take your wand out of your butt pocket, I think you may, because the inarticulateness hurts yourself first. It's better to have some trust between people. If you came in by knocking on the door, I should be treating you to dinner in the restaurant downstairs right now. Didn't you put my wand on the bedside table?" Jacunda muttered, "It's not too late for dinner. I'm not hungry now, and I also have 2 wands." Tom lowered his head and continued to search every corner of the backpack. "So what are you looking for him or his bag for?" "I checked it carefully, and it's an empty bag." "Bag? It's nothing," Jacunda said perfunctorily. She was still trying to reach her wand, but the movement was much smaller. "Nothing? Since you can catch up to France, it should be very important." Tom raised his head, stared at Jacunda's movements with interest, raised his wand, and said enthusiastically, "Let me help you, come on. The wand is flying." "Well, sure enough, there are 2 wands," Tom continued, taking the flying wand and throwing it aside. Forgot the existence of this bag. When he first entered school, he liked to carry this bag very much, but later on, even if he held a lot of books in his hands, he would not carry it. Why? As far as I know, the only one who can do this kind of thing is the forgetting curse. What did you do to this bag, and then use the forgetting curse to sneak attack him? I'm not. Jacunda categorically denied. "It's strange that, although it's not convincing at all, I believe your sentence." Tom stroked his non-existent beard and continued to speculate. "So when did this happen? Let me think. Oh, the first meeting. I never saw Professor Sloan carry that bag after that morning tantrum, but he was with us all the time, except before him. Go to, he to post the letter. The owl room is on top of Ravenclaw Tower, and he met Mrs. Sykes there." "Who? What a thrill." Tom raised his eyebrows and asked, "What kind of conspiracy do you and your sister, the dignified head of Ravenclaw, have to make you attack a junior student?" "She didn't." Speaking of her sister, Jacunda suddenly became excited and denied it loudly, but she didn't notice that she had fallen into Tom's rhythm. "It has nothing to do with her." "So you have, don't you?" Tom asked after he had just finished chatting with his father, and he was in a good mood at the moment. "So why did he forget this bag?" "If you didn't sneak up on him, then there is something wrong with the bag itself. So much so that the rest of us often forget it's there and let it sit in the corner for a long time." Jacunda shut his mouth and said no more. "I just checked the bag, and it's empty, and there's nothing special about it, except it's a little dirty. So it's because you put something in his bag." Tom stood up, talking eloquently, "and this thing will make the memory of those who come into contact with it worse. Is it an anti-memory ball in a joke store?" Jacunda felt a little speechless. "I don't have a sense of humor at all." Tom shrugged resentfully when he realized that his joke hadn't achieved the desired effect. "The only things that can achieve this effect are magic props, and who would put an oblivion spell on a magic item? Unless it is something he himself wants to forget, but what he wants to forget can be destroyed, so why leave it out?" "So what is it?" "Woolen cloth. It has nothing to do with you. It's just a magical animal. It accidentally ran into Nelson's bag." I went to him to solve the problem, but it seems that it has left now. Seeing Tom getting closer to the truth, Jacunda panicked and hurriedly said, I really don't have any malicious intentions. I'll just take it and help Nelson get rid of his amnesia. Besides, it doesn't affect his life. Does it not affect? Tom patted the mattress angrily. Do you think holding a stack of books in class is called not affecting your life? You go. We will solve it ourselves. You guys are really bad. I'm not questioning your talents, but you haven't even taken a magical animal protection class. Jacunda said anxiously. I admit it. It's not shameful to be caught by a wizard like you, but it's really dangerous to touch magical animals likely don't bother you. Tom said, taking out a small crystal bottle and throwing it to Jacunda. This is the antidote for snake venom. In fact, it will be metabolized by itself after 12 hours. When I see you appear downstairs, I'll throw your wand down, so please pick it up and don't break it. That magical animal is really very dangerous. Very okay. I don't even want you to tell me what it is, Tom said politely, and simply picked up the antidote and fed it to Jacunda. My magical beast expert, Newt Scamander, and I'm sure, if he can't fix it, you probably can't either. Immediately afterwards, he watched in shock that Jacunda, who had regained his freedom, took out the third wand from the other pocket, glared at himself viciously, and said, remember to throw down my wand. After saying that, Jacunda opened the window, stepped on it, and then jumped up and disappeared into the room. Tom ran to the window and saw a small bird waving its wings and slowly descending. He summoned the two. He threw down a wand, closed the doors and windows, took out the two mirrors, and called Nelson's name. Coincidentally, as soon as Nelson came to his new room, he opened a brand new piece of parchment. The moment he heard the sound, he picked up the double-sided mirror at hand and saw the sky of Paris behind Tom. Good guy, Tom. What's the situation? Nelson looked at the black veil filling the street and asked nervously, did Grindelwald hit Hogwarts? No. Tom turned his head and glanced, skipped the greeting, and explained the situation directly. I'm in Paris, France, and a witch named Jacunda Sykes is looking for you, for the treasure in your backpack. A magical animal that causes amnesia. What did you say? Can you speak more slowly? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, The Winged Demon. I mean, you're accompanied by an extremely dangerous magical animal. Me. There are magical animals around me. Nelson was a little puzzled and asked, what is it? How do you know? Do you remember your backpack? That backpack you always forget. Tom raised his head to look at Nelson's head urgently, as if trying to control an old-fashioned racing game with somatosensory, but unfortunately, the mirror did not unable to change his perspective. He said anxiously, didn't you say you were with Newt Scamander? Let him figure out a way for you. My backpack, let me think about it. Don't worry, Newt isn't with me. Please explain what's going on first. Nelson didn't dare to be careless when it came to his own safety, but he was determined. I didn't understand what Tom was talking about, so I had to persuade him to calm down, and finally asked, do I still have the habit of backpacking? I remember that I always put things in my pockets. How can I not be in a hurry? Tom was really in a hurry. His fingers almost poked Nelson's nose through the mirror. Look at you. You have forgotten everything. Your symptoms are obviously in the late stage. That's a good talk. Nelson spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. Do you think I'm still doing well now? If it's really urgent, I might have hung up already. Why don't you clarify the matter first, and I'll talk about it later. Go to Newt and find a solution to the problem. Well, Tom calmed down and said, you used to have a backpack and carried it every day, but I haven't seen you carry it since our first meeting. Think about it carefully. Is there such a thing? Question mark? You wrote the word backpack on your hand to remind yourself to figure out what was going on. It seems to be the case. Nelson scratched his head. You. Seeing that Nelson hadn't seen him for a few days, he was becoming more and more like a fool, but Tom was not in a hurry. He deeply understood that, if Nelson really wanted to become a fool in the next second, there was nothing he could do, so he had to calm down. Continued, that night you went to the owl room on the top of the Ravenclaw tower to send a letter, and encountered an accident with the portrait. You told me, do you remember? I remember all of this. Nelson put away the smile on his face, and asked with a serious face, you mean that my memory was erased, because I saw something I shouldn't have seen? But I still remember, the only people or things I saw that night were a little bit shady were Professor Dumbledore's sister Ariana, and Professor Sykes' sister, Jacunda Sykes. Having said that, Nelson narrowed his eyes, and realized where the problem was. That's right. Tom nodded, relieved to see Nelson seem to be back to normal. I finally don't have to communicate with an idiot. I mean, I just met a man in Paris who called himself Jacunda Sek, the Witch of Sea. After she was controlled by me, she confessed that she wanted a magical animal in your bag. I suspected it was an egg or something, but now the bag is empty, so I suspect it may have been staying by your side. So you're saying, I forgot my bag, because of its impact? Nelson didn't doubt that Tom could contain a graduated witch. He just frowned and traced the parchment with his fingertips scar. But I don't think a critter just out of an egg is going to steal my wand and say forget it all in my face. It's not the forgetting curse. Tom was anxious again. Is it the winged demon? Nelson rubbed his chin, and a word that Tom hadn't heard suddenly popped out of his mouth. What did you say? The winged demon, Nelson said in a heavy tone, is a very dangerous magical animal. Its venom can make people lose their memory. At the same time, it also feeds on people's memories. The danger is that this magical animal likes to eat people's brains. What? Cried Tom, his eyes widening. Keep your head down, and I'll see. It's alright. Nelson smiled. If my brain was bitten even a little bit, what you see now, I should have crooked mouth and squint eyes. Look, my hair is not even short, but more it's thick. Nelson stroked his hair, and there was even a hint of golden light under his pale golden scalp. As far as I know, there is only one magical animal that can affect people's memory, and that is the winged demon. Anything else? No, this is the most interesting part. What? Tom felt that Nelson's IQ had returned, but he couldn't understand what he said. For a magical animal like the winged demon, eating human brains is almost an instinct, but you can also tell that my brain is unharmed. Tom, I have reservations. Come on, you must be jealous of my hairline, Nelson said, glancing at Tom in the mirror, but I've been in Ermengarde almost all these days, and I can't think of any brains he can eat. If it dares to make a move in Ermengarde, Grindelwald's Voldemort will teach it what it means to be a magical animal with its tail between its legs. Voldemort? What's that? How should I tell you? Nelson really didn't know how to describe this special magical animal until he caught a glimpse of the scene behind Tom, raised his eyebrows, and said, here, the thing flying behind you, it's Voldemort. Has Grindelwald gone to Paris? What? Tom turned his head. While Tom turned to look at Voldemort, Nelson held his chin and continued to think, this kind of cub should be in need of food the most, and I take a bath almost every day, but I have never found a big one lying on my body. Moths. If it is indeed a winged demon, it must need a lot of food. Where is the large amount of food? A large amount of human brains? Or a large amount of memory? Nelson looked up and found that Tom's attention was still immersed in the giant volleyball that could fill the sky over Paris, and then lowered his head, muttering to himself, Grindelwald told me that the lost fog and the misty illusion will erode the souls staying there all the time, and the gaps in the walls formed by the lost fog are filled with the memories of the lost. I think I've found you, Tom. Nelson cried suddenly. I have to say, it's really cool. What's the matter? Tom turned his head, saw Nelson's bright eyes, and asked happily, did you find it? I'll do a magic trick for you, Tom. Nelson pulled out the Gaunt family ring from his pocket, put it on his index finger and shook it. If you regret it, I can give it back to you at any time. Change yours. Tom pouted, hiding the curiosity in his eyes. It's just a useless junk. It's not as good as the pair of chandeliers I just sold last week. Look at it. Nelson closed his eyes, and suddenly there were strands of white mist around him. They were agitating, and pale and haggard hands stretched out from the mist and grabbed Nelson. Tom looked at all this in horror. Hey, your magic is not to kill yourself, is it? Soon, the mirror in Tom's hand was only white, until Nelson's voice came. Of course not, Tom. Welcome to the illusion. This is my world. Your world? Tom rubbed his eyes and looked at the environment around Nelson. White, all white. He looked at the empty and seemingly full white background behind Nelson and asked, "This is what you said. Is it a blurred illusion?" "That's right, Tom." Nelson nodded, narrowed his eyes, and raised his right hand holding a small metal ball. "We will come here for a walk after we die." "Can't you not die?" Tom muttered. "Just think of Nick Flamel." Nelson didn't speak. A glove with silver light slowly formed on his hand, and then he quickly stretched out his right hand, inserting it into the thin fog wall in front of him. "I caught you." He withdrew his hand, holding an exquisite birdcage. A blue-green butterfly covered with spikes was struggling violently in the cage. He grinned and smiled at Tom. "Helped me a lot, Tom. The funny thing is, I thought it was Grindelwald or Hellboy who had been having a nervous breakdown before." "Is that it?" Tom looked at the butterfly in the cage that was less than a palm long in disbelief. After trying to break through the cage in vain, it wrapped itself in its wings and curled up like a green, pointed butterfly. "The thorny cocoon," he confirmed. "Is that the thing?" "That's right." Nelson carefully cast multiple protection spells and strengthening spells on the birdcage, and then changed a combination box to lock it in. He took back his bloody right hand and showed it to Tom in front of the mirror and said with lingering fear, "Can you don't underestimate the little guy. Generally this kind of thing, that is not big but can run wild in nature, is more or less unique." "Indeed," said Tom deeply. "I just used a little snake to control Jacunda Sykes. Huh. I feel much better. I don't know if it's my illusion. I feel that the smart IQ has taken over the high ground again." After closing the lockbox firmly, Nelson took out a long breath and took out a white stain. "The bandage was wrapped around my hand. Look at how it tied my hand." "Hiss, that's amazing." Tom gasped when he saw Nelson's miserable right hand and said, "It makes me suspect that your head is very hard. Otherwise you might have died on the first day." "Not necessarily." Nelson shook his head. "This dangerous magical animal has extraordinary instincts. It may smell the smell of the mist on me, and the mist of mist will devour memories. This is its food. Look at this wall. The gaps in the mist are filled with the memories of the dead souls, almost eaten away by it." Nelson turned the two-way mirror to show Tom the wall of fog up close. "Oh, what is this?" "The apple pie made by Aunt Susan next door to Maryland's." Tom made a retching sound. "Take it away quickly. It's disgusting." "Oh, well." Nelson turned back to the mirror and heard Tom ask curiously, "So how are you going to get back?" "Don't worry, I'll take you to see someone." "People." Tom felt that the three views had been refreshed again and asked, "Is there anyone else in this ghost place? I didn't make it clear to you before that the famous dark wizard in ancient Greece, the despicable Hellboy, is now trapped in the illusion because of his crappy and funny Horcrux. He can't survive or die." Nelson he took out his wand and said softly, "Guide the direction." When the wand stopped turning, he waved his hand to disperse the fog wall, walked in one direction, and introduced, "This place is very strange. You will go to different corners of the environment from different places, but the distance between them seems to be the same. As long as you know the direction, you can get there quickly." "I remember, I thought you said you dug him in some cave, and you showed me a magic book, which was as green as radiation." Tom asked cautiously, "You don't know how to learn from it? Magic? I don't dare to look at that thing. That fellow Hellboy has a bad stomach. Otherwise why would he be called a despicable Hellboy? If I was sucked by a straw inserted by the winged demon, I might be sent to the hospital in time, and Saint Mungo might still be alive." "Brain stuff," Nelson said, shrugging as he walked. "But if I read Hellboy's book, I might really be a fool. Great and merciful master, I may have been despicable and shameless, but my sincerity to you can be witnessed by the world in the sun and the moon." The fog wall in front of Nelson suddenly parted, and a green-robed wizard wearing a hood the waist greeted in front. "My master, you are finally here. Can you stop talking like this? It sounds disgusting." Nelson felt physically uncomfortable, trembling, and said to Tom in the mirror, "Am I right? It's quite low." Tom nodded earnestly, and then carefully glanced at Hellboy next to Nelson. From the books left by Slytherin, Tom also had a certain understanding of this notorious dark wizard. Can't help worrying about Nelson. Master, is this a black double-sided mirror? Hairbo narrowed his eyes, looked at the mirror in Nelson's hand, and asked, is there still a thing like this? You know it? Nelson raised his eyebrows, walked around Hairbo, walked to the chair he had left in the open space, and asked, did there be double-sided mirrors in ancient Greece? No, there were mirrors back then. Yes, Master. Hairbo glanced at the throne that was 1 meter away from the ground, then consciously ran to Nelson, fell on the ground, let him step on his back, and said, the black wizards have mastered the communication. It's a monopoly technology. Dark wizard? No, it's the black wizard, Master. Black wizard? Black. Well, in a few years, Muggles will be able to make video calls. Nelson sat on a chair disapprovingly, crossed his legs and asked, during the time I was not here, did you have another remember anything worth reporting? Hairbo was lying on the ground, his face was buried deep in the mist, and his eyes kept rolling. Sitting on the throne, Nelson cocked his feet, holding the armrest so hard that his knuckles turned white. Ever since he discovered that he could locate each other in the misty illusion, he had suspected more than once that Hairbo had found other soul fragments and made contact with it or them. There is communication. Tom, on the other hand, observed secretly through the mirror. He felt that Nelson really looked like a big boss among dark wizards, but he didn't think it should be like this. Chapter 137 Clever IQ has occupied the high ground again. My master, what are you doing here this time? Hairbo knelt on the ground, raised his upper body, rubbed his hands obsequiously, and asked, is there any unsolvable problem that needs your servant's help? Not at all. Nelson made a perfunctory sentence, and didn't speak again. What can trouble my great master? Hairbo looked around, saw the box in Nelson's hand, and asked with a wink, what are you holding in your hand? Oh, Nelson said casually, this is a small animal I just caught. Do you recognize it? He opened the box in his hand, revealing the green spiny cocoon hidden in the birdcage. This is. Hairbo squinted his eyes and looked at the green cocoon. He crawled back a few steps and asked in surprise, Master? This is the winged demon. That's right. Nelson picked up the birdcage and shook it. The winged demon's cocoon opened, and the pattern on the green butterfly's wings looked like a hideous human face. It saw Hairbo's remnant soul, and its body trembled violently. Get up, spread your wings as hard as you can, and hit Hairbo desperately. Hairbo shrank his eyes when he saw this frenzied winged demon, and took 2 steps back without showing any signs. Come closer, I'll do an experiment. Nelson bent down, looked at Hairbo who was approaching tremblingly, and moved the birdcage containing the crooked demon close to the cage wall. Greedily looking at Hairbo, he opened his mouth wide, with drops of purple, red and green glowing liquid dripping from his sharp teeth. These liquids slid down the fence of the birdcage, and fell onto the ground paved with white mist. Soon, the white ground was eroded into several small black pits. There was a sizzling sound on the pit walls, which could be faintly heard. With the sound of howling, Nelson jumped off the throne and squatted beside the small pit to observe carefully. Under his gaze, small white figures entangled with each other, scrambling to climb up the pit wall, but they were touching each other again. The instant the venom melted, it turned into a wisp of blue smoke and floated up. These villains were the memory and reason left by the wandering souls who were dying in the illusion. So, Nelson rubbed his chin and said to himself, it seems that experts on magical beasts may not know all the magical animals. Maybe because they didn't have the opportunity to come here. It seems that the winged demon's venom doesn't just target memory. Master, where did you get this guy? Hairbo stood aside tremblingly, his eyes showing fear from the bottom of his heart. It's right next door to you. Nelson stared at Hairbo's face and asked word by word, Hairbo, speaking of which, I have a question for you. You say, did this creature bother you when you were a wizard? No, Master. Hairbo shook his head. Even though it was quite a rare pet in my time, it is only the pet of a powerful wizard. But you. Nelson threw the winged demon with its birdcage on Hairbo's body abruptly, watching the excited winged demon try to bite Hairbo's remnant soul through the birdcage with red eyes, but was killed by the venom. Hairbo was crying and rolling on the spot. Nelson carefully observed the sharp teeth of the winged demon and the slender mouthparts protruding from its mouth. and observed the whole process of it spewing venom. After a while, he got up to take back the birdcage, and continued, "But why are you afraid of such a small pet now? Because you are just a humble remnant soul? Master, master." Hayabu panted heavily, but still tried to respond. The winged demon is a very mysterious and rare magical animal. Its secretion can concoct a medicine to eliminate bad memories. Potions, I think. I think you know it, but more than half of a wizard's soul is memory, so the damage it does to the soul is huge. The curled winged demon I have seen can only live in this world, and I never thought that it has such a powerful lethality in this kind of place. It seems that it likes the soul more than the brain. Is it because the soul is mostly hidden in the brain? Nelson knelt down, poked Hayabu's wound eroded by the venom, and asked, "Then this kind of damage, how do I need to recover? You know, I'm also very sad to see you like this. My merciful master, don't tell me." Nelson put the birdcage by his feet, and the winged demon became excited again when he saw the food. "You yourself have suffered a lot, but you want to use me as an experiment?" Hayabu rolled his eyes and understood the reason for his suffering. He secretly scolded this unreliable master in his heart, but said flatteringly, "Common spells for healing soul and memory wounds are spiritual restoration or spiritual dormancy. The latter require other wizards to cast on the wounded, but they are too slow to work. There is an ancient spell for this kind of soul and memory. The situation of being severely traumatized is called spiritual snake soul slough. You can read the book I gave you. It's on page 345. Nelson rummaged through his pockets, took out a lead box, and took out the book of spells that was so green that he panicked. Because it's an ancient spell, it uses the characteristics of snakes, and has some parcel tongue, so it's a bit difficult to pronounce. Hayabu cleared his throat, clenched his teeth, hissing, mixed with a string of obscure words. After finishing speaking, his eyes drifted to Nelson's pocket, and he said, "Master, since you can bring your wand in, why don't you let your humble servant cast it for you?" "No need." Nelson took out his wand. Hayabu's eyes were also floating around with the wand, and there was a longing light in his eyes. He confirmed, "Are you sure this is true? Seriously, I have already tired of your petty thoughts." "I'm sure." Hayabu swallowed the non-existent saliva and said, "You can experiment with me." "Really? Is that what he meant by parcel tongue?" Nelson picked up the double-sided mirror that was set aside, turned his back and asked softly, holding it to his ear again, "That's what it means." Tom's voice came from the mirror, "But I don't suggest you try this magic, because the spell does not necessarily represent the effect of the spell, and the deepest malice is often hidden between the most inconspicuous words. I hope you can be worthy of my trust." Nelson bent down, facing the ground that had just been eroded by venom, waving his wand and casting a spell. I only saw white silk threads that looked like hyphae protruding from the wall of the cave. They climbed into the cave, as if they were spiritual, layer by layer, and finally completely covered the small hole on the ground. The flat ground to start with is the same. He acted like a cat and a tiger on Hayabu, and Hayabu's wound healed successfully. "You've earned yourself some respect." Nelson nodded with satisfaction, closed the box with the book in his arms, hugged the two-way mirror, and disappeared in place. "You can't try this dark wizard spell," Tom persuaded fiercely as soon as he returned to the room. "Of course I won't try it. I even want to use the venom of the winged demon to make me forget this spell." Nelson set up the mirror, put Hayabu's green book in a lead box, and sealed it carefully. After finishing this, he was happy. Whistle softly. Tom held his forehead and watched Nelson busy until he took out the birdcage containing the crooked demon and put it on the table before he asked, "Then why did you ask him about the spell?" "I want him to feel that I used this spell." Nelson took out a candy and put it in his mouth, lay on the bed, opened his collar, and looked left and right at his neck. "Although there is no evidence, it feels like this old guy is stalking me." "How?" Tom asked curiously. "He has overwhelmed me many times. If it wasn't for my luck, he might have used my body to resurrect his soul." "Hiss, is this the world outside the school? It's scary." Tom took a breath and asked worriedly, "Then what about your injuries?" "Actually, I have observed it carefully just now." Nelson raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "There are only two important points about those things just now. First, when the winged demon attacked Hayabo, he could clearly see its attack method. This thing was done successfully. I found its mouth pits and sharp teeth. I think it should not have attacked me with these weapons on weekdays. Otherwise I should have obvious scars on my body. So what? So that means it can only affect me surreptitiously with venom, but it's harmless. I presume it's long ago sneaked into Misty with my mist of mist and poisons me every time I enter the environment, which is a chronic poison. Nelson finished his observation, straightened his collar, and said, the diluted venom can even be used as a potion, so the damage should not be too great. I will write to Senior Newt later. With some drugs it should clear up the effects pretty quickly. And, Nelson added, looking at Tom who hesitated to speak, do you think I'm normal again? This time I caught the winged demon before it spread the poison, and I feel like my IQ is back. I still have reservations. Tom pouted, and then asked suddenly, what was the name of my previous owl? Bar-headed partridge. What's the matter? Nelson smiled. You don't think I'll even forget this, do you? Or do you think Hayabo has taken my body? It's a bar-headed owl. Nah, you still haven't remembered the word, but I can be sure it's you just by the word, Tom said, spreading his hands. Go on to your second thing. The second thing is to let Hayabo think that I'm eager to cure my brain damage. Nelson showed a sinister smile. When he wants to fuck me with this thing next time, I will give him one. Remember hard. What are you trying to do? You might as well kill him directly. Tom frowned and said, I think the way you bully him can be called a dark wizard. Is that reasonable? It's not reasonable. No way. You won't sympathize with him? Nelson raised his eyebrows and said, he's a bastard who has committed all kinds of crimes, and he has done countless crimes. You know? He wants to use the purgatory of war to resurrect. I don't dare to show a little weakness or kindness. This may become a breakthrough for him to use. It's true. Tom thought for a while, and he convinced himself, and he still has a Horcrux, and you can't give him a good time. That's right. Nelson thought deeply. He sat on a chair and stared at the sleeping winged demon, poked the spikes protruding from the cocoon, and sighed. Now that I think about it, the influence of the winged demon on me is still pretty big. What? Asked Tom worriedly. Maybe I'm a Gryffindor at heart, and my caution and restraint seem to come more from my own experience. When it's hard for me to remember the lessons in my mind at the first time, I'm always prone to do some reckless things. You don't look like a reckless guy. Do you dare to imagine? On a Muggle cruise ship, a wizard who was imprisoned asked for peace, and the saints were summoned, single-handedly rushed into the blurred illusion to fight Hayabo's intact Horcrux, and was almost killed. Get rid of it. Can you think that these are things I can do? Nelson sat by the bed, counting his absurd actions over the past year. Seriously, if I hadn't been really lucky, I might have died a long time ago. Luck is also a part of strength. Tom comforted. Besides, you didn't die, did you? You didn't say that before, Nelson said with a smile. I still remember, when I was in the orphanage, I once had a fight with the bad boy from the next block. You collected a lot of their black material. Okay, stop talking. Tom waved his hand. Okay. Nelson smiled, changed the topic, and asked, did you meet your father when you went to France this time? The man also named Tom Riddle? Tom asked back. As soon as Nelson heard the name, he knew that Tom's journey to find relatives was half over. He smacked his lips and asked, isn't it easy to talk? In the conversation just now, the Philistine guy's central idea from beginning to end was, I'm rich. Tom said disdainfully, what do I want those pounds for? What's the use? Gringotts even needs exchange quotas every year. I can take a lamp out of the Chamber of Secrets and sell it for more than that pile of Muggle junk, let alone the door knocker, when I get it. Tom snapped shut, and Nelson caught the blind spot and pressed, what knocker? It's nothing. Tom snorted twice, took out a photo from his pocket, and held it up to the mirror, and said, but he also has a daughter, who should be my sister. Looking at this photo, do you think she? Nelson narrowed his eyes, and looked at the girl in the mirror. Compared with the missing persons notice he saw in Hangleton, the girl in this photo was bigger, clearer and more familiar. After a while, the lock of hair on top of his head bent slowly. Christian? It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Chapter 138 Golden Bones. A little girl who wandered thousands of miles from Hangleton to London, happened to go to our place, and happened to be a little wizard. What kind of spirit is this? What? Is Hangleton so far from London? Tom's focus was strange. What spirit? It's nothing. I'm just sighing. If Christian is really your sister, then the fate is too amazing. Nelson spread his hands and didn't say much. It may be that there have been too many coincidences recently. A little nervous. Horrible, Tom said with a sigh, looking at the black veil floating outside the window. Although the world is small for us wizards, I also think some things are too coincidental. But think about it. Nelson nodded, playing with the ring of the Gaunt family, and recalled, don't say it. I have seen such a missing person notice. Do you remember? I told you about your mother's. The family is in Hangleton. There is such a thing. What's the matter? Tom still stared at the black veil outside the window, enviously marveling. I have to say that, although Grindelwald is a dark wizard, his pomp can be called unprecedented. Then you have to study hard. To tell you the truth, after being in contact with him for a long time, I have become a seen person. Nelson shrugged and continued, let's talk about Hangleton. The Gaunt family live in Great Hangleton, not far from Little Hangleton where your father's family lives. When I went to find Mr. Morphinatus, your uncle, I saw a missing person notice, and there was a person named Laura on it. Little girl. Have you seen it? Tom turned his head and frowned. That's right, but that photo is smaller and blurrier. I don't know how it was printed. Nelson shook his head, clapped his hands and said, whatever, just go back and verify it. If she is really your sister, that is also a good thing. Tom's brows widened, and he nodded. Yeah, that's the best. Hope everything goes well. Nelson shook his head. Probably because I'm too sensitive. It's a good thing to be cautious. Think about what outrageous things you have done when you were not cautious. You're right. Nelson shook his head, put those strange thoughts in his mind behind him, and asked, how do you plan to go back? Then go to the fireplace of the Ministry of Magic? It can't be done. Tom sighed. The flu network in England is broken, and there is no way to go back from the Ministry of Magic. What should I do then? Nelson was a little worried. Do I need someone to take you back? France has not been peaceful recently. Don't worry about it. I have some channels. Tom said mysteriously. You know, I have some in school. How should I put it? Slave. Nelson rolled his eyes and said for him. You can't say that. Tom rubbed his hands hypocritically. After all, we are all classmates. We just share the same interests, so we often play together. Okay, Nelson asked. Are you going to send you back through those family channels? I think you might as well go to Alfred. He can't. He will definitely sneak over here, and then I will not only have to take care of myself. Tom shook his head. Besides, I'm not in a hurry to go back. I've taken 3 days off, and I'm going to see it later. Look at Aunt Bella. By the way, have you visited her since then? I didn't. Nelson pursed his lips and shook his head. Gal, you know, Nelson said, shaking his head again, licking his chapped lips. I just think our life is too dangerous. You understand? The wizard took her back. I went to France once before, but I never had the idea of disturbing her. I can't let her suffer these dangers that don't belong to her. I can't lose another person anymore. Gal. Tom stared at Nelson, who was turning his back in the mirror, then turned around and blinked hard and said, I'll take a sneak peek to see if she's doing well. I was actually thinking, wouldn't it be better for her to forget us and start her life again after I mastered the forgetting curse in the future? Nelson turned around and adjusted the angle of the mirror. Tom could only see him from the bottom of his nose part. How can you think of such a thing? Tom flicked the mirror angrily and said, you have just been hurt by memory disorder. How can you think of using this kind of magic on the person who loves you the most? It's a big deal for me. Let Nagini come to France. The advanced oblivion charm won't cause harm to the caster. Nelson argued weakly, and I think it might make her safer. Staying away from magic is the safest thing for muggles. I can think of the best thing for her. Why do you talk like Dumbledore? Tom threw the mirror on the bed, interrupted Nelson, who was chattering, stood up and cursed. Do you think it's best for her to open your mouth and shut up? Have you considered it? Auntie La's feelings? I think she is definitely unwilling to forget you, so you are so cruel. Besides, I don't think there will be a wizard who can retrieve everyone's memory and find this mama who knows you from all the people in France melon. Nelson adjusted the mirror again, and now Tom could only see his chin. He sniffled and said in a low voice, "You are right. Honestly, I don't think you've recovered," Tom said angrily. "Your intelligence doesn't even match your first year test scores." "Okay." Nelson's voice sounded like he was rummaging for something. After a while, his entire face appeared in the mirror, much more emaciated than before. Nelson held a smaller piece of paper, said, "I guess the hiding place is closed now. I heard that Principal Armando and Andre had a fight there." "Yes," Tom replied coldly. "If you meet a wizard in a black robe, you can say that you are Andre's friend, and he will give you convenience. Can it be done?" Tom raised an eyebrow. "It can be done." Nelson nodded. "I have a lot of faith there. You can report my name." Nelson wordling. "Row. If you have time to go to the hiding place, you can buy some looking glasses or other protective props and put them near Aunt Bella's residence," Nelson said, "but I still don't recommend you get too close. The current French, very unsafe." "Don't worry," Tom finally smiled when he heard Nelson's words. "I'll take Muggle traffic. The guys from Nermengard won't search the train, right?" "They'll probably take the train," said Nelson, putting the mirror back to where it started. "When the war is over and we graduate, I'll move in with Aunt Bella. You might as well let your fellow dark wizards in Nermengard take care of her." Tom curled his lips. "Besides, does the Muggle war have anything to do with where you live?" "I'm not talking about Muggle wars." "You don't mean to do something?" asked Tom, putting his face close to the mirror. "No." Nelson shook his head. "I can't do it now." "Of course you can't. You don't even have to read," grumbled Tom. "No, I have something to read." Nelson picked up the mirror and leaned out the window, looking at the stretch of castles on the top of the hill in the distance of the hut. "I forgot to tell you, I'm now the Isle Vermorny Longhorn Academy's student." Tom looked suspiciously at the scene in the mirror and asked, "Are you sure this isn't Nermengard?" "No, Nermengard is at war now. This is America, the lighthouse country. Do you know?" "Then are you coming back?" "Where?" "Hogwarts." "Yes." Nelson nodded and said firmly, "I will go back in 3 years, just in time for the OWL exam." "Why 3 years?" Tom, who had a clear mind, immediately discovered who Ardian. "You can't really be doing something big in secret, are you?" "I'll tell you when the time comes. HMPH, let's talk about it later." Tom looked out the window, ready to leave. "I guess that Jacunda is going to come back to take revenge on me right now. So I'll slip away first. See you later." "See you." Nelson put the mirror on the table, tapped his head, licked his lips, sighed, closed his eyes, and leaned back in the chair to reflect on the past until a cup of hot water poured on him. Scalding him from the chair, it bounced straight away. "There are assassins." Nelson yelled strangely and turned his head to see his alchemy puppet standing on the table, with its head on its body and a teacup on its body, with half a cup of steaming water in it! Exclamation point. Nelson carefully picked up the teacup, cooled his arm with his wand, and asked, "Do you have a problem with this name? Why do you attack me again and again?" The exclamation point bounced on the table, shaking the body above the head from side to side. "It seems that you like this name quite a bit." Nelson stretched out his finger and poked it, and the villain rubbed it on his hand. "You can't just see that I'm thirsty and want to pour me a glass of water?" The exclamation point nodded. "Okay, thank you." Nelson picked up the teacup and took a sip. He didn't know what kind of tea it was, but it tasted surprisingly good. He poked the little man lightly and ordered, "Just do what you like." "Well, I'll pour myself water when I'm thirsty." Seeing the exclamation mark, he nodded again, bounced off the table, and disappeared into the room. Nelson closed his eyes again. After a while, he drank the cold tea in one gulp, walked to the window, and glanced at the vibrant flower garden opposite. The forearm scalded by the hot water was no longer red due to the timely cooling, and replied. Nelson was startled. He looked down and found Lorianne, who was directing the puppets to weeds in the small garden, opened the window and jumped down when he was about to land. He pointing at the bottom of the foot with the magic wand, stepping lightly on the soil. "TSK, what a wild boy." Lorianne smacked her lips, looked Nelson up and down, and then turned back to direct the puppet. "Your letter is finished?" "Probably." Nelson nodded, walked to Lorianne, and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. "I brought some seeds," Lorianne said. "I always feel that the things outside are not as delicious as the ones grown by myself. It might be more to your taste," Nelson said, nodding. "I'd like to ask you to do me a favor." "What's the matter?" Lorianne asked. "Will you have surgery?" "I won't." "What's wrong with you?" Upon hearing this, Lorianne immediately turned her head, stared at Nelson's ankle and asked, "Did the bone break when you jumped off?" "No. If you don't know how to perform surgery, then I'll do it myself." Nelson shook his head. "I'm going to try body transformation. If something happens to me, please send me to the school hospital." "What?" Lorianne quickly grabbed Nelson's hand holding the wand, shaking her head. "I don't know where the school hospital is." "It's okay. Just send me to the castle and call someone." Nelson wrenched his hands free, raised his wand, and pointed at his freshly burned forearm. "I'm going to turn a small piece of flesh on my forearm into the structure of a glass-winged butterfly, which is a very rare magical animal." He played the role of commentary very well. "If I fail to transform, it will only be done again. The thing about growing an arm. Glass-winged butterfly? It sounds like a butterfly. What's so magical about it?" "The magic is that it is transparent." Nelson gritted his teeth and pointed at his arm with his wand. This was also accumulating experience for his animagus practice. A small patch of skin on the skin slowly becomes transparent. Lorianne glanced at it, then retracted her head. "Hey, it's disgusting." Nelson ignored her and just continued to maintain the spell until the small piece of muscle and blood vessels became transparent. Fortunately, the spell went smoothly. Nelson caught sight of his golden arm bone and saw this scene. He frowned and recovered the deformation. "I knew it," Lorianne said, as if she had discovered some shocking secret. "I can tell at a glance that you are not human. You are actually the same magical animal as Zweig said, right?" Nelson didn't answer her, but just gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. "Miss Joy, it's really you. What's the situation? Why are your bones golden?" Lorianne asked curiously. "My ribs were still glowing before." Nelson tapped his chest, making a normal thud thumping sound. "Then it stopped glowing, and I thought the paint had faded, but it just spread. No wonder the wind demon didn't lay hands on my brain." "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" "It's nothing. It's just a medical accident." Nelson shrugged and said, "Although there is obviously something wrong, I still hope it's okay. I don't know if I can still be a wizard, not only running with weights every day. Bones, it's so hard that even the winged demon can't drill it." Lorianne still didn't understand what he was saying, so she could only repeat, "I hope he's okay." Chapter 139 Reunion. "You came?" On the top of the Eiffel Tower, a silver-haired man in a black windbreaker stood quietly, overlooking the majestic black veil over Paris. He stretched out his hand. The corner of the windbreaker was windless, and the road lingering over the city seemed like a fairy tale. The nightmarish black veil came alive, stretching out a dark and deep streamer wrapped around his hand. "Why can't I come? I'm here to prevent you from arson." The man opposite him is tall, but his face is haggard, and his posture is a bit bent. He seems to be standing on something in the air, but there is nothing under his feet. His hair was draped over his shoulders and hadn't been taken care of for a long time. The man also raised an arm. Under the silver wizard robe, the hand holding the wand firmly pointed at his former best friend. He sighed and said in a hoarse voice, "Gellert, how long has it been since we saw each other?" After that time in Godric's Hollow, the man standing on the top of the Iron Tower was Gellert Grindelwald, who hadn't appeared in Nuremberg for a long time. He stroked the black veil wrapped around his arm with a relaxed tone, said, "Look, Albus, how big was he when we first picked him up? Look, he's overwhelming now." "Gellert," said Dumbledore with trembling lips, "I really can't imagine how many people you have to kill to feed him so big. Do you think it's magnificent? It's all a sin." "No." Grindelwald shook his head, looked at Dumbledore sympathetically, and persuaded, "Albus, with all due respect, you are still as weak, as preachy, and as vague as before you never Voldemort's body saw sin, but to me it was hope." "Hope?" Dumbledore pursed his lips and said nothing. Yes, Albus. Grindelwald shook his arm, and the tentacles of the Voldemort fell off his arm. He looked into the distance and said seriously, did you know that in the Far East, Muggle during the war, the heads of the enemies will be cut off and piled up in the shape of Egyptian pyramids, and they will be placed at the junction of the frontiers. This kind of spectacle is called jingwin. What do you think of it? It's not good. You are really getting more and more crazy. Dumbledore's body floated forward and landed on the top of the Iron Tower. It's just a barbaric and cruel custom, and you, Grindelwald, what is the difference between your behavior and those barbarians? You don't even want to call me Gelot, but you're wrong, Albus, said Grindelwald, still staring at Dumbledore with that pitiful look. You know, during the dynasties of Jingwen, the countries in the east almost never encountered invading enemies because they used a massacre to protect their people from being harassed in the next few years, decades, or even hundreds of years. Those governments who blindly negotiate peace, their so-called mercy, can only bring endless tragedies to their own people, and the war is not only not stopped, but also makes the enemy advance. Don't look at me like that, Grindelwald. Dumbledore snapped, and the tip of his staff began to gather red light. You only have cold numbers and results in your heart, and you don't understand love at all. Put down your wand, Albus. Grindelwald shook his head. You can't hurt me at all, just as I can't hurt you. We signed a blood oath. Dumbledore lowered his hand weakly and said with a wry smile, well, but Gelot, what you do is also planting trees, and one day you will be swallowed by the bitter fruit you planted. The fire you set in Paris 12 years ago will burn on your head one day. Bitter fruit? Are you referring to your petty tricks? Letting a magizologist spoil my business? Falsely sympathizing with a student you admire when he's expelled, and then one day sending him to the world's most evil, the most powerful and ruthless dark wizard to die there? Grindelwald sneered, turned his head and said, you don't really think that I will fall into his hands, do you? I even thought that, if I killed him, would it make me? You are sad. If I don't cherish talents, how could I give him so many opportunities? Shut up, Gelot. Dumbledore avoided talking about Grindelwald's topic. You put yourself too high. It's not good. You have no right to decide the fate of others. Ha ha ha. Albus, you should be a politician in your country. Grindelwald opened his arms and laughed wildly, and the Voldemort in the sky above Paris also became restless because of his action. It was stirring and churning like thick smoke, and it was about to swallow the buildings below it, and even the entire city, until the sky in the distance suddenly there was a clear bird song, and a small but fiery figure rushed into the black mist, and the restless Voldemort instantly fell silent. Is it Fox? Grindelwald glanced over there, then turned his head, waved his hand to show Dumbledore the city under his feet, and said intoxicated, Albus, look, although people have memories, they also have memories. Time, not to mention the city. 12 years ago, the city under our feet was destroyed by a fierce fire, but you see, it has recovered, and is even more prosperous than before. Muggles, they don't even know this. They don't even have perception. How can they remember the pain? Besides, the so-called pain is just sacrificing some insignificant characters to make them the nourishment for a brighter future. Albus, everything is for the greater good. History exists in memory, and one day it will be concluded. You're talking nonsense again. Albus, is this another famous saying you copied from? Grindelwald took a step forward, staring directly into Dumbledore's eyes, and asked, is it true? Aren't you doing the same thing? Seeing that the previous proud disciple seemed to have no way out of me, so he used the same tricks to force another student away. History exists in memory? There are more than just traces of legilimency on his body. You even dropped a crouching demon on him. Now you come here and talk to me about memory? You tell me that history exists in memory? You are a master at playing with memory. If it weren't for the ghost in your school, you wouldn't even. I'm going to play with history. Do you think you are qualified to say this to me? I'm just solving the inequality. A city of muggles is smaller than all wizards, so I choose to sacrifice them. I repeat, these sacrifices are insignificant to the greater good. Don't you think Ariana's death is insignificant? Dumbledore couldn't control his expression anymore, roared angrily, and with a wave of his hand, the magic power from the tip of the wand cut off a corner of the Iron Tower platform. Hearing this sentence, Grindelwald's expression froze. He stood silently opposite Dumbledore. The two looked in opposite directions. Except for the corners of their clothes and hair blown by the wind, the scene at this time seemed to be a frame of stop motion animation. "Are you here this time, just to discuss these old things with me?" Grindelwald opened his mouth slowly, his tone no longer as confident as before. He sighed and took out a cigarette out of nowhere, hung in his mouth, and kept searching for something on his body. After a while, he turned around empty-handed and said, "Oh, I lost the lighter that time, and I never smoked again. I thought I had already. I quit, but, haha." Grindelwald laughed twice, took the cigarette in his mouth, and threw it aside, crushed it with his toes, and said earnestly, "I think what happened back then was definitely not what any of us wanted to see. I thought today will be a touching reunion, but if you insist on bringing up the old things today, then I will not escape. I admit that in my life, I have done some wrong things, but believe it or not, everything is done so that these tragedies never happen again. So you set fire to Paris? Let countless families and wives be separated, and their families destroyed?" Dumbledore gradually grasped the initiative of the conversation, and pursued the victory. "Isn't their tragedy a tragedy? Is it only you Gellert Green is the tragedy, that Devo admits is a tragedy? I never said that, but for the benefit of the majority, it is necessary to make a few people suffer something bad. It is a necessary sacrifice." "You are running out of words, Gellert," Dumbledore said mockingly, "but I don't want to argue with you today. I just want to tell you that I don't blame you for what happened back then. Ariana as I killed it." "Back then, what?" Grindelwald's eyes widened, and he seemed to have completely lost the ability to manage expressions. He retorted in surprise, "No, no, no, we all know what happened at that time, Shino," Dumbledore said, stepping closer to the surprised Grindelwald. Looking into his eyes, "I was taught by one of my students that when there is a riot, everyone who wears shoes is a murderer who tramples on others, let alone a relative like me." Although she and he may disagree, Dumbledore showed a bitter expression, shook his head helplessly, and repeated, "Although they may not agree." Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore, who was completely different from before. As the conversation turned into a dispute, the two of them took a step forward, and I took a step forward. The two who were separated at the beginning were almost face to face. "Is this student of yours Nelson Wertling?" Grindelwald asked suddenly. "That's right, it's him." Dumbledore didn't deny it, but the moment he heard the name, a sense of powerlessness flooded his heart. "I think he's better than you." Grindelwald shrugged. "After I told him about his life experience, he could even chat with me without changing his face. I felt his killing intent at that moment, but disappear immediately. You know, Albus, I think if I can die at his hands one day in the future, that will be a really interesting and meaningful way to die." "What did you do to him?" asked Dumbledore nervously. "What did you do to him?" "I didn't do anything. I just helped him recognize his talent, and I didn't even help him expel the winged demon you hid beside him." "That's not me, who knows?" Grindelwald interrupted Dumbledore's argument again, and said proudly, "Compared with the principal who forced him to leave, I think everything I do is more like a qualified educator. I gave him a place to stay in troubled times, and I opened the Nermengard library for him. I told him everything that happened that year without reservation, arranged for him to go to the safest place, and arranged for the best educator among the saints to teach him his homework for the next few years, and I even advanced money to let him eat casually in the restaurant downstairs. Don't worry, Albus, you may look down on him, but he is my treasure, a person who has never appeared in the future. I predicted he will surprise you." Dumbledore's expression froze, his eyes full of worry. "Isn't it? You're not thinking about cutting grass and roots, are you?" Grindelwald said with an exaggerated expression. "To tell you the truth, I believe he will surprise me too. Sometimes I even think that he won't be you. Specially send it to my heir. I have the same prophetic talent as me, good magical talent, and that knowledge in mind. I'm already surprised that a person who was up a body by the crooked demon can come to Europe alive. I didn't expect him to do better. Gellert, our affairs should not continue to the next generation." Dumbledore took another step forward, almost face to face with Grindelwald, and he said seriously, "You shouldn't do this. I just gave him hatred, gave him a chance, and finally gave him strength. Grindelwald spread his hands, as if to hug Dumbledore, just like you did back then. You are too narrow. You think others are as narrow as you. Dumbledore suddenly stretched out his hands, hugged Grindelwald tightly, and jumped to the side under his surprised eyes. Although I can't hurt you, but I can pull you and hurt myself. I have to say, you are much smarter. Grindelwald fell down in Dumbledore's arms. He opened his arms, felt the strong wind surrounding his body, and laughed heartily, pointing casually. The distant high-rise building was on fire, and then he hugged Dumbledore with his backhand, and said with a smile, "If I keep hugging like this, I'm willing to die with you, but there is another proud student of yours in that building." The first grader, Tom Riddle, who was also honored to be part of our ceremony. After all, Grindelwald closed his eyes, enjoying the weightlessness and soaring heart rate brought by the fall. The surrounding wind became so subtle that he could even hear Dumbledore's heartbeat. When he was halfway down, he suddenly felt empty in his arms, opened his eyes, and the fire in that building was extinguished. Grindelwald smiled, closed his eyes, and fell free. This conversation was meaningless, but he was very happy. When he was about to bottom out, he disappeared suddenly together with the Voldemort entrenched over Paris. The noon sun shone on the earth abruptly, wrapping the whole city in light. With the arrival of the sun, the temperature of Paris also increased, slowly rising. Chapter 140. Hasty rest, calm water. You're always looking forward and backward, and that's the biggest reason everything goes wrong for you. Grindelwald, who was about to fall to the ground, suddenly appeared in the hand of a black, slender and scarred wand. This wand looked like a failure of a one-shop apprentice, but only those who really knew its name. Everyone knows what kind of bloody history lies behind this inconspicuous and even somewhat ugly stick. The Elder Wand, the Elder Wand, the Wand of Fate, these are all the names of this wand. After getting it from Grigorovich, Grindelwald never let this powerful wand out of his hands. He trusts the Elder Wand more than he trusts his subordinates. Many times, Grindelwald, who seems to be empty-handed, has already let it hide in the shadow of his palm. Goodbye, Albus. Grindelwald left with Voldemort, and the saints fighting on the front line of the hiding place saw the blue sky restored, and apparated away in an orderly manner. After the powerful wizards were cut off from the periphery, the pride of the French Ministry of Magic, the Lewis, could only look at the dwindling number of enemies, and watch them leave helplessly. This is the first time the wizarding world has faced the saints since Grindelwald escaped from prison 12 years ago and summoned his subordinates. The team can fight back and forth with the most elite auras in a country. People are surprised by their strength, their concealment, and even more surprised by Grindelwald's purpose. What does he want to secretly cultivate an army of wizards? What are you going to do? But when the saints left, the focus of the wizards was no longer on this team. When cleaning up the chicken feathers in the hiding place, fear and luck rushed into their hearts at the same time. Soon, they began to think about reconciliation. Grindelwald's peace negotiations, what's more, looking at the increasingly powerful Ermengarde, gave birth to the idea of cooperating and even contributing. Human history always tells people the truth. That is, human beings rarely learn from history. With Grindelwald's departure, the sky in Paris really cleared up, bringing long-lost warmth to the winter city. Residents in the city suddenly remembered the most important thing for them that day, and pushed away from the room. Walking up the street, the crisscrossing streets and alleys are suddenly crowded with bustling crowds. No one cares why there are so many people who are late today, just like no one cares what month and day it is, or what day of the week it is. Everything was the same as before, except that suddenly there were many guys in strange clothes in the alley next to the Paris Opera House. They had solemn expressions and neat lines, and they carried out a large black wooden box from the alley. Those who carried the wooden box, when people leave the alleyway, they blend into the crowd and disappear. The citizens who passed by were thinking, they can't be the kind of association that conducts illegal transactions, right? I have to get out of here as soon as possible. It's just that around the Père Lachaise cemetery, there are many more unnamed tombs. The situation has become a little different. The auras have suffered heavy losses, but the saints who launched the attack did not take anything from the hiding place. They seem to have done nothing, even as they said, this is just a passive counterattack due to Armando Dupit's use of force. The counterattack was over, and Armando left the hiding place early, and he didn't know where he went. The saints who had had enough trouble also left quietly. Only sporadic conflicts continued to occur at the gate of Hogwarts, and so on local area. Such sloppy results always make people wonder whether this so-called wizarding war really happened. Spring is coming 1941, 3-month 9-day. On Sunday, after a week of classes, Nelson sneaked out to Boston for a stroll. He found a beach with few people and sat by the sea watching the clouds. The sharp-eyed Nelson saw a wooden box floating on the sea and beckoned the puppy beside him to swim over and fetch it. The moment Dinkus jumped into the sea, an old man sat down beside him. Andre, who hadn't contacted him for a long time, finally found Nelson while he was wandering in Boston. He patted the sand on the ground and piled up a castle. "Oh, Andre, you have a new scar on your face." Seeing the person coming, Nelson raised his eyebrows and greeted him. "What are you talking about? I have so many scars on my face." Andre shook his head, rubbed his face again, and asked in a low voice, "Is it really obvious?" "Of course, even on your scarred face, they are conspicuous." Nelson took out a silver mirror from his pocket and stood in front of Andre. Andre stared at the mirror carefully, sighed, and said, "Why is your headmaster so merciless? What a strange thing." Nelson waved his hand, and there was a short-legged little dragon on the top of Andre's castle. A dark wizard blamed others for being heavy-handed. "Although I'm a dark wizard, I'm light-hearted." Andre moved his eyes away, and the mirror turned into a silver ball the moment it completed its mission, bouncing back into Nelson's pocket. "You've improved a lot, Nelson." Andre admired. "I think you can try to learn animagus." "Can you be an animagus?" "I do not know." "Then I won't follow your advice." Nelson shook his head and asked, "By the way, did you take Barry back?" Nelson was still thinking about Barry, who was being held for ransom in front of the meat ticket, until he saw Andre's slowly slumping face. Andre raised his arms and shrugged in a very slow motion. "Hey, are you serious?" Nelson's exclamation even affected the tourists on the nearby beach, causing them to look over. He lowered his voice and asked, "It's March now." "March?" "He is, and it's been almost half a year." "Don't worry, they are very trustworthy," Andre argued. "They also know that I'm busy recently, and they will definitely entertain Barry with delicious food and drink. I'm afraid that, when you pass by, Barry's fighting ability has already been trained to be at the same level as Weeg." Nelson curled his lips, looking at Dinka, who was swimming toward him with a wooden box on a brown hinge in his mouth. "See," stood up and pulled the box over. "No way." Andre continued to quibble. "Barry is impatient. He won't become like Zweig." "Is this the important thing?" "The important thing is that he is still in the hands of those people." Nelson spit and then opened Dinkus's mouth to check carefully. "Don't cut your mouth. If you get tetanus, Eluolan will definitely make me feel pain." "Don't worry, I was joking." Andre raised his eyebrows. "I have picked him up, and now he is studying history with Lord Grindelwald's aunt, and he still remembers those fairy tales." Nelson ignored him, just brought the box, and arranged it expectantly. "What?" Seeing the stencil marked 1773 on the decayed wooden box, Nelson was shocked. After learning that the antique Tom was thinking of turned out to be a Ravenclaw door knocker, Nelson was in a bad mood. Old things are extremely sensitive. After looking around and finding no one around, he took out his wand and tapped lightly on the hinges that were already covered with barnacles. As the chains fell apart, he saw a box of black, wet, unknown object exuding a deadly smell. He threw the box out with a flick of his hand and stretched his hand into the seawater to scrub it with lingering fear. Other people are picking up treasure chests to find antiques over the years. Only I found biochemical weapons. This thing is much more powerful than tetanus. It's so disgusting. "That's tea," said Andre, who was well informed. "Thank God. If you hadn't told me this, I should still be able to eat a day's lunch." Nelson rolled his eyes. "I was going to drink tea at noon, but you told me that this box of junk is hundreds of years old." "Tea? This box of tea should be unusual," Andre said, raising his eyebrows. "Boston, tea, 1773. I think anyone who reads a book knows what this is." Nelson sneakily took out his wand again and pointed at the box. It flew away like a motor and turned his head to ask said, "Are you ready to be a chipmunk? What? Aren't you coming to me because you are preparing to carry out a plan to attack Alvermorny? When did I make such a plan? Then why are you looking for me? You can't miss me, can you? Can't you? GGGGG. Andre let out that Hong Kong comic style laughter again. He slapped the ground and said with a smile, "Do you still remember the wizard highway I told you before?" "Remember?" Nelson nodded and said, "Your soldiers and military material delivery devices, I have to say, are very forward thinking. It's been repaired." Andre said, "It's in Krakow. We are short of manpower, so I want you to be an administrator of the transit station. Isn't it?" Nelson immediately wanted to decline with a bitter face. "To tell you the truth, I have only enjoyed school life for a few months. Can you stop letting me accept the whipping of society so early? Who dares to whip you?" Andre said with a breath of foul breath. "You don't need to do anything. Just show up when you have nothing to do. Tell those muggles that we are there and let them not think about those things that they have. Every wizard who passes through the hub is led by a saint. You don't have to do anything. I will add the location to your cane so that you can go to the toilet after class and have nothing to do." "Thanks, I don't go to the bathroom after class," Nelson said, still wrinkling his face like a bitter gourd. "But I'm going to New York next week, so I might have to report next week at the earliest." "It's okay." Andre showed a helpless expression. "Master Grindelwald said personally, I want to find something for you to do, so you understand. Give me the stick. I have a new version of location teleportation magic here." "So you found me with this cane?" Nelson asked suddenly. Andre looked left and right and chanted a spell at Nelson's cane. "Who knows? You can just read Krakow when the time comes, and it will take you there." "I don't think I'll carry it with me anymore. I'll appar it anyway." Nelson stopped asking and asked instead, "By the way, do you know where Principal Duppert is? We've been there for a long time. I haven't seen him at school, and there are even gossip that he went to participate in the selection of Hogwarts' most popular headmaster in history. Compete with a group of portraits?" Andre laughed loudly. "Do you still want this kind of selection?" "No," Nelson said, spreading his hands. "I'm asking this for a friend. I actually want to express that the headmaster has disappeared for a long time. Since he left the scar on your face, then I think you should know that he is here." "What are you doing?" "I do know what he's doing." Andre's body trembled unconsciously. "Did you see a group of wizards surround Nermengard when you left?" "See you." Nelson nodded. "That's the team led by Armando Duppert." Andre looked a little terrified. "I met him in the hiding place, and he chased me for 5 months. Just last week ago, he is still chasing me." 5 months. 5 months. Why? Nelson asked curiously. "You have a grudge against him?" "No." Andre shook his head. "It was the first time I talked to him that time. He was like a lunatic, grabbing me, and I couldn't beat him. To be honest, I felt that knew and no one can beat Gad except Lord Grindelwald. I really don't know what medicine he took wrongly. His energy and magic power are not like that of an old man of this age. I asked Zweig to fight against him in front of him. He demolished a section of the Hogwarts wall in front of him. He didn't even look at it and continued to chase me." Nelson was even more curious. "Is this going to make you run?" "It was Dumbledore who persuaded him to go back." Andre imitated vividly. "We tore down the city wall that day, and Dumbledore stood opposite. To be honest, I thought I was dead at that time, but he glanced at me, then went on to talk to Duppert, saying things like Hogwarts can't be without a headmaster. You're not just a father, you're a headmaster." I didn't understand. "Fuck, as if I killed his son." "Did you kill his son?" "Of course not." Andre denied it flatly. "I don't even know who his son is. I really don't know. I never killed anyone." Seeing Nelson's suspicious expression, Andre looked a little anxious, and he said, "Really? Dumbledore, Iron Newt Scamander is relatively familiar. I used to wrestle magical animals. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." I believe. Nelson waved his hand. "But when it comes to fantastic beasts, I have a question I want to ask you. What is the problem?" "Do you know the winged demon?" Nelson asked. "Do you know where magical creatures like the winged demon usually come from?" "What? How can there be a winged demon? The winged demon is extinct in nature." Andre was very excited when he heard the name of the winged demon. The winged demon needs to be fed with human brains, and only the oldest black magic, only the family masters a method of feeding. Chapter 141 New York. Senior, I'm here. At the junction of Broadway and 7th Avenue, Nelson, holding a black umbrella, saw Newt standing under a utility pole. Against the background of the simple and long lines of the windbreaker, Newt's hunchbacked body looked extremely slender. Standing up the collar of the trench coat, wearing a big black hat, and carrying that iconic suitcase, he looks sneaky, like a spy waiting for an informant on the street. Although it was 1940, when technology was backward, Times Square could vaguely see its future prosperity. The muddy ground could not see the material. Pedestrians and vehicles passed through the muddy street, and the traffic was extremely chaotic. He stopped the vehicle in the flow of people crossing the road, crossed to the opposite side of the street, and ran towards Newt. Several workers wearing wooden hard hats were carrying a bronze pillar into the pit on the side of the street. When Nelson passed by, he glanced at it, and it seemed to be a traffic light. It seemed that the city hall had suffered from the traffic in Times Square for a long time. Shh. Newt raised his index finger and put it to his mouth, signaling Nelson to keep his voice down. He looked around, waved, and walked towards Nelson. What's wrong? Nelson trotted to Newt's side, raised his head and asked, what's wrong with you? Be so careful. How should I put it? Newt unbuttoned the top button of his windbreaker and whispered, it's a little inconvenient for me to move around here. When it happened, I happened to be a guest in Nuremberg, so I can't speak clearly now. Haha, Nelson teased. I think they'll think you're working together. That's right. Nootler took Nelson's arm and led him to the alley beside the street and instructed, you can call me Newt, don't use my full name. But to be honest, I really didn't work with them. I didn't even know about it. I know, it's better to say I did it. Nelson shrugged, and Newt turned into the alley, watching him complete the disguise. After a while, two blonde men in trench coats, one tall and one short, came out. Like a young uncle taking his nephew into town to meet the world. Let's go eat cake today. Newt raised his arms, looked at his watch, and said, I'll introduce you to some magical institutions in the United States, but we can only take a look around. Some history remaining problem. I understand. Nelson raised his eyebrows, showing an expression of understanding. You didn't have breakfast, did you? Newt asked. There are so many things in the store. If you try them all, you might be full. I know, I have a stomach. Nelson patted his stomach. The waffles left a very deep impression on me last time, so I'm looking forward to it. I have to taste it today. Yeah. Newt nodded, leading Nelson down 7th Avenue. Newt, is that cake shop opened by your friend? Nelson asked curiously, while walking on the road. Why would a wizard open a cake shop in New York? Yes, but he's not a wizard, and he's not a cake shop, he's a bakery. Newt shook his head and explained, he's a nomad. In America, Muggles are called nomads, and he and I are very close. I met a few years ago, when you were born. Oh, is your friendship as long as my age? Then you have to wish me a long life. Nelson smiled. He was very interested in the friendship between a famous wizard and an ordinary person, and asked, can you tell me your story? Haha, I wish you a long life. Newt was amused, patted the suitcase in his hand, and said, I was in New York on business at the time. You know, I have a lot of magical animals in this suitcase. I know, I'm impressed. Nelson swung his umbrella, saw a speeding car, and dodged the flying mud. He used to work in a factory in New York, and it seemed to be canning. Newt said slowly with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. He was a funny guy, and his dream was to open a bakery with his grandmother's secret recipe. Dropped everything to make his way in New York with a secret recipe and his love of baking. Almost anyone who can drop everything can succeed, can't they? Nelson tried to be a qualified joker. That's not true. Most people who drop everything really drop everything. Newt glanced at Nelson, shrugged, and said, I just came to New York at that time. Coincidentally, my suitcase looked exactly like his suitcase. So you got the wrong box? Nelson laughed, remembering the famous opening scene in many stories. I guess it's like holding the wrong baby in the hospital. There's always some weird entanglement between the two identical boxes. That's right, Newt nodded. I think so too. Think about it. If a person with no magical powers got a box full of magical animals, there would be a lot of chaos. Of course, he did cause quite a bit of confusion. It was my fault for bringing in someone who didn't belong in the wizarding world in a rough way. I can imagine it, Nelson echoed, but I don't think it's a mistake. After all, if a muggle doesn't have this opportunity, he will never know what the truth of the world is, although we can't be sure ourselves the known world is real, but there is always more to it. But muggles can't resist the dangers and invasions of the wizarding world. I pulled him into danger. Newt shook his head and said, it's a coincidence. Because of this fate, we wizards, there are people from the Ministry of Magic, there are vagrants, there is me, a wanted criminal who dropped out of Hogwarts, and a muggle whose specialty is cooking bread. A few of us started a wonderful adventure, and even made Grindelwald. I suffered. That's amazing, Nelson admired. You guys must have a good relationship with such amazing memories. Yes, we used to be very good friends, and he even fell in love with a very good witch, Newt said with a happy smile on his face, blinked his eyes after a while, and said with a wry smile, but I think he shouldn't remember me now. Don't remember you? Nelson asked. How could that be? Did someone cast an oblivion charm on him? Yes, Newt nodded, left 7th Avenue, turned into a relatively remote but spacious street, and pointed to a small shop facing the street with smoke from its chimney and said, his bakery is over there. Nelson followed his fingers to look. The small store only had a wooden door and a cabinet. The glass cabinet was filled with pastries of various colors. There was a line outside the store that was neither long nor short. Among the other shops on the remote street, this bakery's business can be said to be booming. The United States can be said to be the country that obeys the secrecy law the most, Newt continued. It may have something to do with their history. A historical figure in Alvermorny once disclosed the existence of magic, which caused him to be attacked by muggles. Did muggles attack wizards? Nelson asked suspiciously. Historical figures? That should have happened a long time ago. Could muggles have harmed wizards at that time? No, but it can cause trouble to wizards' lives, Newt shrugged. It might be poisoning the water source or something. I don't know. If you like history, you can check it out. I heard people say that it seems to be called 12 Trees, and it belongs to the same family as the current headmaster of Alvermorny. Principal. Nelson mused. No wonder his name is Scrivet. Secret? Ha ha ha. Newt's smile was a little strange, and he continued after laughing. Jacob, that's my friend, because he learned too much about magic afterwards, and because of the influence of the secrecy law, his memory has been erased. He can't remember the past. We can only secretly help him open a store here, and dare not tell him. Don't you remember anything? Nelson raised his voice. Then he doesn't remember his friendship with you, his experience, even the witch he fell in love with. How could the Ministry of Magic do this to muggles? Woolen cloth. They're actually just strictly abiding by the law. Newt shook his head desolately. But my aunt and uncle, they also know the existence of the wizarding world. There are still many muggle-born students in our school. Does it mean that in the United States, after a muggle family has a wizard, it must become that there has never been such a child? Nelson questioned. I mean, are they getting a little harsh? Muggle relatives of American wizards are also allowed access to the wizarding world. Isn't his lover a wizard? Is it because they are not married? Yes, Newt lowered his head. That's also the problem. Queenie, his lover, was taken away by Grindelwald 12 years ago. His lover is gone, so he was taken away very quickly and Oblivion Charm was cast. We couldn't even find Queenie, which is a pity, and maybe when Queenie comes back, he'll be able to get his memory back too. Forgotten and restored. What do you think of people? The United States Ministry of Magic is really bad. Nelson sneered. In fact, many wizards don't regard muggles as human beings. In their view, muggles and the magical animals that can buy materials in Diagon Alley are no different from the house elves kept in the family. Nelson frowned. Newt patted him on the shoulder and said, don't think about it, we're here. Nelson raised his head, and the two were already standing at the end of the line in front of the bakery. He glanced at the sign and asked, what's your friend's name? Jacob. I mean the full name. Jacob Kowalski. What's the matter? Is that JK? That's right. Newt looked at Nelson and asked strangely, why are you asking this? I was just thinking, according to the general naming rules, the signboard of this store should say JK Bakery, Nelson said, pointing to the signboard. Then what does this JQK Bakery mean? It can't be, because he likes to play poker, right? Q? What Q? His store name is obviously JK. Newt looked puzzled and looked up at the signboard. A red brand new letter Q was suddenly inserted in the middle of the black letters that had faded. Opening his mouth in astonishment, he muttered, "Queenie?" After all, as if he was about to rush into the store, Nelson stopped him and said, "Newt, line up, line up. Besides, what if he doesn't remember? Aren't you going to violate the secrecy law? Anyway, that's not the only thing I violated," Newt said eagerly, not worrying about having too much debt. "You might as well wait until you enter the store to get in touch, or if someone sees him, he will have his memory erased again, which would be too miserable." Nelson advised, if he remembers it, he will always show familiarity. Performance. "You're right." Newt stood anxiously in the queue, craning his neck to look forward, "but he's also very familiar with me now, because I'm a regular customer of this store. Oh, this team will have at least 10 minutes until our turn. So long? Is this bread freshly baked?" Nelson complained. Seeing the anxious Newt, he had to find another topic. "That's just right. I have something to ask about magical animals." "Oh yes, I'd have forgotten if you didn't tell me," Newt said, "about fantastic beasts," and Newt immediately regained his senses and asked, "What do you want to ask?" The letter doesn't explain clearly, it's so mysterious. "That's right," Nelson whispered. "Do you know the winged demon?" "The winged demon?" Newt immediately changed his expression when he heard the name, pulled Nelson a few steps away from the crowd, and asked in a low voice, "What are you asking the winged demon for? Did you meet it? Where is it? This magical animal is very dangerous." "Yes, I have encountered it." Nelson nodded and said, "Are you familiar with it?" "Yes, I'm too familiar with it. When I changed the wrong suitcase, there was one in the suitcase." Newt nodded and was about to reach out to grab Nelson's head. "Are you alright? There's nothing wrong with your brain, right?" "No," Nelson said, dodging. "I caught a crouching demon near the end of last year. It didn't seem to be able to go through my head, but I can clearly feel that it has been more than a whole year. My memory has deteriorated, so I suspect that I may be affected by its venom, and I have been wanting to ask you for help to solve the problem. But where is it? You didn't kill it, did you?" Newt asked hastily. "Where I live, I'm still alive, and I'm locked in a cage. What's the use?" "That's good," Newt said with a long sigh of relief. "If you kill it, it will be difficult to deal with. The solution to the magic wing poison is actually very simple, just like the emergency treatment method for people who are alcoholic. It's like pouring him diluted wine. Seeing that you haven't become a fool and still caught it, I'm relieved. The detoxification method is very simple. Just remember." Chapter 140 To the Lost Lover. JQK Bakery is an old shop, although it has only been established for a mere 10 years, but for this young city, a 10-year shop is enough to become a precious memory in the life of some people. Not to mention that the quality of the bread in the store is also good. After a long distance, Nelson could smell a strong buttery aroma, which is different from the sweet and dizzying smell at the door of ordinary bakeries. This fragrance is mixed with malt and the unique aroma of all kinds of baked grains. While making people feel sweet, it also feels elegant, which attracts passers-by to enter the store involuntarily. After a while, the team finally moved to where Nelson and Newt were. The bakery only had a small door, and the window next to the door occupied most of the facade, making the door and signboard look a bit cramped. But it also showed the owner's self-confidence. The window was filled with all kinds of cute pastries, and Nelson pointed to a pink baby elephant and asked, "Newt, this doesn't look like an ordinary animal." That's right, Jacob's Bakery is so popular, not only because his secret recipe is really delicious, but also because of his extraordinary imagination in bread shape. Newt nodded deeply and said, "So I also think that he may actually remember those things in the past. Look at that rainbow farting pony. It looks like a unicorn." "Sir, that's a unicorn." An old lady in a pink shirt turned around and stared at Newt with an unfriendly expression and said, "That's not a rainbow fart. It's auspicious clouds created by the flight of a unicorn. If you don't want to buy this one, please don't comment on it at will. Your description has hurt my desire to buy." Hold. Sorry. Newt rubbed the back of his head and smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I spoke too loudly. I hope you can pay attention in the future. You are taking the child out to play, so don't teach him badly." The old lady said righteously, "The elder should set an example." "I'm not." Newt could only say, being terrified by the old lady's stare, "Thank you for your reminder. I will pay attention." Satisfied, the old lady turned around and walked into the bakery, leaving Nelson standing behind Newt covering his mouth and grinning. Newt curled his lips. After a while, the old lady came out carrying a large paper bag and a transparent cake box. And there is an identical unicorn inside. "It's so cute." Nelson praised Newt, looking at the cake box in her hand, as he turned to let the old man pass. "Oh, boy, your mouth is so sweet." The old lady grinned, as if Jacob's bread was praised more than she was praised, and she poured the cake box into the other hand. He patted Nelson's head with his free hand, then took out a puff from the paper bag, and stuffed it into Nelson's hand. "You are a good and polite boy. Are you hungry? After waiting so long? Eat some puffs, foo." Then, she left the puff without any explanation, turned and left. "Thank you." Nelson stared blankly at the puff in his hand, picked it up and tasted it, and swallowed it in one bite. Soft and smooth chocolate cream gushed out of the cracked cream dough, filling him with the sweet taste. Nelson savored the old man's mouth carefully, and said indistinctly as he watched the old man walk away, "Look, Newt, you can still get food by talking like me. You guy." Newt bent down, rumpled Nelson's hair, and walked into the store. "Didn't you listen to what the old lady told you? Be polite and don't talk while eating." "Okay." Nelson swallowed, stuffed the remaining half into his mouth, and followed into the store. There are two customers queuing up in front of the counter, like a couple, arguing about whether to eat strawberry or apple flavor. Behind the counter is a fat man with a smile on his face. He is not tall. It can even be said to be a bit short, and it seems that it is not much higher than the counter with 3 shelves. His face is round, with a pair of smiling eyebrows, and a mustache hangs tremblingly above his mouth. Norton II's well-groomed straight mustache. Jacob's beard is a bit messy and curled upwards. It can be seen that he is an optimistic and cheerful man who is willing to enjoy life. He was wearing a beige apron with a lot of jam on it. Under the apron, he was meticulously wearing a suit of shirt and vest. He even wore a tie. His hairline was a little high, which made his face more full. He didn't have much. The black hair is a little grizzled, and I don't know if it's the grey hair from old age or the flour stuck on from working in the bakery. As soon as Nelson walked into the store, he felt that, although the space inside was packed to the brim, there was still a lot of room to spare. For a while, he thought that Newt had secretly cast the untraceable stretching charm for his Muggle friend, until he saw Jacob looking at the well-cared for 4-story container in front of the clean white wall behind him. He realized that it was the diligence of the owner that made this small store look so comfortable. On his calloused hands, every tiny palm line was filled with flour. Seeing Newt enter the door, Jacob raised his head, and the wrinkles on his face were also stretched out. He raised his eyebrows and greeted happily. The eyebrows that were already curved became even more excited. "Newt, are you here?" "Well, Jacob." Newt put down his collar that had been turned up, took off his hat, and nodded in greeting. "Long time no see." Indeed, Jacob skillfully packed the 2 cakes they finally decided to order for the couple, stretched his neck, and looked out of the store, and said, "It just so happens that there are no customers behind you, so I think they are all ready to eat. It's lunch. What would you like to eat? Or waffles?" Newt shot Nelson a questioning look. Jacob saw Nelson standing behind the shelf. He raised his eyebrows higher. His eyes scanned the 2 heads back and forth, and thought about his words for a while, and asked, "Newt, when you went to Austria this time, the children are all this old? Your hair color is really exactly the same, although I haven't seen many hair colors changing with the children." No. Newt waved his hand and explained, "This is a friend of mine, and I just dyed my hair for convenience." "Convenient?" Jacob turned and walked into the baking room behind him, put on a pair of thick baking gloves, opened the oven, and took out a tray full of small bread, which was squeezed into a flying bird the shape of a four-legged giant bird. Looks very mighty, and the taste should be good. He nodded deeply. Indeed, it's quite popular now. I saw the advertisement for that neutralizer a few days ago. A neighbor suggested I dye my hair black. But it was just flour. That's right, you're young. Newt nodded, looking at a group of birds with their teeth and claws on Jacob's tray, and asked curiously, what kind of animal are you? I don't know. I dreamed about it. I just think it's cool. It should be very popular. Try it. Jacob shook his head, took down 2 pieces of steaming bread, and handed them to New York. Give it to your friends too. It has no name, and if you would give it a name, I'd be more than grateful. Newt shared a piece of bread with Nelson, stared at the pastry in his hand and thought for a while, then patted his head and said, how about the hippogriff? I think it's very comprehensive. That's right. Jacob nodded, but to be honest, it's still not as good as the flour fairy you got before. He poured all the bread in the tray into a wooden frame, leaned on the counter, and looked at Nelson, who had finished eating a hippogriff, and asked, Mr. Over there, is this bread delicious? Very good. Nelson gave a thumbs up. His teeth flashed a silver light. Mr. Jacob, my name is Nelson. Hello. Jacob greeted, and stared blankly at a cake in the cupboard in the shape of a woman sewing, until Newt questioned him, and brought him back to reality. By the way, Jacob, if I remember correctly, your store name used to be JK. Newt chewed on the hippogriff's eagle head, carefully observed Jacob's expression, and said softly, asked, what is that Q in the middle? The Q in the middle? Jacob covered his forehead, his small voice squeezed out between his teeth. He shook his head and said in pain, I don't know, but I always feel that the most important piece of my heart should be belonging to one person, my queen. Like it's impossible to have only jacks and kings in a deck of cards. But lol, maybe it's because I've been single for so long that I'm even hallucinating. Jacob smiled dryly and shook his head. His forehead was covered with sweat. He took out a squared pink handkerchief from his trousers pocket with great effort, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, breathed heavily, and waved his hand at Newt. Sorry, I may have been single for too long, and I actually fantasized that I once had a lover. Ha ha ha. Are you okay? Newt rushed to the counter, grabbed Jacob's arm, and asked softly, can you tell me? It's not inconvenient, it's just a little embarrassing. Can you take it easy? I'm a little hurt. Jacob said, patting Newt's hand, looking out at the street. I might really need to go find a girlfriend and get married. Recently, I always dream of a girl who is close to me. She likes to wear beautiful clothes, but good clothes are too expensive, so we go to the cloth market every day to buy some fashionable cloth and go home. She does some tailoring work, and I serve her tea and water. She likes to eat the little biscuits I bake for her, and I like to bake her little biscuits. She is a very considerate person, and she can always see what others are thinking, so she often buries her own thoughts in her heart, Jacob said, with a happy expression on his face, as if there was such a feeling. This beautiful woman loves him, supports each other, and stays with him day and night, but I think it's better to be myself. After all, there is me. Although I'm just a baker, it is the two of us after all, isn't it? It's alright. Newt reached behind his back, and when he reached out again, he already had a glass of water. He brought the glass to Jacob's mouth and said, drink some water, and you'll be fine. Jacob took a sip of water, coughed twice, and his eyes gradually returned to clarity. He shook his head, like a raccoon in the water shaking off the water on his body, and asked, by the way, you want to eat what? Still waffles? Still baking in the oven? I'll check. Well, waffle, please. Newt nodded, turning and walking towards Nelson when Jacob turned and walked into the baking room. Did you see that? Newt said worriedly. The US Ministry of Magic has a bunch of crappy wizards in its establishment. You see, that's obviously a sign of magic failure. He almost said Queenie's name just now. Queenie? The witch who likes to wear beautiful clothes, but has no money to buy them, and can only make them herself, but was taken away by Grindelwald? Nelson raised his eyebrows and asked, but I haven't heard of Nermangadry. There is such a number one person. Grindelwald has more people than you have seen. Newt shook his head and asked anxiously, how are you learning potions? Do you know how to deal with this situation? You've already gone to the doctor for a sudden illness, Nelson said, unable to help. To be honest, I have less education than you did in the few years you were studying, and my potions class is not very good. It is difficult to boil the water of life and death. Okay, Newt said, looking out the window, pacing up and down the store. To be honest, when I mentioned that woman just now, I feel that Jacob looks just like me who was poisoned by the curly winged demon. Yes, Newt said, smashing his right fist into his left palm. You have a croucher, and the toxin of the croucher can be used to sorry senior. I can't give it to you. Nelson immediately understood what Newt wanted to do. I won't do anything with it. It won't affect your detoxification. Newt said with a hint of pleading in his tone. I can't just sit and watch him being tortured by the crappy oblivion curse. Because of this, I can't hand the winged demon to you. Nelson refused. How do you know that he didn't spend 10 years breaking through oblivion with the willpower of a muggle? Because he really loves Queenie? The blockade of memory by the spell. If this is the case, wouldn't it be more cruel for you to use the poison of the winged demon to make him forget these things? But Newt bit his lower lip tightly and was about to refute, but saw a pink figure flash past outside the window. Queenie. The woman passing by the window looked into the store and happened to meet Newt's eyes. Both of them had expressions of shock on their faces. Newt put the hat in his hand on the wooden post next to the shelf. He didn't even have time to get his box. He yelled, grabbed his wand, and chased him out. Help me keep an eye on the box. I'll be back in a while. Newt disappeared like the wind, leaving Nelson standing by the box alone. A small scaly hand seemed to sense the owner's departure, sneaking out from the crack of the box to touch the lock. Nelson slapped on it. It trembled and immediately retracted. At the same time, Jacob, who heard Newt's strange scream, rushed out of the baking room, wearing a crooked chef's hat. His pupils vibrated and repeated the name Newt called out when he left. Queenie, 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 Queenie. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Weird Dual Invitation. See you again after a long time. Huh. Jacob kept his jaw-dropping movements and suddenly stayed where he was, looking out the window with his mouth open, without blinking his eyes. It wasn't until Nelson saw Grindelwald coming out from behind the shelf that he realized that Jacob had been captured. The petrification curse locked the movement, making it difficult to move. Grindelwald took off a glove, picked up a biscuit from the shelf, bit it down, and made a crisp sound. He nodded in satisfaction, enjoying Jacob's proud craftsmanship, chewed slowly, and then swallowed it in one gulp. There was a clearly audible sound of food sliding through the throat in the silent shop. It's touching, isn't it? Grindelwald said to Nelson, leaning on the cupboard with his arm, looking out the window. This kind of drama, two friends who live in different worlds reunite after a long absence, but forget each other, because of force majeure. How? Well, how intoxicating. Mr. Grindelwald? Nelson greeted softly. Oh, Nelson. Grindelwald clapped his hands, as if he had just seen Nelson, and said in surprise, ah, you are here too. Do you like it? I like it, Mr. Grindelwald, Nelson said, frowning and nodding. It would be even better if you could undo Mr. Kowalski's petrification spell. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we met again. Grindelwald didn't seem to hear Nelson's request. He pulled up a chair and sat at the table by the window for guests to rest. He rested his chin on his arm and observed the street. Did White take you to Alvermorny? How was the teaching there? Still getting used to it? Fortunately, Alvermorny's teachers are also very high level, no worse than Hogwarts. By the way, do you know, when I came here, Nelson passed by Jacob, walked towards Grindelwald, and squeezed Jacob's arm. He found that Jacob's body was extremely stiff, as if he had been petrified. He walked to the table, pulled away the chair opposite Grindelwald, and asked, Mr. Grindelwald, why don't you undo the spell on Mr. Kowalski first, so that we can talk more conveniently? Do you sympathize with him? Grindelwald suddenly raised his head, looking into Nelson's eyes and asked, Mr. Grindelwald, what are you talking about? I just don't think a muggle should stand by and eavesdrop when the two of us talk. Nelson shrugged. He only knew that Grindelwald hated muggles, but he didn't know his specific attitude, so he had to choose his words carefully and said, "That's a bit disgraceful. Look, you're still not frank enough." Grindelwald smiled and put down his arms, turned to face Nelson, waved his hand, and bottles and cans rose from the shelves one by one, forming a perfect table afternoon tea. He pointed with his finger, and the clear water in the transparent glass jar began to boil. "If you are afraid of eavesdropping, then you don't have to worry about it at all. He can't hear the sound outside. And when the magic is released, his mind will be with you for a few minutes. There was no difference before. Well, I just think that you must have something important to come to the United States, so." Nelson shrugged. "My business is not important. Your business is more important." Grindelwald picked up another biscuit and joked, "So you still sympathize with this muggle? In fact, I also like him very much. He does have a set of desserts, so the muggles are what I accept. Everyone has their own strengths and functions, which is great." "That's awesome." Nelson applauds insincerely. "You don't think it's great?" Grindelwald turned his head and stared at Nelson with his right eye. Nelson looked at his gradually whitening pupils and moved his eyes away. He continued, "It happens that there is nothing to do this afternoon, so let's play. Let's play a game." "Game?" Nelson asked suspiciously. "That's right, the game. It can also be regarded as the leader of Nermengard checking the learning achievements of the residents. You can also understand it as an invitation to a duel, but you are still young, so you are too weak. I'm afraid my magic can easily tear you apart." Grindelwald turned his face to Nelson again, and his eyes returned the same wink. He glanced at the signboard, pointed at Jacob who was frozen in place, and said, "This asshole Mr. Gua." "Yeah, Jacob Kowalski." Seeing Grindelwald stuck, Nelson said, "Yes, Jacob Kowalski. You know, I don't remember the names of those unknown people very much." Grindelwald shrugged and continued to ask, "Have you ever learned the dueling spell? I mean, this course should be called Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts." "I did." Nelson nodded, "but I only studied for a year, and I don't know. It doesn't matter." Grindelwald looked very happy. He clapped his hands and raised his eyebrows and said, "For a person who is merciful to the heavens, how much he can comprehend a spell depends on his understanding, not how much he has contacted." "How long? You should have only been in the first grade, right?" "Yes." Nelson narrowed his eyes. He became increasingly confused about what Grindelwald wanted to do. He leaned on the chair in front of him and asked softly, "Mr. Grindelwald, what exactly do you want to do?" "I don't want to do anything. I just want to get back the joy of wizard duels. Since I became a notorious dark wizard, no one dares to duel with me." Grindelwald shrugged and said, "Now, I want to teach you a spell. A very simple, but very practical spell. It is called the disarming spell. Do you know?" "I know." Nelson was about to say that he would actually do it, but after thinking about it, he closed his mouth again. "If, in the following duel, you win me, that is, take away my wand with the disarming charm, then I will, as you wish, undo the spell on Mr. Cavassal," Grindelwald said. The game genius, who seemed to feel that he was boring, he became more and more intoxicated and said excitedly, "But if you lose, that is, if you don't take my wand from my hand, then you can only wait until 12 hours later." The curse was lifted on its own. This curse is the prototype of the petrification curse. It needs to be cast with ancient runes, so it is stronger and more effective, and only a special counter curse can be undone. Nelson nodded, indicating that he understood. "Listen, the spell is called Axe Arms, and it's been the first spell that Durmstrang students have learned for a long time." Grindelwald pulled out the scarred sword from his arms. The Elder Wand said seriously, "Look, its spellcasting action is like this." Grindelwald raised his arm and was about to demonstrate to Nelson. When he pronounced the first syllable, a red light filled the whole shop in an instant. "Accept your weapons." After a loud noise, in the smoke, Nelson raised his wand and pointed directly at the place where Grindelwald had just stood. "Yes, Nelson, your spells are full of anger, and strong emotions are the only magic weapon to amplify any spell." The smoke cleared, and Grindelwald stood where he was, holding his wand, and said approvingly, "It seems I don't need to teach you spells and wait for you to practice them. Since you will, then I will tell you the next rules. Tell me." Nelson realized that he couldn't make a sneak attack and lowered his arms, listening to Grindelwald explain the rules. "You can use any spell to increase your chance of hitting, but I can only sit here and use the most basic spells to resist or dodge. These spells will not exceed the first grade." Grindelwald continued to explain. He waving the wand. The shelf and the bread on the shelf returned to normal. "Okay, you can start now. I look forward to your performance." "Okay." Nelson nodded, walked towards Newt's box calmly, and pulled out the black walnut wand bought at a Lavender's wand shop from the inside pocket of his clothes. "I'm ready." "This is not allowed." Grindelwald saw through Nelson's movements, and with a wave of his hand, Newt's box flew into the baking room behind Jacob. With a bang, the door of the baking room was firmly closed, and Grindelwald pretended to wipe his sweat, and said, "I can't let you release the stuff inside, or there will be a mess here." While he was looking at the pastries around him, he didn't seem to notice that tiny drops of water began to condense on the shelves. Under his feet, a thick white mist was slowly rising. "Mr. Grindelwald, is that person who just passed by the door Miss Queenie?" Nelson asked suddenly as he stood behind the shelf. He looked in Jacob's direction. It was red, which made Nelson a little anxious. "Do you know her?" Grindelwald nodded and turned to Jacob. "She is a precious talent in Ermengarde. I heard that she had a relationship with this Muggle before." "I don't know." Nelson's voice came from the other side of the shelf, and Grindelwald's eyes looked in that direction, and he could see that he really enjoyed this duel, so even if he only took a second Nelson could be arrested. But he still looked left and right, and Nelson continued, "I only saw Senior Newt yell Queenie, and then chased him out." "That's right, you probably don't know them, but Newt's departure is exactly what I want to achieve." Grindelwald nodded. "I think it's still necessary, although he can hardly pose a threat to me, but he still considered a difficult opponent. I gave him a chance to reunite with my friend after a long absence, but I hope he will not disturb my reunion with my friend after a long absence." "Did you let Queenie lure him away?" Nelson's voice came from another direction. "Running pretty fast," Grindelwald continued, looking in the direction of Nelson's voice. "What are you talking about? It makes us look like sneaky people. I just give them an old opportunity to meet friends." Indeed, Nelson's transformed mist had already covered Grindelwald's ankles, and the moment it surpassed his ankles, it exploded at a speed several times higher than before. "Mister, does it count as a win if you leave your hand?" "That's right." As soon as the words fell, Grindelwald saw the tumbling white mist surpassing his waist and quickly spreading towards his upper body. He said in surprise, "Nelson, did you do this?" "That's right." Nelson's voice came from all directions. "That's good." Grindelwald reached into the fog, as if tasting it, and continued, "It seems that Andre is right. Nelson, is this the lost fog?" "Yes. I think you are wasting it like this." Grindelwald's figure can no longer be seen clearly. The whole shop is filled with fog, and his voice seems a little dull. Grindelwald's voice came from the fog. "This is not only for others you can't see clearly, and you can't see clearly either. But I said before that I can't move when I sit here, so, hahaha, I think I can surrender directly. But I still only have one chance." Nelson's voice came from all directions this time. "Mr. Grindelwald, I'm coming. Nelson, when I have time, I will teach you magic myself, and you will become the greatest wizard ever, I promise." Grindelwald felt that he was even talking in his own ear. The voice became more joyful. "I couldn't do this when I was your age. You are too modest." Grindelwald suddenly felt a tightness in his hand, as if something grabbed his wrist. "Nelson, you are a wizard. Did you create this fog just to take the wand away from me?" Grindelwald felt the force of the drag coming from behind, turned around and joked, "That can't count as you win." After all, his words were interrupted by another red light, but this red light came from in front of him. It was so close that Grindelwald narrowed his eyes for a moment. "Accept your weapons," Nelson said softly, and took the wand that was swirling towards him. The fog in the room rushed to the tip of the wand in his hand, and it was completely absorbed by the wand in the blink of an eye. "Mr. Grindelwald, the conditions you set are not good for you." Grindelwald, who was holding a china plate full of small square pastries, turned to watch Nelson put the scarred wand back on his desk. No, asking you to fight me is the worst condition for you. Grindelwald laughed heartily. It seemed that for him, being defeated was a very happy thing. He put down the plate and picked up the table. With his wand, he took out a big bill from his pocket and pressed it under the plate and said, "This is my second duel this year. Although I lost, I'm very happy." "First time with whom?" Nelson asked. "Your focus is really strange. The other one is a German staff wizard, just a weak guy." Grindelwald looked at Nelson with a strange look and said, "You should pay more attention to your own victory. You, Nelson Wertling, are the only wizard in more than 10 years who can defeat me in a formal duel." Nelson just felt baffled. This was not a duel at all, and the most important thing at this moment was to lift the curse on Jacob. Chapter 144 Secrecy Act. Mr. Grindelwald. Nelson stepped aside, looked at Jacob, and signaled that it was time for him to fulfill his promise. "You should undo Mr. Kowalski's petrification spell. Don't worry, in a while, his spell will have no effect." Grindelwald picked up his wand, waved it casually, raised his hand to let Nelson sit beside him, stroked his thigh and asked, "I want to ask you something question." "You say?" Nelson sat down beside Grindelwald a little cautiously and glanced at the elder wand in his hand. "Do you know what happened to this muggle?" Grindelwald asked himself, as if he didn't see Nelson's eyes. "What do you think?" "I don't know." Nelson shook his head. "I only know that, because he fell in love with a wizard, his memory was erased by the wizards of the United States Ministry of Magic. The situation is probably not too bad." Grindelwald nodded, shrugged again, and said with a contemptuous expression, "But they don't really love each other. It's just a passion in the blood, you know. Wizards and how can muggles really come together? Even if there is so-called love, their lives are completely different from their families and the world they live in. So it is completely impossible to get good results. The gap is much more serious." "I don't know, sir. I just think that at least others should be given a chance to love each other," Nelson retorted. "At least if their love ends, it should be due to the rupture of their own feelings, not a group of uninformed people. Man plays with the memory of the weak." "You are so wrong, Nelson." Grindelwald was amused by Nelson's words. "Ha ha ha, you are still young and still believe in love, but I have no objection to this. Who can stop a hopeful young man from believing in love? But that's not what I'm talking about. You have to know, the weak can only be played with by others, not only playing with memory, but even life, body, and even life. Factory? Those grey houses in the suburbs with big chimneys belching black smoke, filled with muggles like sardine cans, where one man sews a button on a doll and passes it on to the next for another to sew it size. "I know, sir." Nelson nodded. "This is the quality that I think muggles are not weaker than wizards. They are better at improving efficiency under limited conditions. I noticed that the suburbs of Nurmengard also have some similar qualities. Factory. Yes, they are not useless, but this is not the topic of our conversation." Grindelwald shook his head and said, "I mean their lives. Those factories, those equipment, those materials, including the labor of workers, belong to the owners of the factory, the muggles who have a surplus, and those muggles who do nothing. They can only work there mechanically. Their wealth, their families, and their health are all held hostage by those cold machines. Even muggles themselves are playing with the weak, let alone us wizards who are better, stronger, and wielding greater power." "But Mr. Grindelwald, aren't wizards born from muggles?" "How?" Grindelwald raised his eyebrows with interest and asked, "Why do you have such an idea?" "When I was at Hogwarts, I was sorted into Slytherin House," Nelson said. "It was nice, but it still had a bit of a bad vibe, and they were so obsessed with pure blood. But I sometimes thought, where did the first wizard come from? It couldn't have fallen from the sky. It must have been a muggle-born wizard." "Well," Grindelwald nodded approvingly and explained, "this involves the wizarding world studying the origin of magic power for hundreds of thousands of years, and there is no result for so many years, and I think this is a waste of time. When a thing is too old or unknowable, I suggest you put it down and think about how to do other things. The barrier of blood and the barrier of race are two different things. Have you heard of the theory of evolution?" "I agree with this point of view. Yes, there are many muggle-born wizards who are very good. I call them muggle evolutionists. They have become a completely different race from before." Nelson was a little speechless. He didn't know how to refute Grindelwald's argument. Even in the 21st century, social Darwinism is still regarded as a standard by many people. He shook his head and said with a wry smile, I just don't think it should be in this way. Wizards don't have the right to play with muggles at will, and you may not have seen it before you came. And the heartbreak when he called Queenie is really hard not to feel sympathy for. It's just sympathy. Nelson, look, he's recovering soon. Grindelwald didn't care about Nelson's accusations. Following his eyes, Nelson saw Jacob, whose face gradually became normal. Grindelwald, he continued, you said if you remind him of everything, what will happen? I don't know. Nelson had said too many I don't know tonight, and he shook his head again. Maybe he will be discovered by the US Department of Magic, and his memory will be erased again. It's going to be endless, isn't it? Grindelwald seized on the key point and encouraged Nelson to continue. That's right. Nelson nodded, but all muggles don't know about it, as long as an oblivion curse can save a lot of things, so wizards are willing to expand the amnestic office every year, and don't want to change the status quo, because it's the most comfortable situation they can do. So where is the problem? Grindelwald asked rhetorically. It's the law of secrecy. Nelson didn't know why Grindelwald wanted to talk about this topic that might not be fruitful for hundreds of years, so he could only follow his words and said, the law of secrecy has only been in place since its birth. To unilaterally protect the rights and interests of wizards, wizards made this law without discussing with muggles, and it did not consider the thoughts of other owners of this planet. This law is not as sound as the history books say. Very well, Nelson, I'm astounded by your ability to think independently. Grindelwald nodded in satisfaction, looked out of the window with his chin propped up, and played with the wand in his hand, spinning it quickly. Although our thoughts still have some differences, I have been studying like muggles. I think their pursuit of efficiency is great, but the law of secrecy hinders us from unifying the population of this world, and wastes a lot of precious resources in meaningless internal friction, war, politics, and even business. People in power grab wealth for themselves and even lead to stagnation of development. I see these things and feel pain in my heart. Forgive me for not agreeing. Nelson shook his head. He was ready to be beaten and said with a stiff neck, people still need the right to choose themselves. They can choose to climb up and become better people, can't they? Surprisingly, Grindelwald was full of patience with Nelson, and he said with a smile, but it's good that we have reached a certain level of understanding. Consensus. For example, we think that the existence of the secrecy law is unreasonable, don't we? This is what I admire most about you. Compared with those guys who have lived in the wizarding world since childhood, your ideas are too rigid. Nelson pursed his lips, staring at Grindelwald's fast-spinning wand, without speaking. You seem to know what this is? Grindelwald suddenly turned his head, met Nelson's gaze, and asked, raising his wand. Wands made of this material are indeed relatively rare. Nelson nodded. It is said that the wand made of elderberry has great power, Grindelwald said intoxicatedly, holding the wand up to his eyes. It is said that there is a wand of elderberry that belongs to a member of the Deathly Hallows, and possessing it can even defeat die. But I don't believe it. Grindelwald changed the subject, threw the wand on the table without even looking at it, and said, although the increase in the wand or other magic props is not small, the power of the wizard is still due to itself. Yes. Nelson nodded, indicating that he was educated. But sometimes, this kind of magical gadget can play an unexpected role, and even change the direction of something. Grindelwald shook his wand, put it back in his pocket, lowered his head slightly, and raised his eyes staring at Nelson. His right pupil gradually turned white and then darkened, and only he could understand the thoughts in his eyes. Then he straightened his collar, maintained an elegant sitting posture, and looked at Jacob, who had just resumed his actions. Boo, said enthusiastically, are you the owner of this shop? The biscuits are really good. Jacob closed his stiff jaw, blinked his dry eyes, and asked Nelson in a trance, where's Newt? I just saw him running out in a hurry. Oh, he saw a friend he hadn't seen for a long time, Nelson explained. I was a little anxious, so I didn't have time to tell you. It doesn't matter, Jacob said with a grin. Anyway, it's not like he doesn't give money. Anyone would be anxious about such a thing. That's right. Grindelwald, who was ignored, seemed a little embarrassed, smiled with his mouth open, and interjected. Oh, I don't have eyesight to see. Jacob, who just noticed Grindelwald, slapped his head, his body trembling, rubbing his hands and laughing. Sir, what do you want to eat? Pack some of these biscuits for me, bake some new ones, and I'll pick them up in the afternoon. Grindelwald picked up a biscuit on the plate. I want lemon flavor. Okay. Jacob nodded and hurriedly ran to the back kitchen. Look at it, the contents inside can't be released casually. I still have some things to do. I'm leaving first. Grindelwald stood up, stretched out his hand, grabbed Newt's box that appeared out of nowhere, and placed it in front of Nelson, and teased in his ear. It must be very interesting if this muggle can recover his memory. It seems a little bad. Bye-bye. Nelson shook his head, looked at the back of Grindelwald waving away. He saw a blonde woman in a red coat, appeared outside the window, looking in on tiptoe. Seeing Grindelwald walking out of the store, she saluted and left behind him. Before leaving, the woman reluctantly turned her head to look in the direction of the baking room behind the counter, but the open door was just a black hole, and there was no one she wanted to see. Nelson was sitting by the window waiting for Newt bored, when he vaguely heard a sound of breaking a plate from the back kitchen. I lost it. Newt suddenly appeared at the door, pushed the door open, and walked in dejectedly. When he saw the box in front of Nelson, he jumped up nervously, opened the buckle, and stuffed his head in. After a while, he poked his head out, and shouted into the store, "Jacob, the bread is very good. Let's go first." There was a muffled sound in the baking room. "Let's go." Newt raised his arm, and looked at the time, and said, after a short delay, "Our next schedule will be a little tight." After all, he grabbed Nelson's arm, and was about to drag him out, without realizing what had just happened in the shop. "Newt, do you think the statute of secrecy really protects muggles as it claims?" Nelson asked abruptly, sitting still, looking in the direction of the baking room. "Why did you suddenly think of asking this?" Newt scratched his head. "I haven't taken much history of magic class, but I know that, if there is no secrecy law, muggles will definitely live in a world that is 100 times more dangerous than it is now. There are magical creatures and dark wizards stalking them all the time, trying to do them harm. So it actually protects the muggles anyway, doesn't it? I don't understand it either, but I think, yes." Newt nodded, and pulled Nelson's arm again. "You should talk to me more about magical animals, such as your crooked demon. When it comes to I won't be sleepy with fantastic beasts. That one's not mine." Nelson followed suit this time. With Newt's strength, he stood up, and walked outside the store together. The afternoon sun was a bit dazzling. He squinted his eyes, and looked at the sky. The smog shrouded the sky, and it looked like a huge Voldemort was entrenched in the sky. "It even wanted to attack me. If you catch it, it's yours." Newt shook his head. "A magical animal like this, that is extremely dangerous to wizards, is not suitable for keeping pets." "Okay." Nelson looked down at the road, and walked side by side with Newt on the gradually bustling street. "I'll give you the winged demon after I've detoxified. Keep it to yourself." Newt declined this proposal, which was very tempting to him, and he said with a bitter face, "I had one when I came to New York, and I thought it was the best in the world. The last crouching demon almost caused a catastrophe. If I hadn't found the box quickly, there might be a legend about a brain-eating murderer circulating on the streets of New York, and you might only see it in Azkaban. Chapter 145 Magical Congress of the United States. Can you believe it? I had a duel with Grindelwald just now. On the streets of New York." Nelson thought over and over again, and decided to tell Newt what happened just now. Subdued. "You're amazing." Newt laughed, rubbed Nelson's hair vigorously, and asked, "Did Grindelwald run into Jacob's shop when I was out just now?" "That's right." Nelson nodded earnestly. "You go out with your front foot, and he comes with your back foot. Is he going to eat bread?" Newt asked seriously. "It's over. The Dark Lord won't take a fancy to Jacob's baking skills, and he's going to take him back to Nermengard to make bread for himself, right?" "Yes. He thinks that Mr. Jacob's biscuits are very good." Nelson continued to nod. He also ordered some lemon-flavored biscuits and plans to pick them up in the store in the afternoon. "Then I have to notify the United States Department of Magic immediately, lay an ambush in front of Jacob's shop, and arrest Grindelwald as soon as he arrives." Newt nodded seriously, and suddenly laughed uncontrollably, stretched out two hands, to rub Nelson's hair vigorously, and smiled appreciatively. Your joke is very good. Young people should smile more, and don't frown every day. No, I'm serious. Nelson had expected this result a long time ago, and he spread his hands helplessly and said, "Really?" Queenie passing by the door was sent by him to lure you away. Apparated into the shop. "Is that so?" Newt asked thoughtfully, and immediately resumed his smiling face and said, "Your ability to make up stories is much better than the reporters of the Daily Prophet. To tell such a great story, this joke is the funniest I've heard this year. But your logic on 2 points is not very strict. Probably because you don't usually like to make jokes." Newt thought for a while, and gave a serious suggestion. "First, why did Grindelwald go to Jacob's bread? What about the shop? A busy man like him has to go for something. I think the most valuable thing in the shop is you, but you are unscathed. My box may have some value, but I just glanced at it. It wasn't even opened. He couldn't have gone there for Jacob, could he?" "Well," Nelson asked, shrugging, "what if he came here just to duel me? To put it bluntly, although your transfiguration is great, the only magic spells you can use to engage the enemy are the Iron Armor Curse and the Disarming Curse. Let alone whether you can fight him or not. The key is why he wants to fight you. How about a fight? Just to get rid of you quickly and let him find his confidence?" Newt's hand never stopped on Nelson's head, and he seemed to feel that this kind of hair was very comfortable to rub. "But I think you are really good. If you are the same age as Grindelwald, or even 20 years younger than him, it is still unknown who will die. But these are not important. Do you know where the biggest loophole of your statement is? Where is it?" Nelson humbly asked for advice, and he even began to wonder if what happened just now was an illusion caused by too much boredom. "Lemon, Nelson, you know, no human being with normal taste buds would eat a lemon flavored biscuit," Newt said seriously. "I've eaten at that restaurant downstairs many times, and the flavor is at least popular." "Flavor? I think that, although Grindelwald is not very normal in all aspects, his taste buds should be normal. To be honest, I only have food like lemon flavored ice cream, lemon flavored soda, and lemon flavored cake, and then I've seen it in Bullito's menu, but today I added a new one, which is lemon flavored biscuits. Does Professor Dumbledore like lemons?" Nelson frowned, his gums ached, and he saw a robust woman in a white coat and a mask with a disc on her head, grinning at him with a buzzing electric drill. Walking forward, shaking his head to get rid of this horrible scene, he continued, "Perhaps powerful wizards like to eat lemons, right? You can study whether this fruit like lemons has the effect of increasing magic power." "Okay, I understand," Newt said with an "I understand" expression. "It seems that I'm not strong enough, mainly because I don't like lemons." "Then you can go back and eat more," Nelson said thoughtfully. "You can ask Grindelwald to give you some in the afternoon, when he picks up the goods from Mr. Jacob's shop." "Okay, I'll write to Grindelwald later." Newt nodded, pointing to a tall building in front of him and said, "Look, that building is the seat of the US Ministry of Magic. Of course, the official name is the Magical Congress of America, but it performs the same functions as the Ministry of Magic." "Oh." Nelson looked at the castle-like towering building in front of him. "This is a neo-Gothic building that narrows to the height and is divided into 3 floors. It is more than 200 meters high. Compared with the surrounding buildings that are also row upon row, the towering buildings also stand out from the crowd, and the green spires are extremely eye-catching in the sun." Nelson sighed. Have the wizards in the United States been able to openly build such a magnificent building? What is the ordinary camouflage of this building used for? Not at all, Newt corrected. This building is just an ordinary skyscraper, at least in the eyes of Muggles. The spell set in the building will only work if you cast the right spell. After entering the door, it will transfer visiting wizards to the space used by wizards. Look, there. Do you see the arch on the front? The stone owl at the top is the symbol of the Magical Congress of America. I see. Nelson nodded. I've always felt that the building of the British Ministry of Magic is a bit awkward. A building of that size doesn't look like there is any work from the outside, and even a group of guys in strange clothes come in and out every moment. They themselves are violating secrecy laws on a high level. That's right, Newt asked Nelson with a strange look. Don't you know? The building of the British Ministry of Magic disappeared at the end of last year. It is said that it was moved by the Dark Wizards of Nurmengard. No one told me. Nelson was shocked, and Tom didn't tell me, and I didn't see any news about it in the Daily Prophet. Not a single punctuation mark. Just read that newspaper for fun. You don't even have to believe the punctuation marks. Since the day they first published, not telling the truth has formed a cultural tradition passed down from generation to generation. Newt looked instead a little gloating. I don't know too well. I haven't been to the British Ministry of Magic for a long time. You know, they don't like me a bit. Maybe you can get a part-time job in the Ministry of Magic in the future, the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Beasts or something. Nelson sincerely blessed. That would be awesome. By the way, have you been to the US Ministry of Magic before? Newt asked. I don't really want to go in. If you have been, we can skip the entrance tour. I have been. Nelson nodded. When I first came to America, King Norton II took me to his office, and I went to Alvermorny through the fireplace there. That's good. I know Norton II, too. Newt continued to explain with a sigh of relief. The Magic Congress of America was established relatively late, and at the end of the last century, Bigfoot caused quite a commotion here, so it was decided to move the headquarters from Washington to New York. So some wizards infiltrated the building's construction team, helped them build the skyscraper, and increased the height, based on the Muggle design, making it the world's tallest building. That year, a tall building elevated it? Nelson wondered. Do American wizards like big scenes so much? I just know this part. Newt shrugged. When I came to the United States 20 years ago, alcohol was banned in this place, so many wizards had to drink in the Magic Congress. The building was full of drunk guys. There was a man who was the builder back then, and he pulled me and talked a lot. What? The owner of this building is a shopkeeper? It seems to be a Muggle grocery store. I don't know. He named the Woolworth building after himself. The original plan was more than 600 feet, but it was later replaced by wizards inspired by it. The story height was increased to nearly 800 feet. This building must have been a shock back then. To be honest, it is still shocking today. I have been here many times, and every time I'm amazed that Muggles can build such a magnificent building. I think it will be an amazing building even after 100 years. There are endless buildings. Newt looked up and said with a smile, of course, no matter how tall it is not as shocking as the building of the British Ministry of Magic disappearing out of thin air. By the way, since the building of the British Ministry of Magic is gone, don't they violate the secrecy law again? Nelson asked curiously. After all, in London, it is not a trivial matter for a building to disappear out of thin air. Fortunately, the British Ministry of Magic has always had close ties with Muggles, Newt explained. For example, the previous Muggle Prime Ministers will be informed of the existence of wizards, and the Ministry of Magic will also provide Muggles with convenience and permission. Some help. For example, my brother participated in a Muggle World War, and some wizard families even have titles in the Muggle Society. In fact, the magic world in Europe is like this. After so many years of stable development, it has long been inextricably linked with the Muggles living on the same land. There seems to be such a thing. Nelson continued to ask, is the United States different? Of course it's different. You can tell from the name, Newt explained. The British Ministry of Magic is called the Ministry of Magic, which sounds like an administrative department, while the American one is called the Magic Congress, and their Muggle government it seems to be called Congress, but it doesn't mean who is big or small. Why? Who knows? You need to read it in the history of magic. I really don't know much about it. Newt shrugged. I only know that the relationship between Muggles and wizards in the United States has always been bad. There is a wizard, the Speaker of Parliament even has a swallow-tailed dog that attacks Muggles when he sees them, and I heard that there are wizards and Muggles who cooperate to hunt and kill wizards, just like our medieval witch hunts. Is it useful? The two had already walked downstairs of the Woolworth building. The tall building cast a huge shadow, which made passers-by on that section of the street feel a chill. Nelson raised his head and stared at the owl statue on the upper floor of the building. Asked suspiciously, Muggles hunting wizards sounds absurd. So Muggles can only catch Muggles. I remember hearing about a case of examining wizards. It seems to be because of an abnormal epidemic or something. Newt recalled, sucking his teeth and saying, they ended up hanging quite a few innocent Muggles, and I've never heard of a single squib being caught. It's really hard for muggles to hurt wizards. That's right, but they have wizards to help them, and I don't know what those wizards are up to, so you have to be careful here. At least there are still witch hunters active in this country, Newt suggested. I remember that you are very interested in the history of magic, so you must not miss the history of magic in this country. It is too special and wonderful. Okay. Nelson made a silent note, followed Newt out of the shadow of the building, and asked, by the way, is that woman at the baker's door Queenie? I don't know. I didn't see her face in the end. She seemed to be leading me away as you said. Newt bit his lower lip, shook his head, and said affirmatively, but I think she is Queenie. No one has her unique temperament, and if it wasn't for her, why would she turn around and run away when she sees me? If I were a lady, walking alone on a relatively remote street at noon, and seeing a man rushing towards me, I would also run away. Nelson joked, expressing curiosity about the past. Whenever I'm free, I'll go to Nurmengard and ask for help, but it won't work in a short time. I heard that Principal Dupit is still surrounding Nurmengard with people. They didn't even open it. But why did she leave with Grindelwald back then? It may have something to do with her, Newt said with a sad expression. Did you know that some wizards are born with extraordinary abilities? I know. Transfiguration Magus. Parcel tongue or something. Yes, she's a natural legilimency, but she can't control passive skills. Nelson muttered to himself. What did you say? It's nothing. Well, a natural legilimency will hear the voices of those around her all the time, which makes her mind extremely weak, so she is more likely to be bewitched by Grindelwald. After finishing speaking, Newt asked, staring at Nelson, I'm curious, why did you go with Grindelwald in the first place? Nelson was about to make some excuses when a female voice suddenly came from behind. Newt Scamander? Very good. Are you surrendering yourself? Chapter 146. Tina Goldstein. Nelson turned his head and saw a hand resting on Newt's shoulder. It was a slender female right hand with delicate fingers, but the tiger's mouth and fingertips were covered with calluses. There was no jewelry on the hand. It could be seen that this is not only a delicate hand, but also a strong hand. Why should I turn myself in? Newt spread his hands and said helplessly. He twisted his neck and looked back, but was held down by the other hand on the back of his head. Newt, who had been rubbing Nelson's hair all afternoon, finally realized that he was. However, he seemed to be enjoying it, and turned around to say hello with a smile on his face. Hi, long time no see, Tina. Long time no see, Newt. Nelson looked up along the hand and saw a witch, who greeted Newt with a pleasant surprise. You're still the same, Newt said, rubbing his hands together and laughing. Really? She raised her eyebrows and said, you too, can't speak as before. The witch behind Newt had reddish golden brown curly hair trimmed to her length, giving off an aggressive look. Her eyebrows were straight, and she had deep nasolabial folds. She was no longer young. A pair of big eyes stared straight at Newt. This kind of eyes would look a little stunned to others, but on her face, Nelson only felt resolute. He could tell that this was a brave and determined person. She was dressed plainly, wearing a long dress with a similar color to her hair, and only had a shiny silver accessory hanging around her waist. When she saw Nelson looking at her, the witch tilted her head and turned again. Turning his head and staring at Newt, he asked in a bad tone, do you want the child to accompany me to surrender? Why did I come here and surrender myself? Newt said helplessly, putting his arms around Nelson's shoulders, and introduced him. This is Tina, my American friend. She is a Nora of the Magical Congress of America. Almost got me caught. Hi. Nelson greeted with a smile. Hello. Tina nodded, and stretched out her right hand to Nelson. Tina, who was holding her fingertips, also smiled at him, then turned her head and asked Newt viciously with an expression that Nelson couldn't see clearly. Asked, what is your American friend? This is Nelson, my junior, Nelson Wertling, you know. Newt introduced, and then he pulled Tina to the corner and whispered something. When the two came back, Tina had returned to her normal expression, but the joy in her eyes could not be restrained. Nelson looked back and forth between the two faces and nodded in satisfaction. What's that expression on your face? Newt couldn't help but ask after being stared at by Nelson. No, I just think you two are a good match, Nelson asked, shaking his head. What do you think? Indeed, Newt thought for a while with a pimple expression and replied seriously, although I was caught before, I have to say that the adventure in the United States was indeed a very enjoyable period in general journey of. I can grab you again now and let you recollect it. Tina raised an eyebrow, stared at Newt and said coldly, since you enjoy it so much. No need, no need. Newt quickly waved his hand and refused. I enjoy taking risks with you, not being caught by you. Oh this. Tina raised another eyebrow in surprise. You've improved a lot, Newt. That must be. I'm over 40 years old. Newt sighed rather sadly. Yeah, you're already 40 years old. Tina also sighed, and Nelson even felt that the temperature dropped a few degrees. After a while, she raised her head, shook her hair, and asked nonchalantly, did you come to the United States this time? What are you doing? It's nothing. I've been staying in Europe before, but there was a fight with Nermengard over there. I happened to be there. I came here to avoid the limelight. Newt shrugged, with bad luck written on his face. That's really thanks to Grindelwald. What? It's nothing. Tina said nonchalantly. Well, Newt asked, by the way, why are you here? I think the auras are either out doing things, or blowing the air in the office. People like you who run around the Ministry of Magic during work hours. Not often. I'm chasing down a group of lunatic wizards. You know, those guys from the New Salem Charity Society are not cheap. They just got some clues and are reporting back to Congress. Tina glanced at Nelson and asked, they like to attack little wizards like you the most, so you have to be careful. Attack? Newt asked in surprise, aren't they only handing out leaflets and so on? How dare they attack wizards? That's not true. Tina shrugged. I don't know who gave them the courage, and of course it doesn't rule out that Second Salem secretly cultivated hundreds of obscures to prepare for a ruthless attack. I have been blinded for too many years. It's okay, I'm studying in Alvermorny. Nelson said, I think it should be quite safe there. To be honest, Tina stared at Nelson with a strange look, then suddenly paused for the next words, looked around, realized that they were in a street with people coming and going, so she took the reception the words that came down swallowed in his stomach. Go to my office and talk. It's not convenient here. To be honest, the next target of those blackened wizards may be Alvermorny. The moment she walked into the Woolworth building, Tina pulled out her wand and uttered a strange spell. Then Nelson felt as if he was being squeezed into a dry bubble. The moment the bubble burst, he saw a dark red carpeted hallway. Facing itself had a door marked Tina Goldstein. Pushing open the door and walking in, the furnishings in the office are as simple as Tina's dress. A large bookshelf is placed on the wall next to the door, and a strange instrument like a globe is placed beside it. The surrounding stars are spinning around, and the curtains are closed on the other side. On the shaded side, sit Tina's desk and chair, and two couches against the walls, a knitted sofa with a neatly folded thin quilt at one end and a pink pillows look out of place in this office. Looking down from the bright and clean window, Nelson can see the continuous flow of people and traffic downstairs. They are as small as insects. They just pass through the gate and enter the upper floors. They still seem to be in the Woolworth building in this building. He couldn't help but think, in the space belonging to muggles in this building, in the same position, is there a muggle who is so busy in the same office that his teeth hurt? Wait a minute, Nelson asked, raising his hand. Excuse me, I want to ask, what are the blackened wizards, Second Salem and New Salem charities you are talking about? It's a bunch of lunatics. Newt answered casually as he was playing with a potted plant on Tina's desk. It's not that simple. Tina gave Newt a reproachful look and explained. More than 300 years ago, there was a witch trial in the United States. Some wizards chose to marry muggles in order to escape the trial. In the United States, wizards who intermarry with muggles will be refused to enter the wizarding world. These vindictive wizards have instilled in their descendants the idea that magic will harm human beings and set the elimination of wizards as a lifetime responsibility. The association of these wizards, it's called the New Salem Benevolent Society, also known as the Second Salem, and they are called black wizards. Can't wizards marry muggles? Nelson said he couldn't understand, and he asked again, are they dangerous? No, at least not in the United States. Here, the gap between muggles and wizards is greater than that between farmers and their slaves. Tina sighed and continued, all along, they have no substantial. It is not as good as Grindelwald casually engaging in installation art in Paris, and after hundreds of years of mixing with Muggles, most of the members of Second Salem have become squibs. Only a small number of children with magical talents are trained by them in an oppressive way and become blackened wizards with twisted minds. But in fact, they are not very powerful, and what is more, because of long-term oppression, they are backlashed by magic power and become silent wizards. Those who, do you know the silent ones? I know. Nelson nodded. I once thought a girl a year younger than me was an obscurity, but how are they going to attack Alvermorny? Seriously, I don't think Alvermorny or American Magic Congress is vegetarian. Of course we are not. Tina raised her eyebrows, but after investigation, I found that they seem to be planning some major conspiracy. Just think about it, in case they have another or even more silent people in their hands, as long as take him to Alvermorny and smack, you know, let the gun go. So powerful? It's much worse than this, Tina said with a solemn expression. I can only do my best to stop them. If I fail, I suggest you take a leave of absence for a while. No way, Newt interjected confidently. I'll be staying in the United States recently, and I can help you. Help me for what? Tina rolled her eyes and asked. Help me create chaos in New York, and then there will be a reign with the venom of the winged demon. Is the venom of the winged demon still useful? Nelson glanced at Newt thoughtfully. It seemed that his senior was much wilder than himself. It was just an accident. Newt turned his head and looked out the window, talking about him from left to right. Nelson, you can rest assured that you can take classes in Alvermorny. Do you trust me? I believe. Nelson nodded earnestly, looked at Newt with sincerity, and asked Senior, do you need my crouching demon? I can send it to you. Ha ha ha. Tina laughed heartily when she saw this scene. She leaned on the table and bent down with a smile. You may not know what your senior has done. You still think too conservatively. He caught Grindelwald, didn't he? Nelson asked back. No matter what the process is, the result is the best. For a legendary story, the bizarre and tortuous process can make this story more human. Relish. Ha ha ha, that's not my fault. Newt let out a dry laugh and turned around to give the other to the back of their heads. You see, your senior. Newt is embarrassed, Tina pouted, pointing to Newt, who turned his head away from the window and said, but as professional lawyers working in the Magic Congress, we still think it is simple and efficient. The process that doesn't disturb the Muggles is the best. Indeed. Nelson nodded and asked Tina, can you tell me exactly when they are going to do it? I can write a leave note. Tina looked at Nelson in surprise. You just said that. I thought you were going to fight to the end with the blackened wizards in Alvermorny. I'm useless, but if I have such powerful aura skills as you, I dare to wrestle with them. Nelson showed an innocent and childish expression, scratching his head shyly. Leave this kind of thing to professionals, just deal with it. Like I will only point fingers or add chaos. It is better to go to the West Coast to find a place for vacation. Ha ha ha. Tina laughed louder. She gave her thumbs up and said, I really hope that some people can study hard. Indeed, for little wizards, study is the most important job. Fighting and killing leave the matter of killing to the adults. I think you should write down your words and engrave them on the wall of Hogwarts. Nelson nodded approvingly. At least hang them up 60 years later so that everyone can learn from them. By the way, what's the matter with you being Alvermorny and Hogwarts? Tina asked curiously. Newt just said you were his junior. I haven't told you yet. Newt finally found a topic to interject. He turned his head and said sullenly, he first studied at Hogwarts and then moved to the United States. By the way, he just defeated Grindelwald in a one-on-one duel. Ha 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 ha. Tina couldn't hold back her laughter now. You guys are so interesting. Tina's laughter melted her perennially tense nerves, and Newt was dumbfounded by that smile, and he said softly, Tina, are you what? Tina asked quickly. By the way, I might have met Queenie just now. Newt swallowed. He seemed to have changed his sentence, but he didn't know what he wanted to say in the previous sentence. Then he scratched his head and said, before in Yam at the door of Jibu's bakery, I saw a woman who looked like Queenie passing by, but I lost track of it. Sorry, I was so excited to see you. I almost forgot to say such an important thing. What? Is Queenie in America? Tina's smile froze. Her eyes widened, and she asked loudly, "I'm not sure, but I think that person should be her." Chapter 147 Professor Binns. After the establishment of Hogwarts by the Big Four, rifts arose due to conflicts of ideas. Although Miss Helga Hufflepuff was in the middle to mediate, the ideological differences were still difficult to smooth out. In the History of Magic class, Professor Binns read the Corsair of Hogwarts, a school history in his unchanging, undulating, and unwavering tone, and the students in the audience fell asleep in unison. Shaking his head, this lesson was attended by Ravenclaw and Slytherin second-year students. Looking down from the podium, it was like a silver wave of wheat and another green wave of wheat undulating in the wind. The biggest differences are between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Slytherin's ideas at that time are quite controversial even today, let alone back then, Teacher Binns said in his non-existent voice. Cough cough. Continue to repeat the same lesson plan as it was dozens or hundreds of years ago. Salazar Slytherin believes that Muggle-born wizards are not trustworthy. Everyone turn to page 173 of the textbook. Let's see how to understand his own views in his own diary. Hey Alfred, I have a question for you. Tom was dozing off with his chin resting on his hands. After 2 years of studying the history of magic, he had been able to perfectly perform the rather difficult action of sleeping quietly and pretending to listen attentively at the table at the same time. When he heard Slater when Lynn's name was called, he slipped his elbow, woke up from the dream in horror, looked around guiltily, and found that he was listening to the class, so he breathed a sigh of relief, pounded Alfred with his elbow, and spoke in a low voice. Although wizards try their best to hide the magic world, there are always some unexpected situations that expose the existence of magic to muggles, which leads to some legends about magic circulating in the muggle world. Our tradition of witch hunting has lasted for thousands of years, and Hogwarts was established under such circumstances. At that time, there was no such institution in Britain to protect young wizards, although there were a small number of young wizards who could live in the comfortable life of wizarding families. But there are more wizarding families hidden in Muggle society who live in fear of exposing themselves all day long, not to mention those Muggle-born children. What's the problem? Alfred, who was woken up by Tom, spoke in a normal voice. He was unusually abrupt among the whispering students in the back row. Everyone around turned their heads to look at him, and even Teacher Binns glanced at him. With a glance, Alfred could only lower his voice and ask in a low voice, "What can you ask me? If you don't know, I certainly don't know. Unless you want to ask my sister, okay, Alfred." Tom clapped his forehead and explained, "This question has nothing to do with studying, and it has nothing to do with your sister. I want to know if you have been to the Ravenclaw lounge." "I've been there. What's the matter? Do you want to go?" Alfred raised his eyebrows, and the drowsiness disappeared instantly. "No, I've been there." Tom declined Alfred's invitation. He flattened his lips and asked, "Do you know of any way to get to the lounge besides the main entrance?" "No." Alfred thought about it carefully. "In the Hogwarts secret passages that I know, none of them can lead to any of the lounges of the 4 houses. They only have one entrance, but I think, if you want to go, you can go through the front door. After all, Ravenclaw will not refuse anyone who can answer the door knocker's question, although there is no fun there." Slytherin and Gryffindor were close friends. Even the castle of Hogwarts was a manor of the Slytherin family. In the beginning, Hogwarts was not divided into colleges, and the 4 great wizards were the founders. People have been conscientiously imparting all the knowledge they can until a big event happened in the young Hogwarts, and people who have lived through that era have not said much about it. For this Hogwarts secret, our later historical researchers only know that a Muggle-born student cooperated with the Muggle Church at that time to plan an attack against the little wizard, which directly led to the fact that Slytherin, who already pays attention to blood and family, attack Muggles. The attitude of the born wizard has changed from indifference to disgust, and the specific content of this matter has long disappeared in history, and of course, we will not examine it in the exam. What's there to do in the Ravenclaw's lounge? Alfred glanced at Mr. Binns and said with longing eyes, "It's just a lounge. If you can find the Slytherin secret room, it will be amazing." Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets? Tom was taking out a piece of parchment from his school bag, and when he heard Alfred's words, he stopped his movements and pricked up his ears. That's right. This is also a legend circulating in our family, Alfred said. In fact, many people have heard of the legend of the Chamber of Secrets, which is said to be the dark hand left by Slytherin before he left Hogwarts. Only the heirs of Slytherin can open it, which contains the treasure left by Slytherin and a horrible thing that can purify the school. Although it sounds real, no one has discovered it for so many years, and the previous principals we will not allow such a dangerous thing to exist in the school. It is too fake. Sounds like a bedtime story, probably made up by a prefect hundreds of years ago to scare sleepless students. Tom exhaled and continued to put the empty parchment on the table. We still say Ravenclaw, at least realistically. What's wrong? Alfred shrugged. Do you think the Ravenclaw lounge has caused inconvenience to others? Tom put his hand on the table, tapping his index finger rhythmically on the tabletop, and asked persuasively, I mean, about the door knocker and its problems. That thing is really annoying. Alfred shrugged. When I went last time, I just met Metal at the door. She gave the answer, and I followed behind into the lounge, but I think some questions are too uncommon. When I sent a letter before, I met a guy who seemed to be in a hurry to go back to the dormitory, to go to the bathroom, but the nearest bathroom was far away. That day the door knocker asked a very mentally retarded question, which seemed to be thermodynamics. What is the content of the second law? To tell you the truth, I didn't understand a single word, and I guess he did too. The kid was so anxious at the door that he almost solved it immediately. How did he end up? Asked Tom curiously. He didn't do well in the end. A round-faced boy at the next table turned his head sadly, stared straight at Alfred, and finally stretched out his hand, introducing himself. I'm Ravenclaw's German White. Sorry to meet you in such an awkward situation. Sorry. Alfred scratched his head and apologized, stretched out his hand and shook Dwight, then turned to Tom and said, yes, it was him. He was the one who almost wet his pants that day. I didn't pee my pants. Dwight blushed, and his voice was a bit high-pitched, causing the students in the front row to turn their heads to look at him. Dwight's face turned even redder. Behind him, seeing that the people in front had all transferred, he explained to Alfred, I was in a hurry that day, but the question was too difficult. I was ready to wait 15 minutes for another question, but your college Williams passed by the door and helped me out. Huh. By the way, who else? Why do I feel like I haven't seen him this semester? He has some business and asked for a long vacation. Tom explained that. The scene fell into silence for a while, until the words wet your pants faintly floated in front of you. Dwight's face turned even redder. Alfred's words were enough to make him socially dead for a few weeks. Thinking that some classmates might say he peed his pants at the door of the dormitory in the second grade at the wedding in the future. In this way, he almost fainted with anger. Alfred kept apologizing, and Tom was lost in thought while listening to Mr. Bean's hypnotic lesson plan. The final result is that the Big Four created the sorting hat according to their own ideas, and Slytherin's idea of refusing to accept Muggle-born students to protect other young wizards was contrary to the teaching philosophy of the other three, so the castle was left and left. But in fact, differences have existed since the beginning of the establishment. Gryffindor despises cowards, and Ravenclaw despises fools. Although these views are not as extreme as Slytherin, they have already involved discrimination. Before the conflict happened, they were already favoring students according to their own preferences, so even if that didn't happen, the separation would be a matter of time. Professor, where is Hufflepuff? Why didn't I hear Hufflepuff? What is her favorite character? A slick blonde Slytherin boy stood up shaking his head and asked loudly, I heard Hufflepuff the wizards who graduate from Chipper are doing the lowest jobs, and they also get the worst grades in school, so does she like stupid people? The whole classroom suddenly fell silent. Malicious laughter came from around the boy, and from sporadic corners in the classroom. Tom glared forward in disgust. The blonde boy greeted left and right quite complacently, turned his head to face Tom with unfriendly eyes. He immediately lowered his head and sat down obediently. Your question is asked by people who think they are smart every year. Teacher Bin's tone was as cold as his ghost body, and he said, I have worked in Hogwarts for many years. I can count on one hand the people who listened carefully to the lectures, and most of them are students like you who forget the next week after finishing the lecture last week. If Hufflepuff's standards are as you said, then it should recruit you, alright. Tom couldn't help applauding Mr. Ghost's wonderful speech. Only then did he know that ghosts also have emotions. Professor Binns changed the subject and then said, I always feel that the school history is more important than the first year. As appropriate, let me answer it again for you. Helga Hufflepuff took all the little wizards who wanted to study but were rejected by the other 3 colleges and taught them without reservation. She has practiced teaching without discrimination all her life. Most of the wizards born in Hufflepuff are hardworking, honest, and people who love life. If you look it up, you will find that there are even more great wizards than the 3 colleges add up to more. The students around started whispering again, and the blonde boy closed his mouth resentfully, but Teacher Binns' emotions disappeared immediately, and he returned to his old gramophone-like state every day, and continued, okay, let's get out of those boring arguments, and explore the real thick history. It's really thick. 3 minutes later, looking at the students around him who had regained their drowsiness, Tom sighed. Yes, Alfred yawned and said, you said that. I know the significance of holding the Triwizard Tournament jointly with Bogsbuttons and Durmstrang after Hogwarts was founded 300 years ago. Really? Same question as those idiots at the door of the Ravenclaw lounge. I think so. Dwight is a warm-hearted good man. He has chosen to forgive after Alfred's repeated apologies. He is now moving a stool and sitting over, nodding in approval, and said, it would be great if that door knocker could shut up. I think my campus life can be at least half happy. Is it okay if the door knocker is gone? Tom raised his eyebrows and snorted softly. Is it only you who think so? How is it possible? Ravenclaw has been working hard on the door knocker for a long time. There are not a few students who were blocked at the door when there was an urgent matter like mine. Among other things, they forgot to bring their books back to pick it up in class because the door knocker was late. Ravenclaw deducted a lot of points. Dwight asked the surrounding Ravenclaws confidently, if the door knocker is replaced with the password of other colleges, would you be willing? They are so willing, although some people think that the door knocker represents the IQ suppression of Ravenclaws on other college students, but this thing is really inconvenient. Very well, I've done the poll. Tom put a piece of paper back in his arms, and Alfred looked at it, which looked like a counting form. What's that? He asked curiously. It's nothing. Tom raised his lips, looked through the classroom window, looked in the direction of the Ravenclaw tower, and said mysteriously, I'm going to do something big. What's the big deal? A very good thing. Tom shook his head and said nothing more. What's the big deal? Is Nelson coming back to help me with my homework? Alfred continued to ask, but all Tom left him was sleeping quietly while sitting at the table pretending to listen carefully. After perhaps half a century, the bell finally rang. Looking at the students who woke up one after another, Mr. Binns said helplessly, history is the most precious wealth of mankind. The words were quickly drowned out in the noisy crowd that squeezed out of the classroom. Professor Binns shook his head and left through the blackboard. No one could hear the question hidden in the ellipsis. Chapter 148 Ravenclaw's Daughter. Yes, the moon is dark and the wind is high tonight, which is suitable for doing great things. Late at night, Tom walked out of the Slytherin lounge, humming, and walked through the long dark corridor. Hey, boy, why are you running around so late? A thick male voice sounded beside him, as if he had just finished some strenuous exercise. You violated the school rules. Be careful, I told Dipper Headmaster. Luminescence. Tom frowned when he heard the voice of the uninvited visitor, and flicked out his wand to light up the corridor, which happened to illuminate Sir McLaggen hanging on the wall next to him. Looking at the man wrapped in thick gauze night, Tom saluted. Sir, are you better? In the first grade, Tom held his first assembly with his young friends. On that night, the portraits in the Slytherin corridor were damaged to varying degrees, and Sir McLaggen was the most seriously injured. Unlike the restoration process imagined to be filled with paintbrushes by painters, Sir McLaggen was carried on a stretcher by residents in several other portraits to the frame of Principal de Lucido and on the wall of the principal's office, where an eye-opening surgery was performed. Even after more than a year, Sir McLaggen is still recovering. HMPH, thank you for your concern. I can remove the gauze next week. Sir McLaggen patted the hard armor on his body and made a bang bang sound, indicating that he had no problem, but as to why the gauze the problem of being wrapped around the armor was ignored, because it was not important. He tried to look at Tom with sharp eyes, but because the round eyes with gauze looked too funny, Tom couldn't help but laugh. Sir, Principal Dippet is not at school, Tom said with a smile on his face as he continued to walk forward. What's more, as long as the teacher doesn't find out, I will sleep in the dormitory tonight, don't you think? HMPH, you said yes, then it must be. Sir McLaggen chased through several paintings on the wall to the stairs, holding onto the frame and panting heavily. He glanced fearfully at the person-high man at the end of the corridor. The empty canvas and the huge picture frame didn't chase any further, but just shouted after Tom, "You just hope you don't get found. Accept your good words." Tom shrugged and walked up the stairs. The castle was extremely quiet at night. Only the faint sound of the wind outside and the chirping of birds could be heard intermittently. Sir McLaggen's voice became weaker and weaker behind Tom. "Be careful when you go out at night. I don't want to report the murder of a student to the principal." Tom smiled and walked more briskly. He walked leisurely through the corridors and stairs of Hogwarts Castle. At night, the students and teachers rested, but the castle did not rest. They will also repeat their work, and the arrival of Tom as a guest makes them even more excited. Unlike Alfred or other mischievous students who are accustomed to the intense and exciting night tour in night clothes, Tom made all the preparations 2 weeks before departure. A week ago, he let Avery and Carlo in front of Og. He threw big dung eggs into the corridor, and Og, who was angry, arranged for confinement punishment to clean up the prize showroom in the evening, and Og's daily patrol route had already been collected and sorted out bit by other students. At this moment, Og is closing the trophy room, carefully locking it, and then patrolling in the direction of the Quidditch pitch, then the Forbidden Forest, the Black Lake, and finally Hogwarts Castle, starting from Gryffindor, and finally it's Ravenclaw's turn. It seems that I won't see Mr. Og within 2 hours. Tom seemed a little regretful. He shrugged, leaned on the handrail of the corridor at the entrance of the chum's classroom, looked at the scenery for a while, and confirmed the whole castle. After there was no one in the middle, Tom raised his legs and walked towards the direction of the Ravenclaw Tower. I hope the school can find another portrait listening to the password at the door of the Ravenclaw Lounge. After all, the kind of password door that doesn't know the answer, it's inconvenient. When he reached the end of the corridor, he jumped over 2 sections of stairs that were not connected together, and arrived at the Ravenclaw Tower in a short while. At this time, Tom put away his strolling appearance and cautiously suddenly passed the door of Professor Sykes' office, and the lights in her office were still on. Tom has always had a strange intuition. Although the deans of Hogwarts colleges are all powerful wizards, he feels that Professor Sykes is even more difficult. In his heart, he even surpassed Dumbledore for a time, and became a Hogwarts the character you least want to provoke. I don't know what she's doing so late. Tom tiptoed past, and the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room was just ahead, an exquisitely carved bronze knocker hammered to a plank of solid wood. "Why are you here?" The door knocker changed to a mysterious question again today. It has always been particularly fond of questions such as who are you, where are you from, and where are you going? Tom sucked his teeth. He would rather the door knocker ask him what the third law of thermodynamics is. I came here to find the meaning of life. Can you find the meaning of life here now? If a Ravenclaw student is here, he will definitely find it strange that the door knocker will only say yes or no according to the answer after asking a question. But Tom has experienced the process of chatting with the door knocker the only time he came here, but he doesn't think strange. He raised his eyebrows and said, "We can strengthen our understanding of life from the things we experience at any place and at any time. My experience constitutes me." The door knocker seemed to be stuck and stopped talking, while Tom looked at it expectantly. After touching the door knocker, he was very interested in this intelligent magic creation, so he consulted a lot of information, and finally it was really a description of the door knocker as found in Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Rowena Ravenclaw is the greatest alchemist of this era. As the smartest wizard in the world, she believes that her wisdom should be used in more critical places, and the recall action when thinking about problems is undoubtedly what a waste of her brain power. Ravenclaw, who is good at alchemy and memory magic at the same time, made such a magic proper sparkling crown inlaid with gems. Among them, the high purity emerald that is the eagle's body was given to her by me. This crown carries all the knowledge of Ravenclaw except life experience, and she can save a lot of time by using the bronze ring on her wrist to call the memory when she needs it. Although I personally think it is a meaningless job, but I was still very surprised when I heard that the crown and bracelet can be used by others. This is almost a Horcrux in another sense. Maybe it is more reasonable to call it a memory. Unfortunately, this treasure only exists in legends. Shortly after it was finished, before the other three of us could try it, the tiara was lost, and Rowena told me after dinner that it might have been taken by her own daughter. I suspect Rowena never made it. She just didn't want to face failure, so she made up an excuse that it was stolen. Hope Rowena doesn't read this. But to be honest, according to Rowena's theory, it can't increase a person's intelligence like the rumors say. A simple pile of knowledge can't save a fool's IQ. At least a single crown can't do that. Tom looked at the door knocker with fiery eyes. It trembled, and it took a long time before he continued. I was just asking, why are you here so late? Haha, let me say, people in the middle of the night probably wouldn't ask this kind of question. Now it was Tom's turn to get stuck. He took a deep breath, squeezed out a smile, and said, after chatting with you last time, I'm very interested in you, who is not inferior to the wisdom of a wizard. The door knocker. So I took the time to visit you tonight, hoping to learn something from here. You learn from a knocker? Yes. Tom nodded. Are all men talking like this? No, I just respect the wise. You think I'm wise? Yes. Then, do you still think so? Suddenly, a dim white light lit up on the large wooden panel where the door knocker was installed, and a huge phantom rushed out from the door panel and attacked Tom. The phantom of the ghost rushed towards him and passed through again. Before he even had time to draw out his wand, he could only turn his head stiffly, feeling an unbearable chill all over his body. He turned his head and saw a tall ghost lady floating in the air, looking down at him expressionlessly. She was wearing an old-fashioned thin skirt with complicated lace. The original color could not be seen. Her face was round, but her cheekbones were slightly higher. Her eyebrows were slender, her nose bridge was high, and her eyes were full of sadness, which could be seen. She was very young when she died, with long hair draped behind her head, and a few strands of hair curled down on her forehead. She withdrew her eyes, looked up at the bronze door knocker nailed to the wooden board, and appeared in front of Tom in an instant. Do you still feel that way now? She looked at the shocked Tom and asked softly. The sadness in her eyes became more intense. Miss, are you a ghost? Tom asked. That's right, the one talking to you is a humble ghost who can't survive. Do you still think it is intelligent? Miss Ghost shook her head and was about to fly away, but Tom's next word stopped her from flying away. That makes sense, miss. I said that, even if a magical creation uses the most exquisite alchemy, it shouldn't be so intelligent. Tom looked at Miss Phantom thoughtfully and complimented. So it's you behind the knocker, right? That makes sense. Its words aren't self-determined, and with a brain as smart as yours, it makes sense to say those epigrams. You. Miss Phantom stopped and looked at Tom. For thousands of years, few wizards came back to care about these humble ghosts who escaped from death, let alone the prohibition of ghosts established by Hogwarts in recent years. She hadn't spoken more than 10 words to a living person for thousands of years when she came into contact with the little wizard's rules, and hearing such insincere praise today was enough for her to be extremely surprised. Do you really think so? Yes, I think so. Tom nodded. He had already guessed who the lady standing opposite was. I'm the ghost of Ravenclaw, Ms. Grey, and my real name is Helena Ravenclaw. Hello. Helena held out her right hand, looked down at Tom, and gave him the back of her hand. Tom raised an eyebrow. In fact, he had only heard of such etiquette. Hi, it's an honor to meet you. He lowered his head, with a slight curvature on the corner of his mouth, ignoring the fact that he was facing a ghost, but held Helena's hand in the air, and lowered his head, sticking it with the tip of his nose. Because the ghost has no body, Tom just felt as if some extremely cold liquid had been splashed on his face, and couldn't help shivering. He raised his head, and felt that Helena looked much lighter. Tom asked, "Excuse me, are you the daughter of Ms. Rowena Ravenclaw?" Helena stared at Tom coldly, as if her tail had been stepped on, and after a while she answered, "Yes, I'm Ravenclaw's daughter. Coincidentally, I understand your pain." Tom chuckled. "As the daughter of Ms. Ravenclaw, you must be suffering, right? Obviously not worse than your own mother, but under her halo, you still don't have yourself. I know a gentleman whose elder brother is the hottest wizard right now. When everyone mentions him, he will be replaced by so-and-so's younger brother. His name is always behind the title of elder brother's younger brother, so he cut brother's nose." Seeing Helena's face change, Tom felt a little nervous and was about to give Helena a strong medicine. He secretly prayed in his heart that Helena's favorability could increase. "Do you think I'm no worse than my mother?" Helena became transparent as she muttered to herself, "Over the years, you are the first person I've ever seen to say that people. Was it you who talked to me here last time?" Tom asked back. "That's right, it's me." Helena nodded. "Then my point of view is still the same as that day," Tom said eloquently. "Everyone has their own things they are good at. Maybe your mother is more famous and knows more, but in the field you are good at, you must do it. It's not as bad as her. I know you're comforting me." Helena lowered her head, shook her head, showing a sad expression. "Actually, I also know that, if I really have the same wisdom as my mother, how could I go?" Her voice stopped abruptly, and she looked behind Tom. Seeing this, Tom quickly extinguished the fluorescent spell in his hand, and the door of Professor Psych's room suddenly opened. Chapter 149 The Disappearing Peeves. "Shh, don't talk." Tom only felt a chill down his spine. It turned out that Helena passed through his body the moment the illumination curse went out, appeared behind him and pushed him. Although the ghost's touch will not feel real, the biting cold still made Tom instinctively jump forward, and then his hand pressed the bronze knocker of the lounge door, and the whole person threw himself on the piece on the big wooden board. With a muffled sound hitting the wooden board, Tom disappeared in place. "Who?" Professor Sykes walked out of the office. She was wearing light makeup, and she didn't look like she was going to rest in the middle of the night. Instead, she was dressed neatly, as if she was going to attend some important meeting. She stuck her head out of the door, looking at the door of the Ravenclaw lounge by the light of the office. There was a sound of flipping the robe, and asked sharply, "What are you doing at the door of the lounge so late?" Helena fell from midair, and stood quietly by the door knocker, staring in the direction of Professor Sykes. Luminescence. Professor Sykes found her wand, lit the corridor, opened his eyes in surprise, frowned and looked at the translucent woman in front of him, and said, "Ms. Grey, can ghosts also make sounds?" "Of course, my lord." Helena said in a singing tone. "Listen, I'm talking to you right now. You know what I'm talking about." Professor Sykes raised his wand, shining it into the dark corridor behind Helena. "Don't worry, Professor, I'm a ghost, and I can't hide people or things behind me." Helena raised her hands, shrugged, and showed a complicated expression. "This person who has lived in Ravenclaw for thousands of years, the ghost, doesn't seem to have a good relationship with the dean of her college," and even asked sarcastically, "Dean, why do you come out for night tours during the ghost's time?" "Ghost time?" Professor Sykes raised his eyebrows and said, "Have you forgotten? Ghosts are not allowed to touch students. You shouldn't be here in the first place. 24 hours a day are the time of living people. This is my castle, my tower, my Ravenclaw." Helena clenched her fists and shouted angrily, but because the ghost's illusory body couldn't interact with the outside world, it caused there was no movement as loud as a living person getting angry, only pale and feeble shouts. "Yes, Ms. Grey." Professor Sykes walked out of the room, turned and closed the door, and said to Helena with his head tilted, "If you were still alive, I might have to bow to you." But she curled her lips, shrugged at Helena, and said nothing after that. Helena watched as Professor Sykes strutted through the corridor and left by the stairs, cursing, "You despicable thief, sooner or later." "What did you say?" Professor Sykes' voice suddenly came from the end of the corridor, and then a spell flew from the darkness at high speed and hit Helena's mouth precisely. She clutched her throat with a painful expression on her face floating into the air. The phantom of the ghost began to shake violently. Professor Sykes' voice became smaller and smaller from the stairwell. "It's not your turn to talk about these things, Miss Ravenclaw. I hope you can have a long memory. Ghosts can't do anything to wizards, but wizards have 10,000 ways to punish cowards who dare not face death." Helena pinched her neck and struggled violently like a fish stranded on the beach. Her eyes of hatred fixed on the direction where Professor Sykes disappeared. The pain lasted for a long time, until the hole in the bronze door knocker suddenly became it was pitch black, and a hand holding a wand stretched out from within. The next second, Tom fell to the ground with a plop and bounced on the carpet in the corridor. Good guy, it's actually quite tall. Tom got up from the ground, patted his dusty wizard robe, looked up at the door knocker above his head, whispered, then turned his head to see Helena with a ferocious expression. Hurriedly he ran over and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Helena took one hand away from her neck, pointed to her throat, and wagged her fingers. "Can't you talk?" asked Tom. "HMM." Helena squeezed her voice out of her back and nodded. Tom walked round her and asked, "Is this spell a jinx? Is there a cure for it?" Helena nodded. "Can you solve it?" Tom confirmed again. Helena continued to nod. "Is curse standing okay? I only know how to unravel any curses." Helena nodded like a pounding garlic. "The spell stops immediately." Tom waved his wand, and Helena's expression eased visibly. Seeing that Helena had improved, Tom patted his chest with lingering fear and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Cough cough, "I'm much better." Helena's weak voice came from the side, and Tom turned his head deliberately, not looking at her ugly appearance at the moment. "Do ghosts cough too?" "No, I mean, is the relationship between teachers and ghosts so bad? I thought everyone was neighbors at Hogwarts, and they even had parties together often." Tom looked. The dark hallway was really hard to see through the distant windows and the dim light from Helena herself, so he lit his wand again. "Of course ghosts can cough. Cough cough. Not only can they cough, but they can even die." Helena smiled dryly at herself. "You can turn around. As for the relationship between the teacher and the ghost, it has always been good." "Really?" Tom turned around and glanced at Helena's chest, which was originally covered by tight buttons, but following Helena's struggle just now, a piece of fabric drooped to one side, revealing the hidden chest, a dark, ferocious piercing wound. "I don't know if it's my illusion. I feel that you have become a little more transparent. Of course, I was hurt. Hogwarts has been a paradise for ghosts for a long time, and the previous headmasters also welcome wizards who choose to become ghosts to live in Hogwarts. At least, a castle full of ghosts even more magical." Helena raised her hand to cover her chest, to cover the hideous scar, shook her head, and continued, "Except for me and your Slytherin ghost, the other ghosts came later. Came to Hogwarts. Then how did it become like this? Dean, the ghost who attacked his own house." Tom was speechless, shook his head in amazement, and added, "How do you know that I belong to Slytherin? That little girl, named Myrtle Warren, often comes to the lounge with a cat in her arms. I heard the cat's owner and your name from her," Helena explained. "As for this Dean of Sykes, well, I can only tell you that, since she took office, some things have happened, which has caused the relationship between the school and the ghost to become tense, and even once banned the ghost from contacting the students. You should remember that we were only allowed to take a look at it from a distance when we were in the first student sorting school." "I remember." Tom nodded and asked curiously, "You just said that Professor Sykes is a thief. Does it have something to do with it?" "No." Helena looked at Tom, pondered for a while, shook her head, and denied. "Is it because she attacked the ghost like today?" Tom's thoughts began to diverge. "She thinks that the ghost has done something bad, so she advocates prohibiting the ghost from contacting the students. Then what did she do?" "Well, don't think about it anymore." Helena bit her lip and said, "I can tell you what happened, but it's just hearsay without root." "I see," Tom thought, looking up at the knocker. "You're always here, but the story is only once. Do you know how ghosts are created? The deceased person is attached to the present world, so he chooses to become a ghost after death, but he can only walk in the place where he lived and left traces." Tom thought for a while, and said the standard answer in the textbook he knew. "Probably so." Helena nodded and continued, "Have you ever heard that Hogwarts has a ghost named Peeves?" "Who is that?" Tom asked curiously. "To tell you the truth, before today, I only knew Nearly Headless Nick and Fat Friar. I met them when I was drilling the tunnel. You really shouldn't know, but in the near future, he will come back." Helena sighed and continued, Peeves is also a ghost that exists in the castle, but I think he has the same essence as the ghost. The difference is that he suddenly appeared in the castle on a certain day, but he has no memory of his own life, no name, and no proof of his own existence. But it can't leave the castle, it just draws in the corridor all day long. Yes, make a prank. Prank? Tom raised his eyebrows. Isn't it a Gryffindor student? We had suspected that too, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Helena shook her head. Every ghost has its own nostalgia, but it can only play pranks. And there are actually many pranks that are hard to call mischief. It's hard to call it a prank? What is that? Tom looked puzzled, unscrewing the chandelier above the students during their Christmas dinner. By the way, it's also weird that it can touch things. Helena showed a look of reminiscence. Many of its pranks are fatal. This made all the school leaders think he was dangerous. So they evicted it? Tom asked. They definitely wanted to do it at first, but it didn't seem to be working. Helena denies. So in the end, they decided to get rid of it. Get rid of? Tom raised his eyebrows. Get rid of a ghost? Yes, they thought so, and put it into practice. Think? In other words, they didn't succeed. That's right. In order to get rid of Peeves from Hogwarts, the school has planned many attacks against it, spanning over hundreds of years. I don't have specific memories of these attacks, but without exception, for a while after the attack, Peeves will reappear in the castle, continuing his dangerous mischief. But what does that have to do with keeping ghosts away from students? Tom wondered. The most recent attack was more than 60 years ago, Helena said with narrowed eyes. That is also the one I remember most clearly. In that plan, the school's wizards tried their best to design a series of targeted the magic was used to kill Peeves, but those magics went disastrously wrong, which eventually led to the evacuation of the entire school. School evacuated. That's right, but after that, Peeves also disappeared. It wasn't until Dean Sykes was inspecting the dungeon 20 years ago that he discovered that Peeves' favorite, to use it at the Gryffindor Nick's death anniversary banquet, a wrench for turning screws. Helena curled her lips. Since then, there have been traces of Peeves' pranks around the castle, and Dean Sykes used the wrench that no one knew where it came from, accusing the ghosts of resurrecting Peeves behind their backs. Although this groundless accusation is absurd to ghosts that don't even exist, it is undoubtedly a problem for the conservative school that is haunted by Peeves. The best breakthrough. Do you know what kind of person Dip it is? Sorry, I haven't seen the principal much. That's right, he's been outside, busy with his own affairs recently. Helena realized that she had slipped her tongue and stopped talking. He is a man who pays attention to results. Peeves' rebirth is responsible, and that would be great. Well, I see what's going on. Tom shrugged, seeing that Helena didn't want to talk about it anymore, so he changed the subject and asked, where did you push me just now? The door knocker inside? I can see and hear what's going on outside, but I can't seem to see me. Roughly. Helena didn't seem to reveal too much. She explained vaguely, the principle of the door key, the disappearing cabinet, and apparition is essentially the same. Tom nodded, and suddenly asked, so this is what Professor Sykes wanted to steal? No, the door knocker is here, and it can be easily removed. Helena's words made Tom extremely excited. What she wants to steal is another thing. Afterwards, like a close friend, Tom accompanied Helena at the door of Professor Sykes' office, where only a pillar and a plank were blocked, attacking the dean's behavior, and once spoke righteously he needed Helena to persuade him to calm down. Don't worry, all she got in the souvenir showroom were decorations that my mother tried to make back then. Huh, it's okay. Tom said with his eyes widened. It's a good thing you replaced the thing with a fake. Chapter 150 The Whereabouts of the Crown. That's right, Helena said proudly, seeing the sincere look on Tom's face and eyes. I've already hidden the real thing in a forest that no one would have thought of. That's really unexpected. Who would have thought that someone would hide an antique in the forest? Tom nodded, thinking, if it were me, I would hide it in Norway, where the forest will never find it. I'm different. I like Albania. Helena's transparent face seemed to have two blushes. She raised her eyebrows. It was hard to imagine that a ghost could make such a complex expression. I put the diadem as hidden on a stake in a virgin forest in Albania, and no one will ever find it there. I can't let other people take advantage of it. Tom nodded in a serious manner and asked, "May I ask, is your death related to the crown?" There was a trace of melancholy in Helena's eyes and a faint mist billowed in the ghost's body. "I can't say it's completely irrelevant. If I tell you, I'm the one who coveted my mother's wisdom and then stole her crowned man, what will you think of me? With all due respect, Helena, your choice can't be called wisdom," Tom said with a slightly regretful expression. "Have you forgotten what I said before? Everyone has their own wisdom. Everyone has their own strengths. Your wisdom is no less than your mother. Why do you want it? You." Tom's words were very blunt, but it seemed that Helena just hit Helena's heart. She was silent for a long time, shook her head with a wry smile, and laughed at herself. "I've been dead for so many years, and I haven't figured it out yet. This truth. Even now I still think that mother is the smartest person in the world. Most people think so. I'm also a majority of people." Helena put her head against the wall and hid half of her body in the wall, looking a little depressed. "So, can your mother's crown really give people wisdom?" Tom asked curiously. "I don't know. I only wore it once." Helena pulled her face out of the wall, shaking her head, recalling the situation. "I put on my mother's crown, and then my consciousness was overwhelmed by a huge amount of memory. The impact was scattered, but I vaguely remember that those memories are all profound magical knowledge, including all the fields that wizards know. I think maybe I don't have enough knowledge, so it's hard to understand. So that's how it is." Tom nodded, secretly happy. It turned out that the information he had was basically correct, but his expression was still confused, and he murmured, "Maybe it can only allow knowledgeable wizards to gain more knowledge. But such a character would not need the wisdom of others." "I think so." Helena asked back. "Are you interested in tiaras?" "Of course." Tom raised his eyebrows and asked back, "Don't you know what kind of status it has in the wizarding world?" "You know that's not what I'm talking about," Helena pursued. "I'm talking about the knowledge. Aren't you interested in it?" "If I say I'm not interested, then I'd be too hypocritical," Tom said with a smile. "I just think that wisdom, even if it's not much, is better for me. If it's magic, I might still appreciate it. I have some interests, but if it's wisdom, not to mention Ms. Ravenclaw, even Merlin, I dare not let them enter my mind. Am I still me at that time?" "That's it." Helena glanced at Tom appreciatively. The expression on her face quickly turned to disgust again, and she said through gritted teeth, "I'm different. I grew up as a mother's daughter, all pretending to be smart. Her actions will be interpreted strangely, and compared with when she was young, I always wondered if my biological father left her because of this." Sorry, I don't really want to talk about this." Helena stopped Tom's next curiosity and asked, "Are you interested in my story? Is it convenient to talk about it?" Tom nodded. "I'm really curious about that era, especially about you." Helena took a deep breath and shook her head. "I don't really want to tell those things myself, but I can show you." "Show me?" Tom was confused. "That's right. The essence of ghosts is the traces that wizards have existed in the world before they died. For us, they are memories." Helena looked at the eagle-headed bronze door knocker hanging above Tom's head and said, "The door knocker is also the mother's pride. In addition to the closed space you just experienced, it also has the ability to read memories somewhat similar to a pensieve, and Dean Dumbledore in Gryffindor has one." "Then what should I?" Before Tom could finish his sentence, Helena passed through his body again, causing him to fall on the plank again. His forehead touched the door knocker, and Helena squeezed in like a mist. In the hollow in the center of the knocker, Tom felt his head sinking, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in a room with a rough decoration style. A little girl was sitting on the bed, staring at him. "Tom Riddle, I've actually been paying attention to you since the first time you came to the Ravenclaw Tower." The little girl suddenly opened her mouth and let out Helena's voice. "You are different from all of them. I can see the vigorous ambition in your eyes, and I can also see the hidden cunning. Just like the first time I faced my mother, I know that you must have other plans when you come to me." "I'm not. I don't." Tom categorically denied that he came here in the middle of the night purely for the old door knocker, and meeting Helena can only be regarded as a happy accident, not to mention that she jumped out by herself. Tom even wanted to say, "If it weren't for you, I might have taken the knocker off." "You don't have to deny it, because I don't care." The little girl shook her head, looked straight into Tom's eyes, and her voice suddenly became high-pitched. I'm just a ghost with nothing, and I have nothing to lose except my mother's crown and these meaningless memories. I have nothing. I understand your plot, but your words moved me. I'm hiding it in my memory. Go find it. If you can find it, it belongs to you. The little girl's voice sank again. The students at Hogwarts are only interested in Nick and monks, so for many years, he didn't talk to me. Haha, I don't want to bear it anymore. After all, before Tom could respond, the girl's eyes lost their brilliance, and she lowered her head like a rag doll. Tom didn't respond to calling out, and then he realized that the memory had begun. Tom has never had such a novel experience. Reading memory is like watching a special movie while sitting next to the person involved, but it does not need to use up the audience's lifetime. In the blink of an eye, he can learn about months of the story, but the context and plot are extremely clear. Like many descendants of outstanding figures, Helena has been placed with great expectations since she was a child. People hope that she can inherit the wisdom of her mother and become a powerful and beautiful witch like her, but she has been mediocre since she was a child. When was not yet established, Ravenclaw taught her at home, but it was not until she was 7 years old that she was able to independently cast the first spell every little wizard learns, the levitation curse. This made Ravenclaw extremely disappointed. This witch, known for her wisdom, never thought of defending her daughter in front of others. Instead, she expressed herself to relatives and friends in front of Helena again and again. Disappointment. Although those passers-by had no special reaction at the time, their attitudes were changing day by day. Soon, the gossip that the wise Ravenclaw has a squib daughter spread like wildfire. Although Helena was not squibs, and even magical talents are much higher than others, but there is no way she is the daughter of Ravenclaw. As Helena grew up, this prejudice intensified, and she seemed to have not inherited not only her mother's intelligence, but even her beauty. Even though in Tom's eyes, Helena was completely a woman, she is a beauty, but her tall and straight figure and three-dimensional facial features did not meet the aesthetics of most people at that time, so the phrase "a swan gave birth to an ugly duckling" even became a phrase referring to this kind of tiger father and dog son at that time. As the saying goes, it made young Helena's life miserable. After Hogwarts was established, she also secretly wore the sorting hat, but it turned out not to be the Ravenclaw she imagined, but the Gryffindor that her mother least liked on weekdays. At night, Helena always huddled in the empty room on the top of the Ravenclaw tower and looked into the distance, longing for the life without a mother, but she never dared to take that step. If you don't dare to move your chopsticks first, how can you dare to escape? Until one day, after a dinner with the Big Four, the gloomy Slytherin stopped her and said, "I never thought you were worse than Rowena. It's her fame that drags you down if you're not her daughter, but from an ordinary wizarding family, you may be the next her." Helena didn't care that she was just the next her in Slytherin's mouth. On the contrary, she was very happy because she was recognized for the first time. Datching became a towering tree. Yes, it was my mother's fame that dragged me down. It would be great if I could live in a place without my mother. Helena has never looked forward to freedom like this. She plans a route that her mother can't find all day long. The destination is exactly the place she has been thinking about, facing the sea, where the spring flowers are blooming, and more importantly, there is no mother. She had expended so much energy on the matter that she forgot even the courtship of the only young wizard who expressed her affection. Finally, Helena, who overheard the conversation between Slytherin and Hufflepuff one day, learned that her mother had made a crown that could give people wisdom. While Ravenclaw was in class, Helena took the diadem from her room, rode on a broomstick, and flew east along the route she had planned. Ravenclaw didn't know that his daughter had done such a big thing behind his back, and there was only one audience for all this: Sir Barrow, that terrible ghost in Slytherin, who had been watching Helene since his school days. Nahat love. Helena had a happy life for a few days, and Ravenclaw didn't respond to her behavior of leaving without saying goodbye with the crown. Helena, who had the crown, as she said, after wearing it once, because of the impact of a huge amount of memory, was hurt, never tried again. A few days later, Ravenclaw had a sudden illness. At this time, The strict mother thought of her daughter, and she hoped that Helena could go back to accompany her, so Barrow volunteered to accept on a mission to find Helena and bring her back. Barrow's love for Helena had reached a deformed level. He read every book that Helena had borrowed from the library, searched every corner of her room, and quickly determined her whereabouts, and tracking all the way, came to the virgin forest of Albania. The following story is both sad and ridiculous. Barrow wants Helena to go back, but Helena refuses. The wizard with twisted love sees the life of the person he admires freely. Helena died, and when he came to his senses, he also ended his own life with that knife. Tom stared wide-eyed, watching carefully every detail of Helena's life in Albania. He saw Helena built a log cabin in the forest, set a warning spell around the mountains, and used illusion to cover the roof of the house. It became a scene on the ground. He saw Barrow riding a broom overlooking the entire forest in the air, and saw Helena, who had spotted Barrow, stuff a grey package into a hollow tree in a hurry. But the most indispensable thing in the forest is the tree and the shape of the tree. Tom's eyes observed carefully in this fleeting picture, and the scalded eyes were soon covered with bloodshot eyes, making him look even more terrifying. This scene is about to flash over. Tom looked around anxiously. There were only trees around. After so many years, the types of trees may have changed, so how could they be found? Until his corner of the eye glanced at the sky above his head, which was tightly blocked by the tree canopy. As Helena ran, a narrow gap suddenly appeared there, and in the gap, he saw a mountain, a strangely shaped mountain peak. That mountain looks like an axe stuck in the ground, and is highly recognizable. Tom closed his eyes. He had no interest in the bloody story that followed. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the crown belonged to him. When everything around was quiet, the man's heart-piercing crying stopped abruptly, and the story should be over. Tom opened his eyes and saw the top of the mosquito net on his four-poster bed. Everything last night was like a dream mirror, but his memory is extremely clear. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.